disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? Zero. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to beat? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Baka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Baka. The rest are grateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Baka, if all of them were taking the President Baka and behaving the President Baka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them. I'm not.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them the violence or any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Brothers administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Brothers administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this is the renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Brothers administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like Boy and Water with impunity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile forward and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First blow. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bola can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Boakai presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Boakai is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
There's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in the war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forgot that Jamaica, the major went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There winner Alphas, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play, for people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small, then road, B road, all kinds of places. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boaga. Boaga still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He named Senator. He almost made Joseph Boaga president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boaga, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look.
Ladies and gentlemen, Facebook, Instagram, the entire line of social media. Yes, for Valentine's Day special, you can't afford to miss. It is an exclusive Valentine's Day second black tie fundraiser gala presented to you by the First State Old Timers Post Association of Delaware. Please join us in an unforgettable evening filled with love, friendship, elegance, and celebration, where hearts will connect and memories will be made, all devoted to a good time. It's going down, ladies and gentlemen, on Saturday, February 14 at the Non-Shrine Temple, 198 South Dopoh Highway in Newcastle, Delaware. Doors will open from 6 p.m. until 2 a.m. Admission for ordinary, $100. VIP is $1,000 for an exclusive table with accommodation for 6 people. Just one more information you're going to need for the night. Please come prepared for a raffle draw with great prices. Raffle tickets are available for $5 each. The top prize for the night stands at $1,000 plus other great prizes. Come and let your elegance leave a lasting impression. Come and celebrate Valentine's Day with TLC. But the focus point will stick to the fundraiser, which is intended to build a community center for all residents of the First State of Delaware. The guest speaker of the night, ladies and gentlemen, is a Liberian Canadian human rights advocate and entrepreneur. His name is Mr. Leo Johnson. He's going to be set and ready to fire up the building. The First State #1 DJ will be in the building to play all of your favorite Music for mature musical minds. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. I'm yours truly, Chief Francis Torgbean. I will be in as well. So let's make a date to meet in the first state of Delaware on February 14.
So, folks, welcome. For those of you who are following this live. My name is Myean Torgbean. I'd like to say hats up to every one of you who are following via Facebook, YouTube, whatever means you are watching this live broadcast. I would like to say welcome, invite others, keep sharing the show. So tonight, our guest is no one else but former representative of District 8 Moswell County, Moses Akara Gray. He's going to be our guest on tonight as we are here to host him. So, any moment from now, we'll be seeing the other panelists coming in, and then we can keep the ball rolling. But as I say, we'll bring to you some of the latest update from our end here in Liberia, and starts to talk about some of the training news within our country. So let me try to see how best we can bring on the other panelists who are also in the back. But before we bring on the others, let me now try to give some of our talking point. But like I said earlier, we have our guest. He's Moses Akara Gray. He's going to be our guest on tonight. So just keep sharing the show, keep sharing, invite other people to come on and watch the show, because tonight's edition seems to be really firing and active tonight. So subsequently we'll be joined by Akara's Gray. But 17 minutes past 9 o'clock, we will not be seeing Mr. Jerome Gayman on for tonight because of some other reasons. But Chiefs in Tomalin George, Dr. Henry Peabody, Mr. Sylvester Pewee, Roberts Garguah, Mr. Victor Nagbe, Sarah Dopoh, and the rest of the folks, they will be coming on shortly. A few minutes from now, we'll be seeing some of them. But let's now talk about some of the training news within our country, wherein we allow them and then just give us some few talking points. So with this, one of the training news we have right now is this demolition exercise that is going on within the Satan community, where we're hoping that Carol Gray, a former lawmaker of that district, he's going to talk about this demolition exercise. But before he come on to talk about this, let's see how best we can throw light on it. So today we saw United Party Chairman, Reverend Luther Tapper. He visited the Seatown community where the demolition exercise is ongoing, and then he vowed some legal action against the unlawful land demolition exercise in the Seatown community, where he called on lawmakers. He also promised that they can work with the lawmaker to see how best the people of Satan can be able to get justice, can be able to, what if that place is being turned over legally, to see how best they can get a place that is suitable for them to be able to relocate. But if not, they are going to fight until they get justice for them. He considered or he criticized the action and said that it is unlawful and it should not be done like that. In so doing, he donated 800,000 Liberian dollar to help displaced family, and then that money were given to the leader or the head of them, wherein they will see how best they can come together and then find other means of solution. Because since this demolition exercise, there have been so many humanitarian government officials, opposition leaders, other stakeholders visiting that area, giving out some logistics, giving out some hands to help them in the process. So howbeit, that's a good step, because we are, as Liberians, whenever we see any of our friends, our colleagues, any of them we see in trouble, I think it's necessary that we all come together to help each other in the time of difficulties, to help each other in the time of like we say, bad things, to help each other. So it is time that Liberians come together to be able to support this, whether it is they're doing or not, or if this place is being taken legally or illegally. It's time that we as Liberians come together to support. We should not criticize some of these things. It's not everything we criticize, or it's not everything we make out of politics. Sometimes it is right, or sometimes we see that some of these things you have right, some of these things is in your favor, but because of how you decide to handle some of these issues can sometimes lead you to the negative side. Sometimes you can have the case good in your favor, but because of how you see it, because of how you see the exercises going on, you now take it to be something bad, you take it to be something political, and then you start to go after people, start to do this, do that, and then at the end, it ended up becoming another thing for you. So I'd like to say hats up to every one of you who are following. Let me see where I can recognize some of our followers. I'm seeing Abraham Dugle, he's watching. I'm also seeing Patrick Tier Jr., he's also watching. I'm seeing Venesi Junior Bed, he's also watching. So I'd like to say, if you're watching this live, just leave a comment in the comment section so we can see how best we can recognize some of you guys who are watching. But in subsequent time, we will see on Moses Aka's grade coming up. He's our guest tonight, so we're hoping to be joined by him. So we also saw today some of our nurses across Liberia were at the Capitol building this morning, where they carry on a stick over, where they describe it as a stick over province, to see how best the government can come to their aid, to see how best the government can help public health facilities within Liberia, which have led down, and there's no medical like we say equipment or no materials that within these public health facilities across our county. Like a government official or a lawmaker will come in, and then you will just want to become, like, probably want to become a minister, or you want to become a representative within that district because you have a little amount. You're just going to open a hospital or a clinic within your district where you don't have any mindset, or you don't have any support to see how best you can continue that clinic or that hospital you are building, but just to put the structure in that area and to say, yeah, I have a hospital in this district, I have a hospital in this county. But when we look at the issue about carrying on some of these mechanisms to see how best it can function properly, at times it becomes very, 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 very difficult for us. So you just build a hospital there, and then maybe probably take one or two nurses, professional ones, carry them there to manage that place. And then you just take the nurses A and whatever you may call them, carry them out there also, tell them you do the work. Some of them who don't know the work, and then they will just be there. If times go back, we start to see no more growing. We start to see no more growing, and then the population of that area start to increase. And then the people of that area, they start to murmur, to say, oh, this hospital you build, this clinic you build, we are no longer seeing it function. So they will start to call on the media, start to call on people to come to the aid, because you build a hospital there. Everyone knows that, yeah, the person built a hospital there, but what's the actual function of it, that which the people cannot testify to it, or that which the people cannot benefit. So it is sometimes necessary that we as a people, if we want to do something, call other people aside, call people who knows about it. Let them see how best they can help you in the process. You have the resources, you have all of the necessary tools to carry on the project. But when you build a project there, or you build the structure, no management team, nothing to continue. So at the end, it becomes very, very difficult for you. It becomes very difficult for the people of that area. So we'd like to call on some of our lawmakers see anything. So for those of you who are watching, we sincerely apologize. We have a break in between, but welcome back. So like I was saying, if you build a place in a town or in a village, and then because you just build the structure and then leave it there with the people, tell the people you'll be able to manage it. What did you give the people to manage that facility, or what did you place within that facility that the people will be able to manage? Is there like the empty structure, that's why the people they are going to manage? Or did you left something tangible with the people? That's the same thing we see in our education sector. So let me see why I can welcome Mr. Sylvester Pewee. Mr. Pewee, I'd like to say welcome to the show. Mr. Pewee, are you hearing me?
Yeah, Myean. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I thought you were still playing. Yeah, still rolling your eyes and other things. Yeah, go ahead.
No,
I can hear you.
Yeah, we started ever since. So yes, but like what I was saying, we have some of our nurses, our doctors who were at the Capitol building today. Some of them went to call on lawmakers' attention because with this issue about nurses in the counties, they are not being paid. Some of
Go ahead.
these public health, some of these public health facilities within the county, within our country, the government just build them. Politicians, humanitarian just build them without carrying on functional work. And then if you build that place within less than 1 or 2 years, that place will just break down. But if you just build a place and then you see a lot of people come, you see the momentum from the citizens, you see the momentum from the workers. But after a certain time, if people are not getting paid or whatever they want to get, you see some of the patients will just go there the whole day without getting any treatment, without getting any medicines to be able to treat themselves, which of course is not good for our people, which of course is not helpful for our people. So I think it's necessary that our government officials, the government as a whole, to come together. When you are building a facility, or even the lawmakers, some of these lawmakers who have our public health facility within the counties, you allocate budget for them. You put budget, you put enough money into the budget for the health facility, because if you are healthy, you are going to live a good life, whether there's no money or whatever the case may be like, you will live your life, your normal life you think you can live. But as long you're not healthy, whether you have the money, you have whatever, you are not going to enjoy it, you are not going to benefit from it. So we see some of our lawmakers, when they're sick or their hair is hurting, they travel to Ghana, travel to other countries just to get good health care. But we still see our country down. We still see the people, when the common people, they have headache, have malaria, when they go to JFK or any local health facility around, they find it very, very difficult. So I'd just like to cross over to Mr. Pewee until we await our guest on Moses Akara Gray. He's texting me in the back. So Mr. Pewee, can just go ahead until I make some adjustment to bring him on.
Yeah, but before we can go on, I think there are a few things I highlighted to discuss this evening. But I just wanted you to tell me what's the top three stories tapping the daily news headlines today in the country.
Okay, so let me just go through them. Then you can just check your inbox, and then I've already sent it to you. So let me just go through them.
You sent it to me already today?
Yeah, I sent it to you. You can just check your inbox.
Okay.
So with this first issue about the president, not the president, but the chairman of the Unity Party, where he vowed legal action against this unlawful demolition exercise in Satan community, where he was hoping that Moses Akara Gray will speak on it also, because he is a former lawmaker and a resident of that area. And then with this issue about nurses and doctors within the counties calling on the government to see how best they can come together with this government facility that is being built in the county to take good care of them. And then, let me say lastly or second to last, today we saw Senator of Bombing County. He visited that Bapulu County on the Amara corner. He visited the whole foundation, wherein the ex former president or the former first lady tour him in the facility.
Did he?
I think you have to mute. Mr. Pewee. I think you have to mute. Okay. Yeah. So he visited the Margibi Marshall area, wherein they are doing an investigation with this matter. And also heard from the president today, saying that on this land matter, the president said that God is not making new land. It is the army land. I'm quoting from him, and the army is going to take it back. So whatever the case may be, like whether people are crying, doing this, doing that, they are not going to listen, but rather the law is the law, and then the army is going to take over their land. That was the statement from the president today. So, Mr. Pewee, you can just chip in as we are with our guests.
I will quickly start with what the president, and I knew that what the president said today about this thing. Listen, we need to be very frank here. And it's not about sometimes scoring political points. And the president, right? If the land is for the military, we ought to give the military the land. And we don't have to play no politics with this one. That land being...
you are sounding low, but okay now.
Yeah, that land being there used by people for very, very long time. Very long time, the land been used ever since the eruptions of the civil crisis in the country. Since 1990, people sought refuge in that part of the area. And from 1990 to now, more than 3 decades. I think it's about time that the military begin to take control of our property and structure them, reconstruct them, and also they can put some military family in there. I think it's important that the military take over the land. It's very, very important, and that we should not always people will continue to be squatters for. Listen, there are other people that are hustling, doing things, getting their own land. There are women that are going on a daily regal mine on a daily basis on the red light market, the waterside market, the Kobacho market, the Omega market, the Douala market, across the 15 political subdivisions of the country, those 15 counties. There are women in the Zozo market that are selling, earning on their own. They will get a parcel of land for themselves and put something that they can call their own home. So listen, folks should not be squatting on the property of the military for God knows when it was end. I think it's about time. That's a bold step. The first defense minister attempted to do this was Minister Samukai. By the time there was some politics of these things, and I believe at the time again they didn't have the resources to take over that barrack and reconstruct the barrack where I think they can use also as a prior home. It's good for the military to be in the midst of the people. What it does is that bring about some level of security, if you will. It is important. This military is a force for good. And if it is a force for good, it's a force that should be with the people. And I think this time around it's about time that there's money to do it. But my only caveat to the military hierarchy is that if you were to move and take over this property, try to do something. Listen, it is not in a way, but the thing to send the signal to the folks that, hey, if you took over this property quickly, move to change the face of the area. If you are constructing home for the military folks and their family, do that. Then the people that are left from there will say, okay, yeah, I think it was reasonable and appropriate for the military to do this. I think it's about time. And the president responded, well, I think probably the choice of the president thing, but I think the president did nothing wrong here about that. I think the president said one thing, that he's going to ensure, and the military will also have to ensure that they are not trampling on the right of others, not going to take the land that does not belong to the military. The president was very clear about that. So if that's going to be the case, we should give the military the time to take on her land. That property is for the military, the armed forces of the Republic of Liberia. When we were very little kids that couldn't even read things, then coming up with our parents, that they used to have the second barrack there. Well structured at the time where military and their families live at the time. That barrack was inhabited by military and the families of children and wives of military officers, if you will. So I think it's appropriate that we give the military the opportunity to do that again and take on their property. It's just fair enough that we do that. It's not time we're going to run politics with this one, man. And I'm in full agreement with that. Now, the issue about, quickly before we can bring in the guests, the issue about the chairman top of the United Party visitation, Dr. Tape visitation to the displaced folks from the Seon Town community, if you will. But it's also important. It's a goodwill to show some level of interest and that some level of humility, that you show concern about Liberians that are being displaced due to them allegedly being on properties that I don't think this is going to be alleged again, because if the court took a decision on this issue and the person, the will-be property owner took actions to evict these people from the land. Now, if there's any other thing, then I think he said he's going to help with some legal issue. Yeah, it's the best thing to do. If you're going to challenge it, help them to challenge it is good. Helping them to challenge this to the court, I think they're going to be taking an appeal to the Supreme Court, and where the court will take the decision. If the case moving to the conclusion from the Sacred Court there was somehow some misapplication of justice, and then the higher court, which of course is the Supreme Court, will take some decision in trying to call for a retrial or dismiss the rulings about the eviction and other things. If that is going to be the case, then meaning the owner of the property now that is taking this action would now have to be taken to court again for damages against these people that were evicted if it is proven otherwise. But for now, the decision from the court is that the land does not categorically belong to those folks that are now displaced, but rather the land got a particular owner or owners, if you will. And they are the one that took the decision after winning a legal battle, and then took the actions, and the court put up the eviction order, and then by the eviction order, the demolitions process or exercise is currently ongoing. With the demolition exercise ongoing, and other folks are being seriously displaced, families. So the chairman went in today with some goodwill. I'm told he presented, I don't know, the sum of $800,000 Liberian dollars. That's almost $1 million, but almost $1 million Liberian dollars. But $1 million Liberian dollars, I think, with the current rate would be, I don't know, it would be how many thousand US dollars, but I don't think this is more than $10,000, if you will. But if you put in Liberian dollars, it's quite some reasonable amount of money. Liberian dollar, but the US dollar. So if you're doing the rate is 186. If this 186, quickly here, if it is 186, let me see something quickly. So I think I think that should be less than $10,000 or so, if you will. But it's a good move to on the part of the chairman of the United Party, quite frankly. The fact that you're moving when people are in distress, when people are in need, is a time that we as good neighbors will show, I think, will show some great concern. And we show our empathy, our humility, and the rest of that. When folks are in need, it's about time that we move to do some critical interventions. And part of the interventions on the part of the chairman of the United Party, Luther Tappe, is he himself Menegal, but a politician, if you will. Move into the I don't know, he did that on behalf of the United Party, on behalf of he and his family, but I think he may have done that he raised the money, the United Party found the money, and he as chairman went and presented the money and saying to the folks that, hey, we're going to be with you in this time of distress, in this time of difficult period, if you will. But again, it's the usual thing about Liberian politicians. They will do the needful. Now they've done the intervention, the critical intervention being done on this path. But what basically we want to see again, probably maybe after next week, is done. The whole thing about finding lawyer, finding this is done. But the fact that he will show out, that should be commended. That should be commended. And the families that are displaced, we wish you well. And let's be very clear. I was one person that said the last time, I believe that we should not be a nation of always trying to lament this kind of a thing. If folks are encroaching or trying to be on a land of another private citizen, and they went to court and the court sent out eviction order on the basis of the adjudication of the results of the case, we should not politicize it. Folks need to understand that if they didn't do the right thing, they will ought to be reprimanded tomorrow, probably. It's some of the issues. But if again they do have all the rights to be on said property, if the Supreme Court were to rule against this current ruling, reverse the ruling, that's what I meant to say, and then they can go to court for potential significant damages to them on the part of the person that inflicted this distress, this kind of a displacement and other things, loss of property and the rest of that. That would be the critical thing to do. And so I would believe sincerely that that's part of the way to go about it. And if we're going about it that way, because in part of this, during the visit to the community, Tappe also donated $800,000 to help displaced families meet basic needs as legal action move forward. Now, and I think, because he committed to them that he's going to help, he said, promising to mobilize lawyers to challenge what residents describe as unlawful seizure, right? A lawful eviction, if you will. If the residents are challenging that from the court, then he, according to the chairman of the United Party, he's going to mobilize lawyers, competent lawyers across the country, probably to take an appeal to the Supreme Court with the hope that the Supreme Court will reverse this decision and they will have some say here. Now, that's what we want to see unfold. That's part of the democracy. The fact that we try pushing about the democratization of the country term pass. It is the need for why we talk the country democracy is well on course. If folk will not resort to going taking arms and other things, but rather resort to your right for free speech, freedom of expression, the right to express your grievance whenever you believe is your right guaranteed by the Constitution, the right to exercise freedom of expression and freedom of association and everything is enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic. We don't have to be uncouth about it. It's the system of the democracy. You see, multi-partyism is important, and a critical way to promote the kind of a democratization that we now enjoy is for everyone to express themselves, and whenever they are aggrieved, they should take some action that will protect them. And the Constitution provides. This instrument provide for that. The Constitution of the country is very paramount. It's there to protect every Liberian citizen. But there's the need, and that's one of the reasons why I will soon be challenging the Liberian government to begin the process of implementing fully Article 10 of this Constitution. Because Article 10 is clear. So you see, so we will have to go to do some of those things. A lot of other different things unfolded today. So this issue and about noises, their report also will be talking about that maybe in the midst of it, about noises having some level of, some of them have not only disillusion, but there's some growing level of disgruntlement and I was trying to have some discussion with some of my professors on the issue about, and that's going to be another topic we'll take some time to discuss. But we'll now move to Myean. Myean, if you're there, I think you can move on to bring on our special guest for today, the Honorable former District Number 8. I hope I'm not mistaken. I don't want to be here I don't know I can be here.
That's it.
I can still be here in content from outside the legislature, but the former representative of District Number 8 and former Secretary General of the former ruling Congress for Democratic Change, Honorable Moses Akara-Gray, would join us for this evening section. We're going to have a very cracked, interactive discussion with Honorable Gray, discussing very important national issues that are currently. But Maya, you can go ahead to bring on.
Okay, so like Mr. Pewee earlier said, our guest is Honorable Akara Moses-Gray. He will be our guest on tonight, and he always here firing both the ruling party. So Honorable Moses Akara-Gray, welcome to the Closing Argument Show.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Some people around the world say good afternoon or good morning. Similarly to Sylvester Pewee, a long-standing professional. I'm honored to be on your program today. And among those reasons that is significant to me has to do with the issue of narrating our own stories. I think there are a lot of untold stories about the CDC that in 6 years, the CDC did not articulate these stories. And if they did so, we didn't do it with emphasis, or they didn't repeat it so that it can sink down into the heads of the people. We didn't do that. Okay, so tonight I'm here to narrate the CDC story. That's my objective and that's my mission here tonight. So also I will be able to take any other question and other personal concerns. I'm very open. Once I enter the theater and place myself under the gabble and authority of any talk show host, it means that I'm very open to just any question. It doesn't matter which question it is. You want to ask me what happened in my bedroom, you can ask me, and I will respond to that effectively. I think it's about narrating our own stories.
Thank you, Honorable Gray. Thank you about that. And basically, before we will go straight into the discussion, while the rest of the conference is going to join us soon, and then we will widen the debate in different segment of the discussion for tonight. But I think we'll have a wide range of different issues we're going to discuss. As you rightly stated, we're going to really pay some attention to the CDC about the 6-year governance and all of things. But before we can move to that, let me quickly ask you, how is the firing Honorable Moses Akara-Gray during since the 2023 elections? How you fit in into this new role? Having spent 12 years in the legislature, now you upside again. How are you basically faring with politics since you left the House?
I didn't get it clearly. The line is echoing.
You there? Can you fix it? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's okay. I think it's from the end. I'm hearing you clearly.
Can you hear me?
I'm getting you mine clearly, or just
okay.
Can
you, so you can go ahead with your question.
Honorable Greg, can you hear me now?
I'm hearing you now, yeah.
Okay, good. I was saying, I said, how is Honorable Gray since the 2023 elections? Your role currently, since you left office, the legislature, it is clear that you spent almost 12 years in the legislature. How are you faring now since you left versus you being outside of politics? I mean, active party, you stay in party, active legislative business. That's what I meant to say.
No, it's a normal thing. It's a normal phenomenon for me. I was in opposition for 12 solid years. Okay. You know the story better than I do. Okay, then we got to the ruling party for 6 years. That's 18 years. And then I'm back in opposition. So the terrain is not a strange terrain for me. It's my backyard, like my playground, you know. Like you have a kid playroom in a house. but usually we the folks go in the backyard and do stuff. So opposition is my playground, and I'm doing my work, and the government is doing her work. I'm in the private sector, mainly into real estate. That's what I'm very involved into, privately doing it quietly. Some people will know, some people will not know. But I'm good, to be frank with you. And I mean, it's not a strange thing. When you're in government, you prepare to be in opposition. When you're in opposition, you prepare to be in government. So for me, I have vast experience being in opposition for 12 years and being in government for 12 years. So it's a balanced experience that I've had. I don't think many persons have had that experience in the country, where you from opposition to ruling party, then back to opposition, and hopefully back to ruling party. So, but I enjoy my life. You have a very productive young man. Mine is a very productive young man. I admire him a lot. Dr. Peabody, like I said, I'm on the gobble of your authority tonight, each and every one of you. So I hope that I do my best tonight. I want to say Happy New Year to everyone, and Happy New Year to everybody under my voice.
Albert, great, good to see you. It's always a delight to have you here on the closing argument, and we're looking forward to have a very fruitful conversation with you and the guys here in studios and everywhere. Are just delighted that you took your time to be with us. And again, on behalf of everybody else, I'd like to welcome you again to this Thursday night edition of the Closing Argument.
Thank you, Dr. Peabody. I was just about thank you and welcome also. Quickly, Honorable Gray, before we can get back to I don't know if we wanted to do that way, but before we can go back to what the city of the current United Party thing, we're going to get there. Let me, you started with that. Let me just put to you, how can you tell folks about the past 6 years of we are reigned, what unfolded? We're going to come quickly to what the president just said recently. A lot of things he said, and we all some of been challenging it heavily. We're going to come there very soon. But I just want to take you back because of how you started. You say you can proudly defend the 6-year leadership of the CDC in terms of stewardship of the country. How can you tell us where did the CDC leave the government for the 6-year steady affairs of our country?
It's a very important thing. Then we try to look at few sectoral areas. Then look at education, for example. If you consider the number of schools that the CDC built, not just the number of schools, but what did the CDC do in the educational process of our country? The CDC left free tuition for all public senior high schools across the country. They left the payment of bus fees for all senior high students across the country, whether private schools or public schools. Then we declared tuition free at every public university and college across the country. What we did is we elevated the payments in terms of adjustment of the fees of teachers at the various universities on the basis of your qualification, which was not there before. Dell and other people work on that, okay, and we increased that pay. Then look at the medical area, how we will leave the medical area. Technically, the CDC in the medical area engaged and initiated the construction of no less than 6 referral hospitals. And let me name the referral hospitals, like 6 initiated and completed some. Let's begin the process of the 14 military hospital in Mangibi County, the hospital in Riverside County, that's 2, the hospital in Grand Jide County, that's 3, the hospital in Sando County, that's 4, the Redemption Hospital in Monserrado County, the Emirate Hospital in Bapodu County, in fact 7, another major hospital in Grand Bassa County. So of those hospitals, the CDC concluded absolutely dedicated nothing less than 3 in 6 years. I'm talking about referral hospital. Let me categorize. I'm not just saying hospital. I'm not saying health centers. I'm talking about referral hospital. So Even the one recently Vice President Kuhn dedicated in Grand Jide County, you know, 40 West, the CDC initiated, you know, we left nothing less than 8%. So let us look at the first dialysis center in Liberia, the first. Maybe after the war, I don't know whether they had one before the war. The CDC named it E.J. Rowe, the Ellen Johnson Study Dialysis Center. That's what we did. We created the first. They do bring DNA machines to the country. Yes, we brought DNA machines to the country, not less than 2 DNA machines to the country unprecedentedly. The state had not had DNA machines since the foundation of the entire country. So in the health sector, we took nothing less than 30,000 health workers who were absolutely not on government payroll, and we placed them on government payroll. Back to the education sector, more than 2,000 teachers who were not on government payroll. I'm not saying they were on government payroll and underpaid. Okay, we elevated them on government payroll. So that's the educational sector. Then let's look at the issue of rules. The CDC had the arrest agenda. If you take the calculation in the arrest agenda provided by the Unity Party, just go to the arrest agenda. Of the total payroll of 1,200 and some more kilometers of payroll, the Unity Party in 12 years of combined did 700 and some more. If you do the subtraction, the numbers in the arrest agenda, 530 kilometers of payrolls in 6 years, while the Unity Party did 700 and some more kilometers of payrolls in 12 years. So if the cities did more rule comparatively in 6 years as compared to the Unity Party 12 years, and President Baker announced in the SONA, that's the reason that his government is expected to pay 405 kilometers of roads. Not only that, but even in the arrest agenda, if you just Google the arrest agenda, you will see it there, that this government intends to pay 485 kilometers of road. So it means the CDC will have done more payrolls than the Unity Party-led administration in 6 solid years. Now, most of the rules that have been extended by the Unity Party, these were contracts. Ratification were done. The entire Southeastern, almost 90% of the rules, in fact, 99% of the rules they're doing going to the Southeastern region. Those agreements were being ratified by the CDC as far as 2020, 2021, and other areas. We ratified those agreements, assessments were done. For example, the Tapeta to Total rule started out going into Benjida County and other areas. So yes, the CDC did extremely well in community rules. Let's look at feeder rules across the country. Then that comes to the issue of shelter, because you got to consider shelter. Let's look at shelter. The CDC, besides Dopoh, as compared to the Unity Party 12 years, the CDC constructed more proper homes in nothing less than 5 counties. I think it's 7 counties, but I'm saying nothing less than 5 counties. You go to Grand Jide, we did proper homes in Grand Jide. You go to Bomi County, we did that for health workers also in Bomi County. You go to Nimba County, we did that also in Nimba County. We did that in Grand Cru County. The records are there for public record. I think it's Basso Sando who also did that, one of the 2 counties. So not less than 5 counties that my memory can set me right on as I speak to you. We did a lot of proper homes. We didn't stop there in Monserrado County. We did the Popo Beach in Nukutan. You know what in Popo Beach, you saw the pictorial evidence. So we did some proper homes there. Then we did not stop there. The Invincible Park, the shanty structures that were near the Invincible Park opposite Ellen Johnson Study area. We constructed those homes and gave it to the people. Nobody bought any home under our administration. So when it comes to shelter, we consider that. Not only that, but local ministries and agencies of government. What are some of the ministries and agencies we constructed or we initiated? NAFA, the National Fisheries Authority Head Office. LPRC, the head office at LPRC. NPA, for example, the head office at NPA. The NOCA building that was dedicated by Joseph Boakai. Okay, we initiated and took it not less than 80%. This government came and concluded. Okay, the NSA building that is ongoing, the construction of the NSA building. The maritime building that was completed on the land Eugene Nagbe. So one of the things we did in 6 years, we tried to take government ministries and agencies from private homes into government-owned infrastructures. Those are some of the things. So the CDC in my mind, and I will say it consistently, I say 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, we didn't vigorously launch an aggressive offensive in terms of our PR. We allowed the opposition to dictate. They narrate our story like the Europeans narrating the stories of the Africans, instead of Africans themselves narrating the story in a beautiful culture. Okay, those are some of the, let's look at on the issue of corruption. Did we establish bills for the foundation of battling corruption? Yes. The Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission did not have direct prosecutorial authority. That means they could not prosecute directly. We gave them that authority to prosecute directly. What did we do? We also said that like the GSC, integral institution, like the GSC, for example, like the LSC, the president can just jump in and dismiss you. It must be with the consent of the legislature to provide more independence to integral institution. Let's look at the code of conduct, for example. The code of conduct did not have a time frame for access declaration. The issue of punitive measure taking was silent in the code of conduct. So what did we do? We said access must be declared within the time frame of not less than 30 days. A failure on your part, the president should suspend you. Okay, that's why we did in amending the code of the 2014 code of conduct that I sponsored. So we amended the provision of the code of conduct. We didn't stop on that integral bill. The Whistleblower Act, for example, there are people who want to talk. They want to speak about how they protected. They are afraid. They see armed robbers going to attack them. They are afraid to speak. So the Whistleblower Act, for example, the Witness Protection Act, you want to be a witness, but you're afraid. You want to be a whistleblower because you work in Peabody office or you work in Pewee office, and you know he's doing something wrong. You want to talk, and he will dismiss you. So we provided a Whistleblower Act protection for whistleblower. The Witness Protection Act. You see armed robber, you're afraid because how are you protected? So what we did, those are integral bills. We laid the foundation. One of the things we didn't do and we expected this government to do is to establish the fast track court. Okay, so that the LSCC, that court can be exclusively for corruption, so they can dabble into other cases, so that we can fast track the process. The President Biden made an announcement about that, but they didn't conclude. Look at the issue of the bill on dual citizenship. They asked for the bill on dual citizenship, but it protects Liberians. We had a law, an alien naturalization law, very racist, very how do I call it, discriminatory. Let me use the word, discriminating against your own brothers and sisters. We had a law in Liberia, the alien naturalization law, which quashed that provision of the law to instill citizenship to every Liberian across the world. It doesn't matter which country's citizenship you took, maybe for betterment of yourself, your family, your children were born, and make that decision. So we had to do that. For example, Land Rent Act. Every day, you have the crisis of land, even up to now. Okay, we passed the Land Rent Act. Not only that, we also passed the Local Governance Act. What is the true essence of the Local Governance Act? So that local people can have a say in their own natural resources taken from their rural counties to a decentralized process to ensure that development is given to those people with a certain percentage when resources are taken from their counties. So yeah, so we can go on and on and on. For electricity, you know the fight. The LC Managing Director, the CDC and Samuel Toy for laying that foundation and showing that we are on course and where we are today. Okay, the issue of water. What more idea is doing is just only I met them because all of the D's were, in fact, we dug the grounds. If you came over here, you saw that we were digging the grounds in up to Buso quarters, putting the pipes, changing the pipes, and all of those things. Okay, we had an agreement. Look at the water trucks that are being used today. The CDC brought the water trucks. We brought the water trucks when we were leaving power. Unfortunately, they arrived when we were leaving power, the water trucks. The fire service truck, when we inherited the government, we didn't have more than 2 fire service trucks in the entire Republic of Liberia. The entire Liberia, we didn't have more than 2 fire service trucks. LPRC used to have fires to ahead. So we brought in more fire service trucks when we were leaving. Before we left, because we put in for fire service trucks. So gave more. At Public Work Ministry, you talk about yellow machine today. We left them with brand new yellow machine, more than 35 yellow machines. To the very ABK that brought the buses to the Republic of Liberia under this administration. So we did a lot of things. We left the economy of the country, we left the rate. Today, the rate is higher than what we left. Today, the US dollar against the Liberian dollar is higher than what we left in the country. With GST at 10%. Goods and services tax. We left at 10%. The government increased it. Okay? Go to the market. Talk to the people. They say they reduce the price of rice. But go to Lababido. Lababido that the cook bowl shop. You can call it cook bowl shop. There's small restaurant for all people to understand. The prices of the food item in those restaurants are more than the time of CDC. In as much as this government said to reduce the price of rice, they said to reduce the price of petroleum product, but transportation fares remain the same. There have been no real change. Okay? So they run the government on the basis, the current administration run the government on the basis of lies, on the basis of deceit, on the basis of deception. And I challenge, invite the Unity Party people here. I mean, you always invited them. I know that you invite sedition people from different political parties. But you invite, ask a simple question, say, Akaro's Grace said 3 things. Let me name one. The Unity Party has not, let me say, gone, okay, where the president of the Republic of Liberia will initiate a paved road on his own initiation, negotiation, and completed. They have never initiated, they themselves, on their own, negotiated on their own to have a 1-mile road paved in this conclusion. I'm not talking about what they completed that made there. I'm talking about just initiated. Similarly, with school in Liberia. No public school, senior high school, let me be specific, have been built by the government in 2 years. By themselves, under the precedent that I've said, initiated, negotiated, and concluded. No hospital, I don't know about clinic, I don't want to say clinic, but no health center have been initiated, negotiated, initiated, and constructed and completed by this administration, by themselves. All the projects they are doing, I agree, government is continuing to, we're not arguing that. Because even the ministerial complex were almost like completed. What we did later, Ellen Johnson Seleke Kromah dedicated it. Similarly with the airport of the Republic of Liberia. That is open. It's not a debate. People say, what Georgia did is sport. And I turn around to smile. Let me now go to Georgia, personal contribution to sports before becoming or education. Had no more education in the Republic of Liberia. No Liberian had more scholarship, than George Weah in the history of the country besides J.J. Rao Scholarship Foundation. I can say that because at the University of Liberia. In fact, I had to deal with the scholarship at Cotton and other colleges across the country and high school. So it's not a debate. But I come to his administration. What did George Weah do? To take our kids from the ghettos to provide entertainment for them, to provide recreation to tap talents. Okay? Go to Dopoh community. The feeder is there. Go to Nukuta and see what is there. Kamara opposite Ellen Johnson's place. The pike, the invincible pike, that is not being deteriorated. Go to the unification pike, you call the PHP pike. It's one of the beautiful recreation centers along the B-side in the history of this country. So when I hear people talking about the SKD, everybody know we renovated the SKD, we did the counter argument about the SKD, the King, the David part. So I don't want to do all the SKD that Samuel do did and all of those things. Everyone that came, they did the renovation, whether George Weah, whether the current administration. So there can be no argument, of talent tapping, of potential building in terms of recreation, in terms of our children seeing something to have somewhere to go and play, instead of being in the street passing around, kicking football or on the sidewalk. So yeah, they have plays, not just football, basketball, running, okay, recreation, people riding the bikes, all of those things, unprecedentedly in the history of the country. So there are more that we did. Even Nima, we built more roads in Nima County besides Monrovia. Nima received the highest number of roads in the absence of Monrovia. Look at the RIA rule. It was a shame and embarrassment to our country. We signed a contract for a 45-kilometer rule for RIA rule. We initiated it. We paid the first money of 18 million United States dollars. And in the best position to say, I was not just chairman on the Zaire. I was a ranking lawmaker on the committee on investment, for example. Today, you talk about Banchico trying to build a port. And President Boyka went there to do the groundbreaking. You remember recently, in one day, I think our last year, at the end of the year, that agreement was passed and signed by the citizen-led administration. That agreement was signed and passed by the citizen-led administration for the first time. Going to build a port and employ more people. What did we do with the Myean Steel Agreement? Maybe I will send you the video you see me arguing about the Myean Steel Agreement. We rejected the Myean Steel Agreement because we feel that Myean has not done well for the Liberian people. The government came, sold the oil resources of the country to a Nigerian man who is flipping it. I don't want to go into that. Maybe you ask the question. We deprived them of that. We deprive people of bastardizing the resources of the country. Okay? Myean Steel stood against Myean Steel were very clear and emphatic about the behavior of Myean Steel. The deal did not go through. Under this government, it became just like a 4G topaz or 5G. They're talking about 5G now. So yeah, we did a lot of things in terms of human resource capacity building. I spoke about that. Yeah, that comes to salary structure. You know that we met people who were making $40 in government. At the Ministry of Information, for example, the Jerome Gayman are making people are making $40 at that ministry. We passed the law on harmonization, signed into law. What did we do? The standardization. So if a super ministry A is making $200, the super ministry B should make the same $200 and not $40. We set the minimum wage in line with the minimum wage bill at $150. We took for the 3,000 persons and elevated them up to $150 upward. That's what we did. Harmonization was not properly explained. And that's the problem. Peabody, you'll be shocked that medical doctors were making as low as $800 United States dollars. We took it nothing like $2,000. The CDC did not narrate this story. Even if the story was narrated, it was not emphatic. It was not consistent. These are things that we did for the 3,000 persons. The balance people that we didn't carry up because it was a gradual process that the people got on carrying up today in talking about harmonization has been canceled. That is legislative ignorance on the part of the finance minister. Let me repeat, legislative ignorance on the part of the finance minister in usurpation of functions. Nobody can cancel harmonization. Harmonization did not say you can't increase salary. We say if you increase the brother's salary to $200 and Pewee salary is $100, and two of them doing the same job as a host here or panelist here, two of them get the same $200, so your salary will be increased, Pewee. So harmonization does not restrict salary increment. Harmonization says that there must be standardization. And one minister should make more money than the other minister. Ministers who are making up to $8,000 who can reduce it to $4,000. Do you know the take home pay by assistant minister? $1,400. Unlike the past, there was no unique salary structure in the history of the country. No unique salary structure. They had salary, then they had general allowances. Okay? They had special allowances. That's why. As a lawmaker, when I became a lawmaker in this country in 2012, my salary was $200 and some more US, less than $300, paying Liberia dollars. My salary. So we have salary. Salary was paid in, it was like 40-something thousand Liberian dollars. Salary for a lawmaker when I became lawmaker in 2012. But it's not a salary. What was there? The general allowance or the special allowance? You will get housing allowance. You will get vehicle allowance. You will get domestic. Okay? And all of that, almost 4 or 5 different allowances. When you put that together, it reached out to 12,000, then they tax it. Then you get gas. of $2,225. That was honored early. When we came to power, because when we started raising the issue, in fact, we raised the issue, some of the lawmakers threatened suspension of Gabriel Myean, me, and I think Bofa Chimos, because they avoid what we were making, because the pressure on all people wanted to know what we were making. So when we came to power, I flagged the issue that lawmakers must cut their salary. It wasn't it's a battle. By 2019, check the record of who I can't call for lawmakers salary. I wrote the plenary. The Senate Committee on Executive. Coincidentally, the Council Harmonization also came in. What did we do? The take-home pay of a member of the House of Representatives is not $6,000 US, it's $5,000 and some more combined Liberian US dollar. So all the allowances, we merge everything, including the salary, into one. Now, what they call salary today. So there's nothing called general allowances in government, and there's nothing called special allowances in government when we were there. The only thing you could take home now salary now. So your take-home pay was $5,000 and so on. We had to cut the gas from $2,225 because of the COVID situation to $1,225 before we left. Today, it gone back to $3,000. Today, I don't know about the pay structure. I can go in my GDP account and send you directly how much will my take-home pay tonight before we leave. I'll send it to you. You can publish it. The only thing will cancel my account numbers. I will send it to you. Okay. I've done it for across. So I'm just telling you, the CDC harmonization was a good thing for the country, but the CDC announced harmonization. You know there will be some discrepancy why you're going through harmonization. Some people will have some challenges. Okay, people just blew it out of proportion. You harmonize my pay, give me 20%. 20% was 20% in Liberian dollars of your total pay. Okay, and the rest 80% in United States dollars. Great. We want to we canceling harmonization. Can executive cancel or legislation? It's a law. It's an act of I can either be repealed or amended. Just less than 1 minute. Just less than 1 minute. Go ahead. How can the minister who does not have legislative authority come and we have a group of educated people sitting on the show who should know better to ask the minister of finance, say we're canceling harmonization or reversing harmonization? And because LSC, GSC will carry the money up $20 or whatsoever. That is not reversion. To reverse harmonization, it means you will take everybody back. Lawmaker will start making in the horse $12,000 US. Minister will start making $8,000. President, we are keen to declare that no minister making $500, $5,000. He announced that he will cut his own pay. These are the things we did, and the excess money we took it to pay WAS fees, we took it to help public colleges and universities. We took it to construct more federal roads than any other government, not any government, and the Unity Party combined 14 years in power. That's what we did. So yes, the CDC was on the road. The CDC did a lot of clinics across the country. I can send you everything. Do say documents of clinics or health centers. I'm not talking about a referral hospital. We sent doctors, medical doctors. Do you know the current minister of health, Dopoh? Okay, it was through the CDC she went to specialize to become the first specialist in fertility. The first in Liberia working as specialist in fertility, the health minister of the Republic of Liberia. It was a result of the CDC, the first group of medical doctors who sent. We had nothing less than almost 60 medical doctors who sent again. They were being processed, and they are being processed under this government. We expect the government to send them to specialize in different areas. A lot of people went and specialized in different areas, doctors, nurses, and other people. So we did extremely well by taking medical doctors pay for $800 to $2,000 and some more United dollars, and we categorized the pay structure at the University of Liberia for head of departments, for associate professors, for adjunct professors. You can go on and name all of that. We categorize it because you can't be head of department making less than what the other are making down there. So salary was just disjointed under the Unity Party-led administration, extremely disjointed. That's how it was. Okay, so they come to power, they came to rescue, but rescue is the execution of Liberian people that they are extremely hungry. A hungry man is an angry man. I want closing argument to take the microphone to one side. take your microphone to red light. Take your microphone to Jobaton Market. Take your microphone to Raleigh Market. Ask the ordinary that speak to the people. Forget about house grade, calling a liar, calling a crook, calling a criminal, calling a politician, calling anything, calling names, saying when Paris got married, anything you want to say. But my concern is to take the microphone to the Liberian people and let them read the stories on the pavements of the Republic of Liberia and how they feel.
Thank you. Thank you. Before I can bring in Dr. Peabody, you said, the reason why I asked the question is you took some time and I think you structurally and well put it in terms of all those sectors. You hit the educational sector, the health sector, you name all of those hospitals in Dopoh, the military hospital, Riverside, Sando, and across the country. Yes, you did that and other things. You talk about the recreation centers. You talk about the harmonization on the roads. Yeah, as a matter of fact, the United Party did 745 kilometers of road in 12 years. That was 725 in 12 years, and you came the 6 years. You took it out to the number. But what you said, that we couldn't march on that. And you also said some things, and to add what you said also, apart from all the things you named, the CDC government and President Weah also did modern hospitals. I'm sorry, a market for marketers, Liberian market women. I
didn't even name the markets.
Yes, modern market across.
I didn't even name that. Yeah, thank you for bringing.
The Douala market, $4.1 million.
Douala market, a lot of markets, the red-light market, all the
red-light market and across.
If you go to market market to Bow other side.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
And you grant you the extension of the market. We can talk and talk and talk.
Yeah, these are some of the things that did that. These are landmarks. These are landmarks.
I'm talking about street lights across almost every capital across the Republic of Liberia.
Yeah.
I didn't even go to that. I didn't even talk about street lights across Monrovia. We didn't even talk about that. But anyway, we can go on as we progress.
And also the two.
RIA road darkness there now. We
will because I just thought to say we will jump quickly Peabody and also the free thing that happened tuition thing for the massive historical landmark thing of the Universal Liberal Free Tuition that is now still rolling. But Dr. Peabody, I will bring you quickly. I think Mr. Gray will take some time this next segment also he'll talk about, because I know Mr. Weah left the country very stable in terms of security and all those things. The country was very well stable in all those things and very functional and well. Dr. Peabody, I will let you come in here and post a question to Honorable Gray, then we'll move to the next section. After your question, then we'll want to hit on the issue of the recent statement of the president in the State of the Nation address. Go ahead, please.
Honorable Gray, good to see you. I sat listening to you carefully. You listed uncountable because the development was very uncountable when you talk about President Weah development. How will you respond to the Unity Party government who have continuously said that President Weah left office, left a mess with them, and left all kind of things for them to do? How will you respond to that? Because the president continuously says, he said it in his State of the Union address, we took over with nothing. And we have to, so how will you respond to that? I mean, I listened to you. You listed a whole list of things that were done. The National Port Authority building, the NOCA, everything that was started. But they keep saying that, Brother, we have left nothing. How do you respond to them?
Let me tell you how I respond. I will respond to the business statement by the president himself. The president said, after 12 years, they squandered their opportunities. President, when you were vice president of Liberia, said we squander our opportunities. Peabody, I will respond visually. After 12 years, did the Unity Party build JFK to support JFK? Did the Unity Party build the hospital, the Jackson F. Doe Hospital in Nimba County, and we support it?
No.
And we destroy it? No. So what did we destroy that we can show? Did we destroy the pipe-borne water lines across the country? Or did we put more pipe-borne water lines across the country and brought more equipment in the country? Did we spoil the issue of kids not going to school tuition free that did not introduce in 12 years, that we introduced for public schools in 12 years? These guys lied their way to power. And I don't blame them. I blame the CDC. For me, I always blame the CDC. So President Boyka keep lying. He even lied about the number of parents in the sun. That the information minister had to come and correct it. The man said they provided 70,000 jobs by their own data presented by my son Mo Ali, my little brother. 70,000 jobs. On the same data, the same sheet, CDC provided 104,000 jobs in 2022 from 2006 to 2025. At no point in the year that any government produced more jobs by their own data as compared to CDC 104. In 2023, the data they presented about jobs, we left them with 70,000 jobs, 75,000 jobs, I mean. When the president announced 70,000 jobs, so that means to reduce the job by 5,000. That's what they did. Instead of increasing it, so 5,000 persons lost jobs. This Unity Party, I worked in the Unity Party government for 6 years, we're all voting for a single concession agreement. And the most challenging one was Block 13. And many of you know about that. You can search it and just search my name. I can't be position Block 13. We stood our ground between 2009 and 2012. I want you to listen very well. The Unity Party has signed nothing less than 67 agreements in 3 years, 2009 to 2012. What are the agreements doing for the country? What are the rules? Did Joseph Boyka rule between Total and Grand Jide and we spoil it? Did he go in Grand Jide County, for example, and we spoil in Nima County? Did they pave the road, the RIA road, and we spoil it? Did they leave Monrovia with street lights and we spoil it? The reality is certain in the Liberian people seeing the reality. So for you to say the CDC caused a mess, oh yes, the mess will cause will be more government structure than them to take government ministry and agency from their family buildings to government buildings. Oh yeah, now the mess will cause. The mess will cause we initiated 7 hospitals and completed nothing less than 3 referral hospitals. That's the mess will cause. The mess will cause they were paying people, including teachers, ministry information, $40 US. We took them to $150 US. That's the mess cause. The mess will cause some of them were making 25,000, 15,000, reduce it to 5,000. At SOEs, guess what will happen? Oh, that the mess will cause. For reduction, to have the better boss settles, the market women, the Kara settles, the widow markets people would talk their children and say, don't pay tuition again in the history of this country here. That's the mess we call. They did do it in 12 years, combined their 14 years. I don't blame Unity Party and Peabody. We must take the responsibility as a party. That's why Akaro's grade has a voice. I will use this voice to go from one radio station to another radio station. I will not be static. I've decentralized my offensive. The rural radio station, your station, every station across the country that invite me, I will make it my duty when I have time to explain. We'll go into the community, we'll take the battle to the community dwellers. If you want to know and compare the Unity Party government to the CDC government, go see again. Go to the markets. Go to the street. I will challenge you. Tomorrow, take the microphone for Saturday. Take the microphone water side. The people walk in the feces water to make Boyka president. You call it poo-poo water, we call it in Liberia, but a feces water. I'm sorry that I call it like that. You're calling feces water in your parlance, be English. Okay. But the fact of the matter is, why then they are jobless? How dare you come and say somebody who loading car has job? Car loaders. Kids who are busting rocks to feed their parents and send them to school. How dare you say they have jobs? How dare you take motorcyclists, pen riders, and other people up major street and they cannot report to their bosses the amount of money they were making? And you took millions of dollars from them to register their motorcycles and other things. And yet you have punished them. Look at the society today, all over the country, demolition. People crying. That's not just Satan. All across the country, all Monrovia, everywhere, division. The government cannot provide shelter. Unity Party people are speaking up to the masses. They are speaking up. And I said something to the citizen, I will say it today. I've said it today on radio. That election that they don't want in Monrovia affect the issue that is a bad sign for us. The second election in 2020 that I won against Tomalin, when I saw those motorcyclists, those pimping riders, those market women, when I saw the breakthrough right here in Jarastan, when the masses took to the street, those are our people. They were venting all the anger and the anguish against us. Unfortunately, there will be no referendum against this government. There is no written election to know that they are in the arrogance, sense of entitlement. They sit in a little portfolio, merry-making, in a state of nothingness, believe that they have reached their Niplos ultra, the highest point in their life, at the zenith. Unfortunately, the Liberian people are speaking. One of the most devastating things, the rule of law under this government, the issue of torture, the issue of mysterious death, for everyday people dying, the issue of fire disaster, the issue of sodomizing our young boys.
Can you give some example of mysterious death and the sodomization of young boys? A classic example of some of those.
Just go and see a lot of people that die. Let me just find something quick. I want to catalog some of the mysterious death. We can be going on with the show, and I will get it up. Okay.
Yes. But the reason is we on the show because we also ask you some of these questions. So it's Tim that we on the show we have tried to ask you the necessary questions. So the mysterious death, the sodomization of young boys or young girls, if you will, or abusing of young kids. If you could help out with some of those, like yes, and it's part of that, and then before you continue, as a matter of information, we're going to be taking some calls from town. By 11 p.m. Liberia time, we'll be opening the lines.
No problem. I'm almost 7.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
You know, my mother told me when you are sick, okay, when you are sick, anything the doctor tell you to do, you do it. So you're the doctor today, you are sick. So, April 8, 2024, Amanda Nimo, April 14, 2024, Sarah Morris, September 2, 2024, Morris Golo, July 2, 2024, Franklin Dagbo, March 12, 2024, Austin Yakpaworo, April 17, 2024, Bangali Kamara, he was shot by the police February 28, 2024.
Are these victims are these sexual victims or people that got sexually killed?
Yeah,
Okay, Mr. Unexplained death. Okay.
Yeah, unexplained mysterious death. Isa Masale, shot by the police February 28, 2024. James Candy, shot by the police July 1, 2024. Nyama Koli, July 2. Sekou Kamara, June 27. Harry Koli, April 10, 2024. Mike Robertson, March 20, 2024. Mariam Benedict, March 2024. Eugene Wright, April 3, 2024. Uman Tukle, March 10, 2024. Moses Vasily, February 5th, 2024. Adama Joe, February 29, 2024. Amalene Zuba, June 4, 2024. Dr. Nima, June 7, 2024. Emmanuel Cody, June 7, 2024. Roselyn Bobo, June 6, 2024. Morris Gondo, July 2, 2024. Prince Wayu, April 12, 2024. Elijah Colley, July 10, 2024. Princess Morris, April 20, 2024. David Dopoh, May 10, 2024. Samukai Kamara, June 13, 2024. Hawa Benedict, May 21, 2024, and so on. I will send you the listing and the location.
Yeah.
All the location.
Before we continue quickly, Honorable Gray. Before we continue quickly, Honorable Gray.
And I will send you the newspaper report and everything.
Let me just hold you there. Let me just hold you there quickly before we continue. That is very important. We will actually need a listing of
Can you
listing, right?
Your number now so I can send it to you? I can send it to Tomalin now.
I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. But before we get continue on this, you call more than 25 names there just on our show. Are these cases of reported mysterious, I want to explain death? Is the police investigating these things, or these are just issues that have been reported by the family members?
These are public records. Not only that, almost majority have not been investigated. The one or the police shot someone in what the place name, King George. They said somebody pick up single barrel on the line. But the police been able to investigate the full auditor death on CDC. And the CDC people kill auditors.
Yeah, and those three missing boys, something that we haven't heard.
Missing boys.
Yeah.
Yes.
What the police said, the police report, we reported that those missing boys, it was natural, right? We made a report.
Yeah, that was a report. They got drunk.
When the government came to power, they look at it, they said the same thing that CDC said. So what happened to the 4 auditors? I'm always talking about the 4 auditors. Why we can't prosecute them for killing them? So you see the last, you see the gossip. Did you hear honor CDC government official or appointed official or people at institutions sort of my own board? Look at the situation with NSA. Even the Fanaticofa case, there were accusations of sodomy. Yeah, there were accusations of sodomy, accusations of torture. Torture was proven by medical report. Did you hear honor the government established torture by medical report or like their propaganda? You are confessing for everything that is power. They even lie on Jowia that he killed 4 auditors, he took people liver or heart, kidney, I mean, 3 children kidney, and kidney issue. You know the story better than I do.
Yeah, we'll bring that the Peabody will ask you. That the Peabody we'll bring in that the Peabody now. But before, after that the Peabody, probably will now go to this issue.
You can just send me your number. I'll send you
I will do that. I will do that quickly. But what we're going to do now, we're going to bring Dr. Peabody. But before we can bring after Dr. Peabody, then we're going to go back to your recent post. You did some recent posts in recent time about the Hope Foundation. Mrs. Weah, the wife of the former president of the Republic of Liberia. I think in her foundation, been receiving some high-profile visitors in quite recent time. The former president, Eddie Johnson Sirleaf, and I was told Senator Kamara went there. But we'll come to that later on. But Peabody, I will bring you in to ask the next question.
Yeah, but now you talk about the former First Lady, Mother Marie Weah. You talk about her. I just want to come there. Recently, the Access Recovery Team was calling for this lady, which I felt was very, very much disrespectful to the First Lady. They were calling for her to take her document to. They wanted to take her document to them and things like that to show proof how her money she's getting, all of that. How do you look at that, Honorable Gray? How do you even comment into something like that? You know.
Let me lay the foundation of the conversation again. Okay, let me lay the foundation. You see, the first thing is that the First Lady office once upon a time received $500,000, right? Or legislated. Was the money used for Kehleboe Foundation? Was the money used for humanitarian works on her? It's First Lady. She used the money for different humanitarian work, including old folks' home in Grand Bassa County. Okay, she launched a foundation void of government funding called the Kehleboe Foundation. The Joseph Baga Foundation, for example, that he has. When he was vice president, he had a foundation. The Web Manatouma Baga Foundation, the Web launched a foundation. Private people, business people, private citizens, officials of government, international partners, the embassies, the US Embassy, the European Union, everybody was invited. Contributions were made. they jump-started the construction of the foundation. To call long matter short, this government came to power. And before the government came to power, we lost the election. I spoke to the Minister of Internal Affairs, now the Minister of Local Government, Francis Nyimade. He called me. And I suspected President Bwaka was sitting with that day. He rather based on derogatory statement, the way I responded, he called the phone. I would not say how I responded. He said, look, we'll take Joshua condominium, we'll turn it into a cottage, we'll seize it and all his property. We'll take the Clark Foundation and we'll turn it over to the current first lady. My response was not good. It's not for the public. I said, oh, because President Bwaka said near you, I hear his voice, and I responded derogatory in the phone. John Bianca, the asset recovery team that legitimately you can question on legitimacy because I think through the act of the LACC, there's a way which the asset recovery team should be established, not necessarily by executive order. We'll go into that another time. The first thing the asset recovery team did, they wrote the foundation to appear before the recovery team. The foundation appeared. After the foundation appeared in front of the asset recovery team, the asset recovery team wrote the code and some BMC document. There's a company that does construction work across the country, BMC. They do construction work for the current government. BMC brought a document thinking that BMC used government money to build Clark Foundation. So the sum of the document, BMC presented all of the documents that there was no transaction to show that government made payment for the Clark Foundation. Nothing. Because the perception they had, there's a school called Love, I think Love the Children, is on Ralphie Highway. One of the office of the first lady, that school got burned. You know the story about it was gutter with fire. So she decided to rebuild the school, to restructure the school. She went there. Clark. She went there. Then she also said they should build a housing center for the people at Popo Beach when they catch that fish so they can get somewhere to play the fish. Because they never had nowhere. So 2 checks were issued. One for Love, the Love Foundation School down there, or Yakwai Foundation, but Love something. And then for the area in Popo Beach, area in Nukuta. But when BMC went to start the area in Popo Beach, the people are encroached on the land. Now 50% payment to Popo Beach. Now you think I got a receipt. I got a check. I'll send a check to you. Okay, to Popo Beach and 50% to Love Foundation. That Love area. Now, since they are encroached on Popo Beach, the office of the first lady through the Ministry of State wrote that instead of building the place down there because they don't have a land space against the place, the 50% payment that they did should be transferred toward the completion of this Love Hope School that got over fire that the former first lady went to when she was first. Okay? So the guys thought that money was used to what? For Clark Foundation. When the Fofana and BMC presented the check and the document and everything, it was not for Clark Foundation. So they got nothing for Clark Foundation. They went against somebody. They're supposed to do some street light in martial areas there. All they thought that Clark Foundation that the people would go do their job because they say martial for the street light. They jump behind that one again. On fishing expedition. Finally, there's no document. Then we use the court to say that Clark Foundation should bring up bank statement. You could donate to the foundation. He said, I don't want my name to be announced. You can donate to me, like I was going or Satan today. Okay? Somebody sent me $50, somebody sent me, I think, $1,400. Okay? They didn't want their names to be announced. I had it up, I got some rest and what's right. I carried that to the people. So I get the source of that. So you want the bank statement of the people to evidence against themselves. How difficult it is, Peabody, Mr. Nagbe, Pewee, how difficult it is for the government to go to finance ministry and get a voucher if government money was used. How difficult it is to go to central bank. The checks are there to summon it through the court if government money had been used. But is there a crime for government money to be used on humanitarian groupings? or on private schools or private hospitals, is it a crime if it's appropriated for in the budget? It's not a crime. I'm not saying that's the situation. I'll give an example why it's not a crime. ERWA, they can't pay their workers. The government has taken responsibility to pay the workers and help ERWA with some money. The government cannot possess ERWA. Vulnerable institutions are placed in the budget. Vice President Jerome Gayman, hospital, government pay all the workers and take care of it. But it's him. Okay? The Deputy Speaker Tomalin put the institution in the budget. The lawmaker from District 6, you saw the report. He put it in the private institutions will discuss it. In district next thing, a private institution that was almost done because of historical purposes. We put it in the budget for $15,000 and got the money to renovate that place. Or school in Rasping Valley, for example. That's my responsibility. It's not a private institution. So on a corporate social responsibility, for example, or SOEs, and you invited them and they make contribution towards your private venture, it's not a crime under the law. They should just justify that they made a contribution towards the institution and the money was used in that direction. The government cannot possess it. It's not for the government. I will give you an example. LTA. When I became lawmaker, they came to the jail of Bridge or Mini Bridge between 9 and 8th Street. They renovated a latrine in my district in Jakarta community under the corporate social fund. No car. For example, renovated a school in Basel community under the corporate social funding. They did a slavery fee. They did a BYC fee, a PHP under the corporate social funding. Okay? Those ones they did it for the community. So a community now can even write LTA, you can write NPA, for example, Hosmer, Bonnier, or the East of Athens, they can write them under the corporate social funds they will do it. So it's no crime. It's no crime. So if the government can identify any funding from the government and that funding was being abused, and they can establish the fight, they can prosecute. But the Hope Foundation is under no obligation. Under the Liberian Constitution, I think Article 21H of the Constitution, you cannot be coerced to adduce evidence against yourself. The government does not have any evidence. They don't fish expedition. They asked the court, guess what he said? He said, Akara's great and other people get property in Ghana. They got money in Ghana. They got money in Dubai. They got property all over the bureau. Every day, the United Party people, even under your post here, they will be insulted. You got property, you stole government money, but why they prosecute me? Am I above the law? In a bro called Vlad. Now, ready. Yeah, that's Vlad. Yeah, see Vlad. Every day you say, I can't grade, that's sweet food. I can't grade this. I'm not saying they're not right. Okay? Every day people question. I have to say, look at Joseph Boakai. After 50 years, he became president, he celebrated 50th wedding anniversary to a state enrichment. He never celebrated a wedding anniversary before he had of his time. Birthday party for his wife. She got a foundation, he went there, the rest funding. So are you telling me that when they take the Tahoe Foundation, when we come to power, we should take the Bagan Foundation? We should take his wife foundation? We should take the son Tantam Bagan Foundation? Should we take that? Imagine that towards the Joseph Bagan Foundation, the cash in Lofa contributed not less than $150,000. The government carries money. They contribute towards Joseph Bagan Foundation. If Joseph Bagan they want to get a wealth in that foundation, that is a thing. Just take the $10 million property in for you and give it to your wealth. But this one, I want to be on record and I take full responsibility for all of my statements. It will be upon our dear body, Joseph Bagan will kill the entire CDC to take that foundation. The entire CDC, the day the Carry Cloud we are to quote, the court will not be able to hold the presence of the human being in the country. That day, nobody going to work. We will knock down the city and we'll go there, we'll defend our mother. I'm clear about that. That one, all the other things we'll be talking about, protect that one and that joke.
Okay.
Our mother. That means you attack or you know the greatest shame that will embarrass a man in front of your wife and children.
Okay.
That the greatest shame, the greatest embarrassment. So there's a pure bad, there's pure trash, there's absolute wish hunt, and my boy can never get that place. Because that place, that land is private board, not only private board, The foundation is registered officially. They pay taxes to national government. They are registered as an institution, a humanitarian institution.
Absolutely.
So they want to dent the repetition of that foundation so there cannot be international support, other support. Even the men who build the place will still owe him some money and will pay him some money even after we left power. Cloud Foundation pays some money to their account. So they want to dent the image and the repetition. Who will you be harming? Somebody said, oh, the woman came from Jamaica. Who will be harming those 25 or more kids that in a school? You will be harming a lot of Liberians who go there for programs, who go there for recreation, who go there for vocation. You will not be harming what?
Absolutely. I will hold you here, and we have most of our panelists coming now. So we will crave your indulgence on this one, so that at least you shorten the answers, so that we have you interact with most of the panelists, if you will. So,
no problem.
And we are pleased to be joined by we are pleased to be joined by most of our very enterprising panelists, and they all here from different spheres of professionalism. We have Mr. Nagbe, a very deep progressive, sense, think, and brief progressive activities. They all contributed to the democratization of the country. We have St. Timothy George, a founding political ideologue of the CDC. He's also here now, independent pundit. We have Dr. Peabody, before a revealed man of God and philanthropic, and the rest of that. We have Seleke, a diehard surrogate and unrepentant supporter of Mr. Alexander Cummings, and then our own production man, the man that is behind the scene, that do hold the closing argument, Mr. Myean, Torgbean, or Myean, forgive me the way I called it last name just now, but and of course me, a Homo 7. So we will crave on you to do that. But before I can bring in Mr. Nagbe, I just want you to, if you can answer that in 30 seconds. You said if an attempt to touch in your post, an attempt to touch the former First Lady, even the President Bouaka wouldn't be at his rehab home. What did you mean by that?
How Bouaka will go to your house, even at the Capitol building, will secure the entire Monrovia on human being. As soon as he discussing, we'll march through the streets of Monrovia, we'll put out human shield. We'll go there with our constitutional and fundamental rights to assemble at any point in time. Now, I'm telling you, I'm being very clear with that.
Okay.
Thank you. My voice is not an ordinary voice about sedition. We're not going to say that. Sorry, I'm sorry for the language, but there's a pure nonsense.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And to admit, for the record, I was very impressed. Before I come to you, Mr. Nagbe, I was very impressed with those little kids that when the former president Eddie Johnson Sirleaf interacted with those little kids. I was very impressed with their excellent way they responded to the former president. One of them described the computer the way I want to describe the computer. So we would say to us that what the former First Lady is doing, is trying to build our tomorrow. I think we all should rally behind this First Lady and ensure that the Cloud We Are Hope Foundation is not intimidated by any cause whatsoever. But Mr. Nagbe, I'll give you the time to come in here with your question. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sylvester, and thank you, Honorable Gray. Thanks for joining us. It's good of you to be with us tonight. I'll follow you. I listened to some of your analysis. I have a lot of respect for your analysis. I think your analysis are informed by lived experiences. I think you know government very well. Actually, my son, who is watching now, he's a bigger fan. Al, he even has some questions that he wanted to ask you, which I will pose later. But let me welcome you. I'll just get straight to it. You lost District 8. The CDC lost the executive mansion. And I hear you sitting here and describing as Vlad the concerns that the citizenry have, which could have been some of the reasons why today you are not in government. I am concerned. What is it that you have learned that you think is the biggest reason for which you lost on both counts? Because I think you are a strategist. I listen to you, and like I said, I recognize a lot of strategy in your performance, in your expressions, in your delivery, and yet you managed to take a double loss in one election. So you want to tell us
what do you think the biggest reason is for which you were rejected in District 8 and also the CDC was rejected in the executive mansion?
Okay, I will speak. Let me speak of myself and I'll speak about the CDC. That's good. I mean, is that okay with you?
Yeah,
so
please. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Nagbe, quite frankly, I take responsibility for my defeat in District 8. There's a singular reason. A lot of people don't know. They put it on different reasons. District 8, I had a history of having the highest number of registered voters 2 times. In 2005 and in 2011, the 2 elections in the entire country, because Monserrato was the highest. No other area have the kind of numbers. In 2017, the number a little bit reduced because other people migrated. In 2023, we had the least number of registered voters in the entire Monserrato, unprecedentedly. Reason simple. I said in the second year that I didn't want to contest. I just narrated this yesterday on one program. I think yesterday. I actually did not want to contest as a representative. What did I want to do? I thought there was a need to go to the executive and help out in the executive. I've been kind of everyone on this show. I wanted to go in the executive to work. So I said I wasn't contesting. So I was concentrated more on national issues, fighting for the CDC, the country which come by, and all of those things, focusing on the executive. And I was Liberia head of delegation for the African, Caribbean, Pacific John European Parliament, meaning OSA of Liberia, in Europe, in the Caribbean, in the Pacific, and in all African countries, ahead of Liberia delegation legislatively. That's the biggest parliamentarian body. Okay, so I was head, I was in and out. Though I was doing stuff in the district, but I was doing it because I was obligated to doing it as a representative of the district. Unfortunately for me, and fortunately, again, I was talked to recontest because they needed stronger voices in the legislature like me to help the process if we win the election in 2023. So when I made a declaration that I was recontesting, most of the voters, some of them fatigued, some already disappointed they didn't want to vote for other people, the mass migration of people outside of the district. And many of those people were seditionists. Some of them went to support seditionists in other electoral districts they had registered. They say, oh, but Chief, we told you, we're not running all of those things. So that was a key factor that caused the number to be 83 votes different. 83 votes different. That was the difference in the district. So I take responsibility. And I will never shy away from that. I don't blame anybody. Never ever will I blame anyone. Okay. The CDC, in my opinion, that's why I'm here today on the show. And I will not shy away from these kind of programs because every radio station has its own audience. Don't make that mistake. Truth FM is widely listened to. Forget about the internet. The country listens to Truth FM and Hot FM and EFBC. Yes, but being Truth and Hot FM across the nation, a lot of people don't know this. People listen to the radio. A lot of people go to that radio station tonight. Okay, hundreds of thousands of people across the country. But guess what? The CDC did not do well in information dissemination. How dare the CDC sit there and allow people to say K auditors? Yes. How dare the CDC sit there and say 14 billion got missing? We fought. 16. Yeah. We were saying, oh, you're leading the line. You're leading the line. $25 million mop-up exercise. $14 billion all of the economy. I went to the Joint European Parliament, the African, Caribbean, Pacific, and European Parliament. The guys were asking me, when I gave them the economy of the country, the size, the numerical strength, it's not possible $14 billion to lose. There's nothing in the country again. Nothing. We definitely handled the COVID situation. People blew everything out of proportion. The media was not for the CDC. We did not put sufficient money into it. If we did it, individuals did that. But it was a collective in terms of projecting the presidency and the project of the country. That's what I'm doing today. It's short for me to talk about 7 referral hospitals. A lot of people have never heard about that. For me to talk about 530 kilometers of road as opposed to 745 kilometers of roads in 12 years. A lot of people are not listening to that. These are the things I wanted to go in the executive head and do. Not necessarily be information minister. Okay? I wanted to help. So the CDC, in fact, one in my district, the tax margin different. This is a CDC district, make no mistake. But other CDC candidates were contesting. Because I didn't want to contest, other people rise up to the occasion when the party came in, they say, okay, we'll go independent. Yeah. About 4 of them went independent. They just took the vote, took some votes, some put 2,500, some put 1,500, and all of those things. Okay. So I'm just saying to you that the CDC public relation arm, in my view, was wrong. The CDC needed to narrate her own story. The CDC needed a platform that it could direct and project. Make no mistake, you go on all other platforms. How do you narrate your story? That was the cause. For me, that was the singular most important cause. The lies.
Thank you.
Kill people.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it, Kendall. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I'll pass it on to my colleagues.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, when you come back to me again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nagbe. And to remind our listeners also, we're going to go around after everyone to hit their caution, then we want to take some calls because it's now 11 p.m. in Liberia. So we want to take the calls before sending up. So we'll take the call. So Siddiqui, go ahead, please. Then from Siddiqui, we'll go to the Tomalin Josh. Then we move out straight to the calls. Then we'll come back again.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Sylvester. And greetings to everybody. Good to be on the show this evening. So again, Representative Gray, good to see you here. I was in Liberia during your leadership in your district and that of the CDC administration. So basically, I want to shift a little bit. The question I wanted to ask Mr. Nagbe already asked you. So recently, a few days ago, the current lawmaker for your district, Prince Too, he said a lot of denigrating things about it, which I'm not going to talk about here, but one actually resonated with me. So I wanted to ask you to kind of respond to this. You know, he talked about how you, Akaras Gray, cannot sustain yourself without a government job. You were in government for 12 years or whatever it is. You were kicked out during the 2023 election, and now you've dedicated your time to full-time politics. You know, advocating that CDC should come out or you should be re-elected in your district. What do you have to say about this?
Okay, you know, to be frank, yes, I provided a honeymoon period for the lawmaker. I didn't engage into district issues of politics. I even asked the people, every time I go ahead, they ask me, I say, you work with a man. Okay, I think he's a nice guy, but every time you go on your Facebook page, write all kind of trash. Okay, the district is leaderless. The situation in the district today, very divided. It's very leaderless. People run all up to me today. I had to go to the rescue of people in the district, all of those things. But for the lawmaker to talk about government job, for what did I do in school? I did sociology and political studies. I did governance. What wrong is it if somebody did electrical engineer and they are engineer, or they did civil engineer in that area? Government are my area. When it comes to governance, whether privately or whether in national government. But you know, the hypocrisy is huge among them. The hypocrisy is huge. The vice president, the only government job he won, he's been there for over 18 years now. Joseph Boyka, saying he's been working a government job for nothing less than 40 years. He was vice president for 12 years. He ran the flocking. They made to run as president. What crime is it under the Constitution? What violation it is? And still ran to the town that only government joined fight for. He ran 2011. I won. He ran 2017. I won. He ran 2023 and he won. That only government joined in the private sector. Man, why he stay in the private sector? Why he left the field of study and jumped to politics? Why? So look, sometimes when people ask somebody a question, I don't want to say, I'm not saying the stupid, don't get me wrong, but maximum stupidity and ignorance. Maximum ignorance. Okay? there's something called institutional knowledge. Do I have legislative institutional knowledge? Do you know some lawmakers in America, how long they've been in the legislature for? Do you know people tap on their knowledge, the web of experience that I've been to the legislature 12 years? I'm not beating my chest. But since 2006 to now, 20 years, no singular lawmaker has submitted and passed more bills than Akaro's bill. Or no singular lawmaker has submitted and passed more bills than Akaro's bill. Significant bills. The Code of Conduct, Access Declaration, that you're talking about, Ombudsman creating jobs. The bill on nepotism, for example, to fulfill Article 5C of the Liberian Constitution, the provision, part of it. Article 90C of the Liberian Constitution. Okay, you talk about the bill, the tourism bill, a chief sponsor, Edwin Snow co-sponsor, that Joseph Boyka then succeeded in passing. I introduced it. You talk about the dual citizenship bill on dual nationality. I introduced that bill. You talk about the just law to make just a non-bailable offense. I'm a key co-sponsor of that law. We can go on and on and on tonight, and we name. It's my oversight that created the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Development as chairman on governance, and also that created the Liberia Revenue Authority, the LRA, that generate revenue to take care of development of the country and pay civil servants. You want me to sit there and beat my chest? Then when I go home. So I know government. He doesn't know government. They don't know government. I know government. I stood grounds that it takes a singular lawmaker to send those grounds against Firestone. I can send you the clip on the DOA condemning the action of Firestone and challenging them that we're now on the plantation. Challenging Meter Steel, a mortar bed on their company. I stood my ground, I'll send you the clips. I will send you all the clips. So sometimes you can review it. When we saw money in the legislature to compromise our integrity and our faith, we stood our grounds. The district is underrepresented. Since that ball been in the capital building, he has not spoken on the legislative floor. 2 years, he has not submitted a single bill. In 2 years, he has not done a single oversight. When I talk about District 8, 80% of the district was not electrified. Capital Bapa was not electrified. Stingway had no electricity. Pushakwara had no electricity. Slipway had no electricity. Okay, Jalaston had no electricity. Kem Johnson Road had no electricity. You can name all those areas. The fast communication I wrote to stem and grounds. It's not only that. It's not only that. The entire in terms of the road conditions. So potholes, they used to call one area there on 11th Street, Akaro's Great Lake. We fought with the government and SSF. District 8 has the highest number of paved roads in the history of this country. Only a few more roads to pave. To complete few alleys. Or few areas that they didn't complete. District number 8. We are perfectly electrified. I heard Ellen Johnson Salifi to the fire under the doctrine of her first year when she said, instead, Monrovia will be electrified. The legislature is yet to see a comparative advocate, floor fighter, or revolutionary on the floor of the legislature that can bridge between the ruling party and the opposition party. We had a stable speaker for 6 years because of the role play in the legislature. That's what we did. As chairman on the executive, I took President Weah to the University of Liberia campus to ensure that free tuition was declared. That's welfare of our people. No representative in capital building. In the song we have more students on scholarship than me. Our even teaching schools. Oh, don't kind of shout. You know, we're not in shouting context. We have 3 functions: lawmaking, oversight, and representation. If we put it in context, most of the things I talk about are representation, lawmaking, and my oversight. We put it in context. You vote Akaro's day. The people did not reject me. I rejected myself. If we walk today in Radical Market, people put a lapper on the ground. You want closing argument, challenge me on that? Let me go Jabatan Market or Radical Market tomorrow morning. The market with me, I renovated that market for over $30,000. That's what I did. I built a school in Shoniwen, 4 classrooms from 1st to 4th grade. They have defaced that school. Attended order the government Republic of Liberia and bought the land in the name of the government. Where Princeton is building, I pay for that place. I secure that place to build a feature or health center, like in Sonic, like in slavery for the people of Jalastan. But then we are government, there were no legislative projects, so the people told me, say, just put something there so we can secure the land and have put a little mini part of our there. Something they did for Princeton, then they came to inherit a legislative project. So he started building there. We don't want to boast, we don't want to beat our chest. But make adequate representation. Do I take responsibility for my defeat? Yes. Does Princeton have the right to make more? Yes. But 2029, the political accident will be resolved.
Thank you.
The doctor will come and will kill the soul. That's what we do 2029.
Thank you. Thank you. Look forward to 2029. Too many George, it's your turn, please.
Well, let me again welcome my good old friend and dear brother, Carlos Moses Gray, one of the stalwart and one of the strong stalwart of the former ruling CDC. Let me just give the disclaimer: we have come a long way, but when come on these forums, I like to be tough on him because that's when I like to see the real Carlos Gray. But Mr. Gray, again, welcome. But let me come to what your critics are saying, right? The CDC lost the election, but just recently they occupied the third highest position in the country. That was the speaker position. And with more members of the House, CDC perhaps were in dominance in the House, or it's in dominance in the House. If you look at the coalition parties too. And the Supreme Court even ruled in the CDC in the former speaker's favor. And you would think that the CDC being the main opposition party and the largest would have used that opportunity to ensure that the Supreme Court mandate was carried out. But people believe that the CDC abandoned the former speaker in the sense that they left him when they had the legitimate ground to say, look, we are being backed by the law. So the critics say when you issue these threats that if anything happened, this happened, you will put people in the street. They call it mere threats because when the ball was in your court, you have the opportunity to cause the real legal trouble. You fail to do that. So how can they believe that you will be able to do the same as you are saying here tonight?
Well, let me concur with you on a point. You know, I'm a very blunt guy. Let me concur with you. The CDC lawmakers were very divided, extremely divided. And we had a majority. We had no reason to launch the speaker and the deputy speaker. Absolutely. We had no reason, absolutely no reason. Our people contributed to the damage. Though the executive put the fire in the wood and did extremely damaging situation to the extent where the president even rejected the decision of the Supreme Court to do business with the majority bloc. You have a point. People were divided. It's an open secret. It's not a hidden secret. I've read that. To the extent where people lie on me now working with Fanatic Kofa in your office. Imagine, man, former chairman executive will be office boy in the speaker office. What kind of insult there? How desperate I am to do the kind of petty work. Go out Fanatic Kofa. We fought through Fanatic Kofa. I can tell you, say, put $100 in my pocket. I'll spend my own money in the process. Ask him. I got a lot of respect for him. We worked together when he became lawmaker. But that guy was the best guy, man. He brought dignity to the legislature. But he was fought. I agree with you. The last result we had was to put people out, right? In the street. But I think the general consensus was that at that point in time, it was too early. Wanted to give them some honeymoon period for them to kill themselves. For mind you, the Fanatic Kofa situation, taking him to prison, carrying him to court, and the rest of the lawmaker, the human rights reports on that. For me, it has worked in our favor to a greater extent. But yes, I concur with you, Tomalin. Not 10%, not 20%. I concur with you over 60%. That in my mind, if that was a carry way, but then as chairman of the party, I'm going to pass an instruction. Yes, I was going to pass an instruction that every worker was not going to Libya. Yes, to show something that would mean something. But again, such was the time and such was the situation.
Okay,
happy. But nobody should make a mistake, Tomalin. If anybody made a mistake, that the CDC does not have the strength or the capacity. The last time President Weah came to doing groundbreaking, you saw what happened. When Joseph Boyka misbehaved to him on the airport when we were coming down, or day before we just announced. Usually when you come in, he doesn't want the partisans to know because he want people running to the airport. But when we got to know, we announced it behind that we're going for him on the airport. The man is a human magnet or Tomalin George. The CDC is a human magnet who can manufacture human beings. That's not debate. Never made a mistake. So the power of the people, that people's power, the CDC working with the opposition, the ANC, the CMC, and other political institutions, I can tell you for sure, we can take a first round victory against the Unity Party in 2029. With the situation of what I'm seeing with the level of hunger and frustration in this country, a combined opposition, supreme victory will be like last law in 1997. 75% state counting that will happen to the Unity Party. So we just need to put our eyes together.
But quickly, okay, quickly, let me just add this one there. You in the past, the CDC worked with a lot of other politicians and other parties. Okay, that the president, vice president today was a close ally of the CDC. I mean, you guys helping to win the election in Lima, the senatorial election against Myean Gongloe. Okay, at the end of the day, he left the CDC. I mean, he left the CDC and joined the ruling party, the present ruling party today. You got two of your strong members. Today they have left the party. One of them was expelled, Thomas Fala, the deputy speaker. These are people who are capable of winning on their own. They're able to win election on their own. They are proven to win election on their own without anybody campaigning for them, holding their hands up. Now, with the leaving of Thomas Fala, Sir Joseph, even the former spokesperson of the campaign, Kanyo Barbala, and then so forth. Do you think the CDC will unknown? Do you think the CDC will still be formidable with these people that are left? And I'm told that the Unity Party they are still planning to go infiltrate and move on the party. How do you think you guys will be able to survive?
Tomalin,
yeah,
the assertion is wrong.
Okay.
The assertion about Thomas Fala is exaggerated in Sir Joseph. Maximum exaggeration. Never made a mistake. That a mistake a lot of people made in the CDC and they fell down flat. The CDC is more of an institution. The only person that can allow vote from CDC is Garguah, who groomed Thomas Fala like Akash who were groomed in the CDC. We took him from the playing field that we took Akash Grove from the Storms community or Rock Spring Valley. We heard him, President Weah went campaign all around for him. Similarly with Sir Joseph. I registered Sir Joseph on the party ticket as the Secretary General by then in 2011. Sir Joseph even died, he was even nervous enough to run. President Weah went there and campaigned for him. In 2023, Sir Joseph had a challenge with a fellow Unity Party candidate. You heard Slipway when President Weah was campaigning for him. Slipway, you heard what he said? You want me to send you the tape? He said because of Weah that what he is today, he brought him to the country. He made him. You know, Tomalin, there's this perception of people that left the CDC. Sir Joseph is not the most powerful person to have left the CDC or Thomas Fala. I will not down talk on them tonight. No, I will not do it. I respect them as former colleagues. Okay? But let me give you an example. Who are powerful in CDC more than Geraldine Doe or Rachel? Lele Zico. Who are more powerful than Geraldine Doe? When Geraldine entered Nukutan or Rachel Gu, that broke away and helped the foundation of the ANC. The chairpersons across the country. Who left? George Solo. When you read the talking, oh, George Solo left. The CDC remained. The lawmakers of 2006, about 60% of our lawmakers went to the ruling party between 2006 to 2012. You know the story better than I do. There were mass deflection. You know how Jerome and I fought at a point in time. You know the history of Tomalin you were in. You were at the center stage of the conversation. You were chatting with a person like you in America. That's why you say, you know me personally when I'm going to America, you would drive me from Rhode Island to Philadelphia to my mom. Talk the story. We need to narrate our story. We use our voices, the Bronskin D, for example. People thought the CDC was finished. Great men like Eugene Nagbe, like the CDC, a brother that I believe in, Samuru. Great men left the CDC. You talking about Sir Joseph? You talking about Tomo Fala? You know how many people Tomo Fala come from Aurora to carry the local candidate? You know how Tomo Fala open the border? We don't want to be personal yet. With all the CDC, they are dead in creation and doomed to failure. They've never been tested individually the Edwin Mervyn Snow. I give you an example. They've never been tested individually the Kamara, for example. I'm talking about people who ran an independent candidate. You understand? That come with their own numerical strength. We also survive on the CDC. And I would never make a mistake. I grew up in the CDC, the soldiers, the foot soldiers, the generals. When men were absent, we groomed Mobile Model, we groomed Jefferson Koji there. And the other boys. Tomo Fala in between 2005 and 2011, nobody knew Tomo Fala. He was not on the front line. You know the story about those who are on the front line. Jim Colley and other people, they broke away. The more people that disintegrated from the CDC that between 2005 to 2016. 19 lawmakers, senators endorsed Joseph Boyka. Many of them sedition, including the former protem of the Republic of Liberia, that became protem under the CDC and supported Joseph Boyka in 2017 in the first round of election. You know the story better than I do. We won the election. So when these deflections and deviations are taking place, it's strengthening the resolve of the grassroots majority of seditions. They were not, no, CDC, let me tell you, no man, I'm mistake. This is a form of political party, inside the party can be empty. It's not because of him. He made a single mistake to have lied and accused the CDC that they wanted to kill in the day we want to rescue him in our room there. We sent people there. He made a mistake. He turned the entire party against him. They were not strategic. Joseph, after President William, Sir Joseph was a potential stand-up bearer for the CDC. A very potential stand-up bearer, in fact, stand-up bearer for the CDC, Sir Joseph, yes, in the CDC, but in the absence of the CDC, like I said, the king will nothing, the queen will nothing. Naked the king, and naked you shall return. They are political parasites. They squat on the CDC, okay, and they suck the blood of the CDC. They benefited. Make no mistake. The higher property they own are under CDC government. The higher money they made are under CDC government. That's not argument. Sarah University CDC government. Farabelle University CDC government. Jerome see when he completed a place. Okay, most of his properties. So the fact of the matter, yeah, I do a good thing. I will say this. I will not call him. I was fundamentally opposed to empowering Jeremiah Kun. Because I knew him for 10 years. We worked together. I told everyone that the guy should not even contest this, should not support him as senator. I told everyone that he should not be giving him money. That guy, when they tease him to be a bystander bearer, he will break away. He will run away. But man, a lot of things happen. You know the story, man. I don't have to say something. Some things happen, you just keep it and you move on in life. But it doesn't shake the foundation of the CDC. For me, some sedition was disgruntled in 2023. So you understand? Okay, so they got vexed, and you saw what happened at the end of the day. And the coalition, you struck a very important point about the coalition. The Congress for Democratic Change, NPP, and the PDP. In the Fanatic Kofa case, when we took action, some people say I came under the PDP. I did not come to Congress for Democratic Change, so you can suspend me. And I'm out of you. Some lawmakers say we were with MPP, they're in the coalition for Democratic Change. So that's how come, if you look at it technically, then the majority for the Congress for Democratic Change, we don't have that majority. Now, the problem we face in this arrangement. Coalition come with their deficiencies.
All right, let me.
Okay, I'm agree. You want to say something? We're about to go to the line. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to add one more question before we go to the line. And maybe the honorable will make it a little short.
I will hope. Yeah, please.
1 minute.
1 minute, please. I'm going to have to go to the line. We promised to go to the line. Ever since we didn't do that, so
I don't know. Great. You're doing a wonderful job. You are dissecting a lot of stuff here tonight. My question here to you: Do you see unity within the CDC? It appears that unity is far from the CDC. What's going on? What's the mess that's going on with CDC right now?
That I want to tell you something. CDC can fire more. Say, when Osalo test CDC, the way they can get together to fire you yourself, run away. That's CDC looking. But on a serious note, the CDC needs its own internal restructuring. Yes, I mean, I'm very clear about that. And we publicly announced that the CDC, in my opinion, now needs to go to national convention to look at its programs and policy. Yes, I support the CDC going to national convention. I support restructuring the institution, revisiting the programs and policy. The sooner the better for us, and we'll take to the road across the country. That's what I believe in. And I will be blunt on that.
Fair enough.
But the CDC has everything it takes, to win election. You know, some people get versed on me, but I don't know how to pretend.
Thank you.
I'm not saying take everybody to the executive, but you can buttress the efforts of the executive committee of the party. We can look at the deficiency of the election, what caused or defeat some of the factors. We look at attracting more people. We know a lot of people were talking to them behind the scene, incorporate more people, create more acceptance area in the party for people from different walks of life, work more with the opposition community, force a united front. For me, I want a united front. I don't want to waste taxpayer money in run of election. I want to beat these guys in first round of election and just destroy them and send them into utter disuse or oblivion. That's what I want us to do. It's very important for us.
Thank you.
What are you doing on the show?
Thank you, Honorable Gray. But we have some Liberia Party folks. One of them will be joining us on the line from the show.
Yeah, we want to hear United Party.
Yeah, he's going to come. But Raul, let me say to you, welcome to the show. We have Honorable Gray with us tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Myean, we promised to have gone. Can you just open the line while we receive some calls? Yes. We take like 10 callers and we'll come back to the show. But before we can go to the calls, Myean, I will give Raul 2 minutes, so maybe ask the Honorable, then we just use that, then he'll respond quickly and we'll go to the line because it's time. Raul, go ahead.
Thank you, Sylvester. I've been following. Yeah, and great job you guys have done. I'm not sure if the former representative have been on before or if this is his inaugural appearance on the show, but welcome to the closing argument. And it's great to see you as a member of the opposition on this platform. But I don't want to take up much time. I want to go back to the comment you just made to Doc's question. And you have admitted that CDC needs restructuring, dissecting the cause of the election and why you lost the election. And I'm shocked, Representative Gray, because I was under the impression that you guys have already had that conversation. And at the executive level or at the strategic level, conversations as it relates to how do you put in place the mechanism to not only ensure a victory in 2029, but to ensure that this doesn't happen again, and not necessarily a defeat, but just to ensure that these little deficiencies and shortcomings does not happen. But my bigger concern is one of your biggest issues during the last 6 years of CDC was your lack of effective communication. Either informations were not disseminated properly, or if they were disseminated properly, they were not articulated properly, right? And so Unity Party came to power with lots of lies. You did not debunk those lies. In the 2 years of this administration, this government has gotten away with things that your government was not allowed to get away with. And yet and still, we have not heard the voices of the CDC, not just the opposition. We have not heard the voices of the CDC, with exception of one or two of you guys that have gone on Spoon and other places. Why is it that you guys have not, as a party, you're building a headquarters, you're doing some good things, but why is it that you have not started a conversation as to why you didn't win the election? We should already know some data as to why you didn't win the election, and there should be plans in place already to prevent that from happening. Is that a serious lack here of the party not having effective communicators, or you have not invested properly in that? What's going on? Because we don't yet CDC at all. We don't yet CDC the party debunking lies, addressing some of this issue. I'm not talking about you driving on RIA road to expose the government 3 miles road. I'm talking about a holistic, coordinated response on government's performance. Why is it that we don't see that?
No, I mean, I would disagree with you. Like I said, you said something very important, and I agree with you on. I see communication was an issue that the challenge we had under the governance process. I narrated the whole, I went through that. Okay, and I agree with you on that. The first thing here is that the CDC has not been slow. The CDC has designed different mechanisms in terms of information dissemination, and it's working effectively. Like you said, probably we have not been on the show many times, but I've been dealing with a lot of radio stations and a lot of things. We've been doing some things, after elections, sometimes people were a little bit disappointed, some people will get frustrated, all of those things. So we needed to evoke that spirit and bring everybody together. Have we reached that level? Yes, we reached that level. Can we now say we're going to convention at this point in time? We're winning conversation on convention. Yes, we're winning conversation on convention. Are we winning conversation on restructuring some areas in the party where there are lapses, maybe in some of the counties and other things? Yeah, we're holding conversation on all of those things. So don't get me wrong when I say I just voice it on that. We need to go to convention. We need some restructuring. Yeah, but we've been having these conversations as a political institution. And one of the biggest things we've been doing behind the scene, we've been talking to a lot of people across the aisle. I can tell you that, in the government and outside the government. A lot of people have been building a lot of consensus. It will be a big thing and it's a big surprise to many persons very soon.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know how you want to see the CDC. You want to see your agenda 2005. Now, how you want to see CDC? You don't see CDC. No, you will not see CDC like that. CDC will balance it between 2005. But one thing I can assure you, that nobody will steal election in the country. The main results. That won't forget about it. Like I told everyone, including President Weah, he will listen to us when we win election. I can tell you that. And he will not take no for an answer. I remember when Bush told Charles, he not take no for an answer. Okay, we never take no for an answer if we win election in this country. Never, ever. President Weah will be on the front line with us. And I will give an example of 2011 when we're protesting, if you can recall vividly. He and on top, when in the office hostel, will say, oh, I gotta go. And they go in the car, in the vehicle, and President Weah stood over the car and we protested all the way to go to Central Time. If you remember 2011, I don't know whether you recall 2011 vividly, what we did. So, did that one, nobody's still in the election in the country yet. That smooth transition from Ellen to Weah, from Weah to God, it has to continue. Nobody can short circuit that. So don't worry about that. That Tabata people can be talking that, oh, we'll steal election, we'll rig election. I can hear that kind of foolish talk on the side. The war is not ready for Liberia to go back to the dark days, and we'll never go back to the past. Never, ever.
Thank you. Myean, you can now open it up. But before Myean can, while you wait to take call, I will take this call. I've been having this one of our panelists, but he's been on, I don't know, sabbatical, if I want to turn it that way. Abu Kamara is here live. Abu, go ahead. We have Honorable Moses Akaos Gray, former District Number 8 representative and executive of the former ruling party. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pewee. It is Abu Kamara and a strong supporter of the Unity Party. let me applaud you guys on the show. And Akaros, no doubt, is a diehard sedition, and it's something that I applaud him for, because once you believe in something, it is not on you to defend it. But at every means you take into the best of ability. But I think the sections tonight, he has been disingenuous almost in everything he said. If you're talking about hardship on our stewardship, you are not talking about hardship because we brought the hardship onto the people. You're talking about hardship. The first thing we should compare and contrast, the foreign service under your watch was desecrated by your administration, led to the sanction of many of our officials. You're not talking about that. Immoral violation was done by a density mayor, led to the sanction. You are not talking about that. Your district that you was put out from is one of the districts in Maserado that crimes continue to occur on a day-to-day basis. Your man who took over from you, Prince 2, has impact on constructing a modern police station. A area called when you have a drug, many young people go there to take in drugs. Akara did not handle that when he served 12 consecutive years as a representative. He did not solve that problem. You led an array of talks on the campus of the University of Liberia, one of the campuses in your district, because I think you got two universities or three universities in your district. You led talks there, beat on peaceful university students, only because they disagree with the administration that you brought on to the people of Liberia. You led an unconstitutional removal of an associate justice only because he ran up an opinion that he's entitled to. And I will not delve into personal issue because Akara and I, we are members of a social group called Sort of Life. So I will not go personal. But to be honest, my brother, Akaros, you should not be talking at the moment. You should not be talking at the moment. You should be recalibrating. You should go and discuss with your folks, people who brought you to the legislature that you disappointed, to get wedding to France. You should go and be appealing to them. You should not come on public platform and say things that you know that you did not do, and we cannot miracle will use to overturn it in less than 4 days. That's not possible.
But Abu quickly. The honorable said that the Guyana administration built 6 major referral hospitals across the country. Can you, by any account, dispute that?
Pewee, let me learn. I will answer that question.
No, we don't have. We don't have the luxury of time. We don't have the luxury of time. Listen, I will give you 2 minutes to conclude, please. Go ahead.
Pewee. So quickly, right? My brother is still at Taros. A man who I respect. We come on show and be very disingenuous and extract that they did well. They did so well that the Liberian people were doing fool because the UP people I know they were lying. You have a party chairman, the man who conveyed the activity, the man who said the affairs of the party on a daily basis. The then chairman, Moma Bolu, was here on a recording, play on almost all of the media outlets, saying that President we are at the time goes to other countries, back in the name of our country, comes back and pocket the money. How you are one of that? If you come on and show you did not say that, my brother, we gotta be serious. Thank you, people, for the opportunity.
Thank you. Myean, do you have more calls?
We haven't announced the number yet. So
Announce the number, then Honorable Gray will respond to Abu, then while we are waiting for more calls. If not, then we go around again.
Okay,
but you go ahead and announce the number, please.
077649986. For our WhatsApp line is +231 777 Let me see where we can take this first caller who is on the line. 077649986. Hello, caller. Hello, caller.
Oh.
Hello.
Yeah, Tommy,
hello.
Yeah, hello. How you doing?
I'm okay. Yeah, Nima, where do you call from?
This is Penguin Jim. I'm greeting my brother Tommy in the general.
Go ahead.
I've been knowing since 2016 when we made quality sort of representation number 3, Magini County with a lot of every snow, Rupert Nova.
Go to the issue.
I think you from that place.
Yeah, please go to the issue. We have live calls.
I want to say thank you to the general by making things clear. People are saying that Molu said George were pocket money for himself. How sure you have to improve those things? Look, we are some-minded people. Let us start fooling the Liberian people around here, lying that George were lobbying for money. Why George were lobbying for money? We got the MA hospital here today. We got the 14 military hospital. We got the park here. You're not talking about you sit there and lie to the Liberian people, saying that George said Mola said George were took money and pocket it. So I'm disappointed in Abu Kamara is my personal friend, but tonight I'm highly disappointed in him.
Okay, thank you. Let's pick up the next caller. Hello, caller. Yeah, name and where do you call from? Okay, just go ahead.
Let me say things, from the project in the first place. Let me first say thanks and appreciation to Uncle Pewee from the state there, for his state or his different resources that he was able to contribute to me and things about renting aspect. Let me come on the platform to say thanks to him and team. He was able to work my tears and I brought from my eyes. He said you can ask him here. Let me first say thanks to him and team. He had drawn my intent, my
attention.
Me to come to him, we have my attention to him as a uncle to him and a team. That would not be any to me. I think he'll do more for me.
Okay, thank you.
Let me first say thanks to him now. I think for me, my little contribution on the platform, I will agree with Honorable Gray with some of the analysis that he made mention concerning about the gathering aspect. Gathering, it is stable, it will come to the press, but still, if it comes to the issue of transportation, they are then on the increase because another year about there are 2 days places that I didn't want to the station there. Can you imagine? For year to go real, where the 72nd in Keke, people still paying 200 in Keke. I even rode motorbike, I rode motorbike from 72nd Johnson to go to 2FM. I paid 200, okay, to go and can for the past 2 days, I even went to the station there to go and meet you. I paid $1,000. Yeah, $1,700. You see me? Yeah, for the past 2 days. And
okay.
The company is stable and the commission is still increased. I think that has been one of my serious disappointment with this government on our aspect there.
Thank you. Let's pick up this next caller. Hello, caller.
Yeah, good evening, my brother. This is Ansel Louis calling you from Stephen Tobo.
Okay, make a point. The line is active.
My brother, I want to appreciate the honorable general in the city there. This government came to power with deception and lies, and they still want to believe that they can lie to power. And I tell you the truth, my brother, when they were opposition, they were saying the Liberian people were speaking. Today, Liberian people are speaking and they are saying that's sedition. But the only good message we got for them, with all of the violence they are carrying against the peaceful people of this country, 2029 President Myean is coming back to power. So whatever lies they can put together, that people are not convinced that they were misled and they were lied to by this government.
Thank you. Let's pick up this WhatsApp call on the line here. Hello, caller. Hello.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Go ahead.
Okay, so my name is Lado T. Kamoyu, and I'm from Information Water resident.
Okay.
And let me say good evening to the listening audience. My attention has been due to some mixed rumor being carried around, as if people believe that they don't know the law. Well, let me quickly deal with the CETA issue. Right? Now, we have 3 branches of government in this country. Now, the judiciary has passed down a ruling. You expect the executive to come and interfere when the law is clear. The executive should not interfere or no one branch of government should interfere into the others. Now, people expecting now the executive should interfere into the judicial matters. Then they will be the same way to say, who talking or the executive now influence what the judiciary should do. That is wrong. If people wrong in this country, I think it is time for the legislature to see that pressure, to see or to propose a law that people who have spent more than 10, 15 years or so on learning the person with the case, There's a way government making government buy and see reason for people to buy these things.
Okay.
I think that's why we should be discussing the nature.
Thank you. We cannot take you. Hello, caller.
Hello.
Yeah, your name and what do you call from? 1 minute.
My name is Jerome Gayman, and I'm joining you from the pipeline road.
Okay.
You know, for me, I believe that the reason for which the CDC was voted out is because the government failed to listen to the citizen. The citizen could say this other person is not performing, the other person is stealing like rent people money, take the man from there, but yet then the president will say we are all family. And then Honorable Gray may mention something. The citizens were complaining that the government was full of corruption. And Honorable Gray has stated here clearly that the level of Sir Joseph and others, they made plenty of money. Not the CDC government. It was not the CDC government that come for ISI building university. So I believe that this is confirming what the Liberian people were saying. So I really want for Honorable Ascar Gray to tell Liberian people tonight where they were getting the money, giving it to those people to be building no places.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you also, my. Let's pick up this next caller. Line is activated. Hello, caller. Hello. Okay, let's pick up this next caller. Hello, caller. Yeah. Name and where do you call from? Calling from where? Okay, make a point.
Okay, like the point I'm trying to make, you see, Honorable Gray is also former president of Liberia. Because at the time the former president was doing the country tour, they all used to take the people from that district and put them involved to do the country tours. Is that how people do country tour? The country tours are things that you go, they come in district 50 to know your square in district 50 to, but you just go from district 8 to the always district 15, district 11. And the way they were running that campaign, you know, they were getting a lot of protesters. So they used to come by and say, I'm number 2, like they don't vote number 1. They were running the campaign at the self-interest. It was not for President Weah. I challenged Honorable Gray. I challenged him 5 million times. He told me what I said. I was district 8. I was in district 8 at that time. Honorable Gray put up in the box. Take off from district 8. We go as far as district 17. That's how you do a county tour. How can you know your stronghold? What's legal for you to pass? You can't run a campaign like that. If you want a campaign, come enter the way you need the party did. You do the party just like challenge. Thing just 3 months so the way you did, the way you're looking for way for 2020, now the 11. But Honorable Gray manager expectation. If you see that the government what you got to do, the guys go for some of the company to put in manager when they say everything, they come out.
Okay. Thank you. Let's pick up this next caller. Hello, caller.
Hello.
Yeah, Nima, where do you call from?
Uncle James, when they call him for Peabody.
Okay, make your point quick.
Yeah, first of all, to congratulate the Honorable General Institute. And listen to him, Honorable President, be tired. He's very, very strong enough. Because somebody now got so many people to be saying all kinds of things, but no God first and institution was sent behind you. Like people never knew that their war were put until rapping started. The rapping helping La Fresco for now. You could know the importance of their phone. So we know that by the base of 2029, our president is coming back. So don't let anybody, don't be deterred and be strong. Thank you.
Okay, let's pick up.
I got a caller, please, quickly. Caller, go ahead.
Yeah, take a call.
My name is Kehleboe.
Yo, wait, I got a caller, please.
Anyway, I can't the whole we take both from the brother. Go ahead.
Let him put a question quick. Go ahead, Kehleboe, quick.
Yeah, I have a question for the former representative. My question is, I listened to you earlier. It's a very big threat if the former first lady is taken to there will be no speed. Far back, I would not go on. But I don't. I remember in 2025, Isaac in Nimba, he threatened to deploy 2,000 men to protect opposition candidate votes. When the CDC Ecuador saga was about to take place, he also threatened that it would never happen. In fact, he threatened to deploy tens of thousands of men to protect CDC Ecuador. That also came to pass with no implementation. Now he issued another threat. So why should people take it serious? Whenever he issue threat, it doesn't materialize. That's my question.
Thank you. Maya, you'll take the last 4 questions. Quarters, and then we come back to. Then we'll come back to.
Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead. Hello, caller.
The last 4, please. 1 minute each.
Yeah, your name and where do you call it from?
I'm calling from Panama.
Okay, make a point.
You see, our law because which is our representative, our local situation in this country. You know, where I don't Kamara was choosing is elected to go as a stand there. We know that CDC was corrupt, but he stood and we on the party, he won as a representative. Now, United Party is in power, we can start from there and go to United Party, and now we saw the picture when you were there. All the opportunity, the development of the side when you were there. When you also every proposal, you didn't know the all corrupt, but now you know that things are corrupt. And now to the issue, I am not for Joseph Baga, I am not for one church we have. But the moral of that is, when you know that there is a problem somewhere and you are there as an opposition, when you come into power, you need to make the people to believe that everything was there and I saw it, I went on it. We all complaining. The all of us, I could tell that CDC is not doing the right thing. Now, as a father of the nation, you come into power. You have to do better for the Liberian people to see your impact. To see your impact. But what is going on? Not we everything. Nothing but John we are in a regime. John we are able to build medical hospital. But in a regime, where is the medical hospital you have to? We have to be serious. Our lawmakers and the course of the project are not developing. Because they are there, they don't want to do what is wrong. They're not there for accept each other. They're not there for the Liberian people. I don't believe personally.
Mine, go to the next quarter.
Okay. Thank you. Let's pick up this next caller. Hello, caller.
So, man, that would be the last. That would be the last person that would just move back to the honorable.
Yeah.
The common board chairman, POP, really, I join you. I'm so glad it's reform.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me first say thank you to the great man seated there, Honorable Clay. To those who are concerned about Honorable Clay being welling in Paris, Honorable Clay was not before I'm winning. We knew that you're waiting for money to be our salary, so if you afford to have a wedding day. So to the same person, what will you say about that? I think we just see him in South America, living a kind of luxurious life on the sea with a lot of girls. What will you say about that? The president, so we don't know which kind of job he's doing to get all the money there that he's spending. But you know that is expected. The people on the other side, the neighborhood boys, when there are substantive issues to be discussed, they will shy away from the issue and go for a popularity, looking for a way to escape from the debate. The debate on Garguah is there are a lot of development and you condemn them for the development. Now you are there. You go 2 years, you need a 10 years. What have you been told to achieve? What are you doing? So they will hear our president making a kind of statement that kept the whole nation down out there. So when president put in to speak, you speak to get the country up. When the president was in the time of president,
yeah, just hold on.
he spoke like one was that guy. He spoke very recklessly. He started to say whatever the president
Okay, thank you. Hello, caller. Hello? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is our.
Your name?
Look at your CDC. This is Abu Double from Spain.
Okay.
Look at your CDC. I can't agree. Can win election if they speak and GMB will win 2029. I can tell anybody today for what we see.
Okay.
GMB will win 2029.
Thank you.
Pass by the line, they will fall.
GMB running 2029? The news.
Your name?
I agree with you 1,000,000 times. Like district number 4, Montreal County, you get one promo there who is a district coordinator who don't know how many communities make up district number 4. We go back to our post. We got a coordinator there who don't know how many communities in our district. We come back to Magiri County. You got a coordinator there who don't know how many plantation make up district number 3. So, after you said it all. If CDC want to come back, let CDC be careful. Let CDC bring serious other people, down other people to the party. Let them bring new faces. Let them lead the guys who they're bluffing around here. Let district number 4. From don't know how many communities make up district number 4. There's CDC always losing district 4. I'm serious about that. And we'll go back to the next issue you're talking about development. Somebody said, Joshua went and begged for money and pocket it. Look at the Emirates Hospital. Look at the 14 military hospital. Look at the Flora Park. Look at Dopoh community road. You blind, you can't see. Go to the maternity center at JFK, who are built by the former first lady. You can show your eyes, Mr. Kamara. I'm disappointed you for deceiving the Liberian people. You have to stop that. You brought a calamity on the Liberian people through deception and lies. So you will not say no your life to the Liberian people. I'm so disappointed in this one Abu Kamara who spoke. So thank you for the information, my brother.
Okay, Mike, that's enough. Let's go back. Yeah. So great. You can, if you jot the questions down, you can answer the questions that it was.
Yeah, Tomalin, I'm not surprised about the elementary diversionary tactics and personality attacks. We came on the show, we took some hours, we took minutes, we took seconds to discuss serious issues. We discuss issues in the health sector. We discuss issues in the educational sector. We spoke about electricity, we spoke about pave roads. We spoke about government infrastructure, for example. All the people from Unity Party who called they not debunk a singular thing. They said nothing, absolutely zero. We spoke about the country up to 2024, January, that the country had paved 1,275 kilometers of roads, 1,275. From Ellen 12 years to we are 6 years. In Ellen 12 years, we have paved 745 kilometers. If you take 745 kilometers from 1,275, you'll be left with 530 kilometers of roads, paved roads. So it means that Ellen 5 says yes, CDC pay more roads than her. Ellen second year, CDC pay more roads. If you work out 2 years and Ellen 12 years together, that 14 years, technically, comparatively, proportionally, CDC pay more roads. Nobody to debunk that because they don't have the sophistication. One caller reported said it. All they will say, Akara didn't get the standing to talk. He said for 12 years, we catalog what we did in 12 years that your government benefiting from. Akara married in Paris. So what? Tantan Boyka, how many work for in the Caribbean will all share among women? Then all I appointed official there that were to what they play in Pontan Barrow there in honor work club. dancing, eating your money. 50 years, Joseph Boga never had wedding anniversary. He had a state wedding anniversary. That those who walk in the people could not go near there because the army people were stopping them. What you want to say here? Boga bought 2 Lexus Eagles, Lexus, bulletproof. Boga condemned right private jet. But every dime and 10 they pay on private jet. A horse working in Nigeria marching box for 12 years vice president. He expanded it and bought the land near it. The total worth is nothing less than $1 million today of the expansion and the land he bought. You got a $10 million project in for it. They don't say, we don't want to be personal. If we be personal, then Jojo Boga will not walk in Peru with the money in city. If we want to be personal, I wonder then Joseph Boga children can eat on the same table. I wonder they can see them, they can interact with them. I read it one day. Abu call, you know, Southern Tomalin, not good to talk. That people who protected and help the whole time says here, so you can survive today, sharp after the game, who won't wear job. You see how some people ungrateful, but we're not talk that. Okay? Hey man who are clapping for me when having birthday party, you come to my order. You know, of course, no, he said, we in one group. I think. But again, they don't
Wait,
have.
You said Abu was clapping for you. You used to clap for you at your house when
I say Abu will not clap for me. A little boy there. I took care of him. I had to take care of him. We don't have to say it. I told Abu. Who is Abu? My peer and the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia were chairman on executive and you were co-chairman on Westminster and Finance. And my peers, when Fofana was chairman on Westminster and Finance, were chairman on executive, are 10 most important men in the legislature, in the House of Representatives. So when these little boys that they get scratch card money to get them who won't wear job, call on the show, the other guys say in sedition. But listen to the man, our Unity Party man, he said we told people, we carry them beyond president, we had to a dish to it, we did that, we now win election. You want to worry about Carlos winning election. And Joseph Boga was just flock. After 3 years, he won election and they flocking. I want more election than Joseph Boga in the history of the country. I want 2. Joseph Boga was on Ellen ticket. He only won 1 election at Joseph Boga. What a difference. You know? So sometimes we don't want to be personal. People call, they should discuss the issues. Then they tell me that great law, that serving referral hospital, and just hospital were not initiated, so were not concluded. Then they tell me that great law, that university, public university tuition were not free. We didn't declare it free. I want to say that. Okay, but they just come to talk Tabata. You were in district A, or you ate it all of 2 years. You call it somebody ate lobster and oil. They say one person eat lobster. In Kehleboe Gongloe, or you can get lobster in the piso. Somebody asked why eating lobster and lobster in Kehleboe. We can roast the thing around the wood. In Kehleboe, that lobster. Can you imagine? They're so mean. They're still in the hell. They're so mean. You know they can jump out, they go Ghana, they go Sierra Leone, they go to Woman, they go spend country money. They ask us passing around. If you want to challenge, bring my peer on the shoulder debate, Unity Party for the CDC. Bring the information minister. He was there for 12 years working in government. Nobody questioned him from Ellington from 2006 all the way to 2017, 2018. Then he come out for government job. Majority of the people working in government, now they were working in government before. The vice president was working in government. The president was working in government. The speaker was working in government. The pro tem working in government. But government only good for a few group of people in the country. It's the kind of discrimination that we're talking about. That's the kind of discrimination that we are discussing in the country. Akaros is feared by the Unity Party. That one, that argument out of medication. Every radio station I go to, everywhere, they will do. Maybe the viewers, just look at the viewers, and you'll see what's happening. The whole nation listening. We don't have to beat our chest. Because we are resilient group of people who understand exactly what we say. We didn't come here to talk about serious stuff on the show, and we didn't catalog the events they did. No. We're not creating stories. That story about Mobile Molu said, okay, that story. Said no child will be on the street. in 3 months. He said that. George, our Akaros Day, somebody talk about George, somebody building politician. You want to talk about George? Are the core sponsor of the just law to make just not biddable offender Boyka using today? People don't know those things. On a job, we are the law will pass. So we did not come here to run beyond the law and I said that petty things. All I want person argument to do, please, I beg your indulgence. Take the microphone to Raleta Market tomorrow. Let's debate. The court tomorrow in John will be talking to me. The United Party people. Take the microphone to slavery tomorrow. Take the microphone to Broad Street on the sidewalk. And listen to the Liberian people. Or go on the little online platform that the boys can go in the community, the journalists, speaking to the people, listen to the situation, hardship in the country. The vice president of the country admitted that they have been able to address the bread and butter issue. Somebody say foreign ministry that bread and butter issue. But you don't know that Ellington sold the passport to the Danish man and Vanishman were involved into it. The Liberian passport that was sold to the Danish man under Ellington. He doesn't even know what he's saying. And Vanishman was recorded. He doesn't know Samukai was recorded or gossiping about Ellen to Ellen Crocker. You don't remember Samukai? The defense minister of the country, they recorded him gossiping about Boba Modu. He was gossiping about the president, the defense minister of the country was asking about Ellen Johnson. You really want to speak about gossip? The damn police director was involved into it. What people really want to say? That discuss the issues. In 2 years, these are the things that Joseph Boyka did, CDC what did in the educational sector. In the health sector, in 2 years, these are the things that Joseph Boyka did that CDC did not do in 2 years. That's what we need to discuss. And stop running around head to scatter. You people want to show there's a professional show. People can get caught, you told there's now where you told your own, I told my own. And I told your own, I told my own show here. That show of professional people is educated. The nation
normally we require people to come with evidence as they say things. We do that on the show. But we'll get 2 more minutes to wrap up on this one. Then we go around.
You ask mysterious death.
Mr. Moderator, you gotta make the show interactive now. I mean, we gotta.
Can a boy say you have to answer a question yet? Can a boy say you don't answer the question?
Oh, the main question. I talk about say we don't hide. Okay.
Yeah, so you say enter threats. They're all the time enter threats.
But that man, I'm a man. I know what he's talking. Okay, I'm a man. The way he wants to hide, he need to come down all hide the same way. So nobody can say the other.
No, he said he don't want you hide. He don't want you hide. You say you will do it. No one forces you to say. You say you will do it. You don't do it.
No. I said I'm a man during the election in Nima County. You know how many people will talk. I want an argument. Okay. Yeah. I'm a man. Anything I can put Ganta. You know I went Ganta. This is the general you're talking about. Yeah.
Take 2 minutes and then so we can interact with the rest of the panelists, please.
But again, I want to say this to you. If anybody believes that the CDC cannot act, or the CDC is not a party that can take some practical actions, Boyka must be dreaming. He must be dreaming. Somebody asked the question and said, Boyka will run to a debate in chair. Now, Rawa Mugabe or Uma Bongo. Now, they put in there. Look at the kind of embarrassment that will cause the country. Serious constitutional abuse on somebody incapacitated. But now, in the legislature, some later will build an impeachment against Boyka. Because every time the old man talk, he lie and forget. Even to ask people to say that, he said, I'm going to ask them to say that. 40 years of experience in government, you don't know when people to say that and what for them to stand. Forget about the era when you say, at the heat. Forget about that one. But for the president of the Republic of Liberia to be asking protocol, I'm going to tell them to sit down at the State of the Nation address. It's an embarrassment. Lord, let me tell you. Once somebody said that why the opposition will be running away. CNN or Fox News will run with that. It's a sense of dementia. How you call it when somebody lost their memory? Okay? Biden got to a point, he said, no, I gave up. You know, no, I gave up. The old man said that, he asked him, play hard, man, they play hard. Yeah, I'm a say that, I'm going to tell the people to say that. Can you imagine that kind of a question there? That the president will go and read a statement. They say, oh, the poor misled the president. But nobody is suspended or dismissed. There's no action against anybody. What does that presuppose? That the president endorsed the action. That the government were talking about. Somebody, you talk about bread and butter issue? Please, I beg you, please go to the Kobo shop tomorrow. Let me know what the press of Red, what the press of Kobo during Weir time, what the press of Kobo on Joseph Boyka.
Great. The panelists want to interact with you, but they say you're.
Yeah, so again, okay.
So, Mr. Nagbe, Robert, y'all continue. Y'all can ask, y'all can give your questions.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. Honorable Gray, thank you very much again. You know, I listened to you. I am concerned as a member of the opposition community. Without a doubt, the CDC still remains the biggest opposition political party, even though we're surging in the CMC. I'm sure you will not deny that. But I respect your candor, and so I want you to come to me with candor. Is it a mistake that under your watch, as a strategic stalwart of the CDC, that almost the entire leadership of the CDC is seated to Lofa when a Lofa president is in the mansion? I know you say you don't want to talk down on the departure of Fala or Sir Joseph. Even the guy you succeeded, Dave Toomey, he was at the recent UP gathering. He seems to be on his way out of the CDC. As a strategist, you know every number, every vote counts. So I'm going to ask you, is the CDC losing its grip? You contested the election in Lofa to replace BJ Samuka. You could not openly declare a candidate. You supported Jala very, very privately. You were very, very private about your support to Jala. In Nimba, to replace Prince Johnson, the by-election, you supported, I think, 3 candidates. You couldn't even make up your mind. And now you sat here, you're telling us that it was too early when Kofa was. There was a lot of us who were frustrated and disappointed. And we thought the opposition needed to show strength to tell the president and the UP people that the illegal removal of a sitting speaker is wrong. The CDC was absent. George Weah was out of the country. He went to receive a Ballon d'Or, which is more important than maintaining the speaker position in the House of Representatives. So I want you to tell me, Akaras Gray, as a strategist of the CDC, do you guys still consider yourself the strongest opposition in the country?
No. I think people are making a mistake about President Weah's absence. President Weah was on the land for 4 hours. There was a point the people in the house, they were telling us they had it under control. There was a point they were telling us that they had it under control. Okay? You know the place deceptive. It's not like America. Some people will come and eat your food for you. Tomorrow morning, you see they run to this other area. So sometimes you get even confused to know who your own friend are sitting near you. Tomorrow morning, the man will making commitment to you the next day. You understand? So President, we had to come down immediately. Because at that point in time, it was like, oh, it's under control. We can handle it, you know, all those things. But being an experienced lawmaker, I was very clear. I predicted this situation. I told Fonati, Speaker Kofa, asked him. I said, President Boga will fire you. I don't care what you do, will fire you to remove you. You know, I took that cue when Ellen fought Eddie Snow. I took that cue. I was working in the legislature. I worked as administrative assistant resource officer 2 different times in the legislature before becoming a lawmaker. I was there when George Brown was being removed. Okay? I was part of the removal of Ellis Tyler. I predicted this fight. That's what I predicted. Okay? The local scenario that we were in power, so I don't want to go over that aspect about local county. Truth be told, and people got to be truthful to themselves. And I wouldn't want to say it. Did we engage people to run on the party of the ticket? One or two of the candidates that we felt were the strongest. Not necessarily a member of the CDC. Yes, we did. Some said they wanted to go independent. And we didn't want to infuriate people who had supported us in 2023 and all of those things. So we said, okay, some guys like 3 persons who supported us and all of those things. Y'all go in the race. All of y'all, we thought we could bring your own one banner and the party will produce the candidate. So y'all can go. Garrison ran, Edith ran, and another person. That's what actually happened in Nimakana. The true story there. People should be sincere with themselves. We all got to be sincere and say the truth to each other. You understand? We got to do that. We got to reach to the point and say that. Okay? Some people, they not really want to run on the CDC ticket by then. Some people wanted to go independent for some reason. So the CDC say, y'all get our blessing. Y'all go to the race, which is a normal phenomenon. As a ruling party, let me tell you one of the disadvantages when it comes to elections, when it comes to legislative seats. ANC all the people supporting Joseph Boakai in the House of Representatives and Senate, they are most likely to run on Unity Party ticket, whether they can win or not. Because President Boakai will feel that he owes something to them. Because they've been fighting for him. He tried to remove the speaker and all those things. So the independent candidate will start joining Unity Party. Even some opposition, 1 or 2 going to Unity Party. So whether they can win or not, the government will feel obligated to them. Some of them will be happy to see this Unity Party, 19 senators endorsed Boakai in 2017. There was huge deflection. So there's a normal situation that will occur. So Unity Party may lose a lot of seats on the basis of that political compensation. It's very possible they will lose a lot of seats. But what I do pray for, I want to see like the ANC, the CNC, the CDC, and other political institutions. I want us to sit on the table, look into each other's faces, have frank discussions, and we'll go to an election to have one shot deal. We can beat them. The people are disgruntled, believe me, we can beat them. But the CDC should talk to everybody. CDC should be open. We should be able to make some concessions, and we are waiting to do that as a party. I know about that. But we need conversation with everybody. And some of the things the opposition party trying to dodge, and I don't blame the CMC and the ANC. You know, the ANC has a history. The CMC political leader, they joined the United Party, they helped them. They have to even bankroll a CPP. They gave in. Can you imagine? The ANC, they gave Monserrato up. They gave Mangibi up in a senatorial race. They gave Nima Kante up. The great-grandpas up. They gave Lofa up. I'm talking about senatorial candidates to come from the ANC. They made the ultimate sacrifice. When the United Party felt that they had grown and they felt that they had boss, they broke away. So the conversation about air coalition now, there's a fear. Not that people don't want to talk, but the fear here is that it's too early, maybe we'll come the CDC treat us, or maybe the ANC treat us, or the CNC treat us. So that build our institution and speak from a position of strength. I believe that what happening amongst the people. You know, when
but Robert can jump in.
Yeah, I think he's frozen right now.
I wanted to ask him to Robert and Mr. Nagbe. The most people when you talk to them, they said we all tell you CDC, the CDC they don't fulfill.
No, I think you were frozen.
But Robert, go ahead.
Yeah, are you back? Can you hear us?
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah, I'm getting you.
Yeah, but Representative Gray, I'm truly concerned, right? I heard you, just to piggyback off Mr. Namwa's question. Is the CDC losing its grit? And I don't think you answered that question effectively. But I think what is concerning to me, though, is your admittance of what I believe has been the downfall of our politics, right? When it comes to building true political institutions in Liberia. This is the reason why you see a lot of dysfunctional behavior in the House and the legislature. This is the reason why you see that happening. Because We are electing lawmakers not on the basis of ideas, but on the basis of just whatever. You know, you support me, I support you. You support me, I support you. Can you imagine the number of folks who ran on the CDC watch during the 2023 election? These very lawmakers, and people were very excited. People were excited about the independence of the three branches of government, that the executive branch of government under the Unity Party may have some influence over the judiciary branch of government. We know how politics are played. But the fact that you have more lawmakers that got elected under the CDC watch, and you had a speaker who was a part of the CDC, created a phenomenon where the legislative branch of government will hold the executive branch of government with the check and balance. That did not happen. The other day we had Mr. Senator Duncan admitting here that a lot of the lawmakers feel the need, an obligation to have this relationship with the executive. So whatever they want, they get. You call this you call this exercise a normal phenomenon? No, it's not. It cannot be a normal phenomenon. The fact that people who are part of the CDC will tell members of the CDC in an election or whatever that they want to go independent for political reason, it's not a normal phenomenon. And I believe this is the reason why elections are won, elections are lost with no head, no tail. And the people are left confused. So when you ask for reshuffling, when you ask for restructuring of the CDC, I think these are some of the conversations that must be held. The CMC and the ANC cannot just come to the table under this pretense that CDC is the biggest opposition political party if we're truth-telling. And I concur with you. The conversation must be on the issues. It has to be about the issues, and the issues only, because when CDC goes to the election, CMC goes to the election come 2029, it has to be about the issue. You cannot win on this age thing. Liberian people know Joseph Boaga was old enough. They knew that he wouldn't have the energy to call all the shots and to give the long speeches. They knew that. They still elected Joseph Boaga. And I won't be surprised if Joseph Boaga were to contest again, because it will be done politically. If the Unity Party feels as though their biggest chance of winning the election come 2029 is Joseph Boaga on that ticket, they will elect Joseph Boaga. But what are we talking about? What does the conversation look like on health? What does the conversation look like on the economy? And who is the best candidate within the opposition to go and make that argument come 2029? And so what are you guys doing? What would you do differently? And I gotta say, and I've said this consistently, Representative Gray, I think George Weah, part of his failures was the fact that he overly extended himself. He overly extended himself to people that he should not have extended himself to. And he himself admitted things would have been done differently if he was given another chance in the second term. So as we gear up for 2029, institutional wise, beyond George Weah, what are some serious conversations that are being held with regards to institutionalizing the CDC? CMC, they're having those conversations. I'm sure the ANC, they're having those conversations. The building of your headquarters, but there's still serious lacking when it comes to the institute. Everybody cannot just come on city and say, "Oh man, if you give me Maryland, if you give me the district, I will support you." Can't get on the party ticket. Do they believe in the ideas of the CDC? Are they willing to stand and with the party even in difficult times, even in defeat? What are you guys doing about that moving forward?
You know, I listen to you speak like an idealist. You know, there's a realist paradigm and an idealist paradigm in political studies. You know, you look at the Lebanese man, you say, he's not a citizen or the foreigner. But in reality, you use the money, you got more right than you, and you get a policeman money and they will jail you. You understand? You said some important things, but I can say this to you. The Liberian political culture has its own formula. You don't have to agree with me. I'm speaking as a realist. We have our own formula. Excuse me, Donkin said something. And they can go from one party to another. Donkin ran on Unity Party ticket. I recruited him to the CDC. He was Unity Party, he won Unity Party ticket in 2017. Okay. He didn't see anything wrong with the CDC. He insists he on record one tip to disagree with the CDC that I said the CDC needs a reshuffle the honeymoon period is over. And challenging something from the executive, he on one disagree with the CDC. They dunking you, bro, yeah. Tell him, say, everyone document that you disagree with the CDC publicly. So this is the Lord power, the man passing around singing hallelujah chorus. Now the man you praise. We need to strengthen our laws. Let me tell you this. In Ghana, when you break away from the political institution, you have forfeited your legislative seat. Let me repeat. When you break away from your political institution, you have forfeited your legislative seat. Another thing political parties need to reinforce is the basic principles and doctrines of the party. What the party stands for. You have these things. Can you imagine in the legislature, you know how many independent candidates there? Independent candidates. Do you know how many independent candidates in the Senate? Start counting them. We have to build some loose coalition. Whether you like it or not, the Unity Party coalition is a loose coalition. Kamara came from MDR. But to run on the Unity Party under Joseph Boga, you had to join Unity Party. That's the law. Prince Johnson was saying he want this, he want that. The fear of not being re-elected, or the fear of being elected at Prince Johnson controlling Nima. People, the way Liberia political culture is driven now, the CMC could become a strong party for Nima County end. You want to negotiate with them. You think all the money CMC spending in election or whatsoever, if there's a run-up, you think they will not want to sit on the table and demand? You think they will just want to support you? You think any coalitions, the people will want to support you? Brother, let's be real. The political interest, even in America, people support Donald Trump. Some of them get financial interest, they get business interest, they got different interests. I do agree with you that national interest supersedes. Why do you determine the heart of the man? Somebody can just jump on and leave any political party tomorrow morning. You do not do the person. There's no restriction. And the parties accommodate them. Parties, I agree with you, must take disciplinary measures. One man insult in one party, say the wedding, from there the next day you go, you change. And I will say that I want to do the non-coast around CDC. I'm sorry, that's Tomalin and friend. You can't feel insulting everybody in one party. You feel insulting Garguah, you go to Joseph Boga. You take a medical report, you put it up. You finish where you come back to CDC, Tomalin, you can't wait in. Now, my man, but I like my man, only because of my principal, I was just forced to take picture with the man. You understand? So people can say, oh, you marry, you against them. No, you're talking something sensible. But the terrain demands that. The terrain. So we got to take disciplinary measures. Stop encouraging blackmailers. I do agree with you on some of the point. I'm idealistic as you are. But when you get on the feet to win election, Machiavelli said the end justify the means. When you get on that feet, my brother, you can select votes. Have you been in election before? You will select vote, you will say the other vote cost mama, the other vote cost my pa. You will not select votes. And I've been very blunt with you. And if you want to talk about institutionalizing, okay, I'm not saying because on the CDC, I don't see nobody institutionalized to some extent in the CDC. People can say, oh, they this, that, but yeah, CDC people, it's to some extent. It's not to the extent that you want it, but the institutional life. Even the CMC, I see people making fuss. I was just reading something on Facebook. recently. People arguing, making false, and all of those things. So this agreement will be in institutions. Well, all I can say to you, my brother, we went to election. When we win election, LPDP say they go in, you will stop them. NPP say they won't build a party now, you will stop them. In the CPP, Musa Belete was the chairman of CPP, okay, or ANC, CPP, or a CPP. They want a party. You say, I want to build my own party. You stop Musa Belete.
Yeah, but the institutionalizing of a party.
No, but I'm just saying to you,
yeah,
but what I'm
saying, yeah, but what I'm saying, Greg, what I'm saying is,
in a great America, let me tell you, in a great America, there are a lot of political parties. Even up to now. But they reach a point where they get a Republican and the Democratic Party, they always assure presidential victory. Then in Ghana, they mature to that extent that 2 or 3 parties will always win election. In Sierra Leone, similarly, 2 or 3 parties will always win election. In Nigeria, in Ivory Coast, in Guinea. Liberia is gradually driven to gradually moving towards a competitive, it's a multi-party democracy, but it's gradually moving to a competitive 2-party system. And there are advantages, for me, there are more advantages of competitive 2-party system in the existence of other political parties than just a Florida multi-party democracy where any party can kind of win election like that. So people drift from political institution to other institution.
Yeah, but that's the phenomenon. But that's the phenomenon. That
competitive, we have you, the voters, can make that determination. Who can vote for the people that can betray you?
Yeah, but let me come in for a second, and I'll let Mr. Nagbe come in. But this is the phenomenon. This is the phenomenon that we must fix. You know, you're talking about the 2 competitive parties, CDC and Unity Party, with all of these other parties. You are gradually, but that's the reality, right? But there's still this thing out there that says neither of the 2 competitive parties can win an election all by themselves, which is the reason why when Unity Party was in opposition, they had to have a coalition, right? And they bent backwards and came to the table with folks that they just idea-wise, they just did not align with. What I am saying to you is this: we can have 5.1 million Liberians who all mean well for our country, and all of us would never have the same idea. We all agree that the country needs to be fixed. We all agree we need to move forward. We need good leaders, but we all don't agree as it relates to who those leaders are or how we elect those leaders. Being a realist is good. The reality on the ground is different from the ideas that I'm pushing. But again, it will also take realists, people who believe in systems, people who believe in institutions, to change the phenomenon, because that phenomenon is not a normal phenomenon. So what I'm saying is, if the CDC must come to the table in 2029, they have to form a coalition with the NPP, they have to form a coalition with the CMC and other opposition political parties to go against CDC, right? So what if the CMC and the CDC don't align as far as how we move our country forward? Then the CMC will have to put a deal on the table and say, okay, CDC, you have to give us the foreign ministry. You have to give us that. How does that help our country when we are just strategically doing things to win the next election, rather than aligning our ideas to put forth the best minds to move our country forward? So when I'm talking about institutionalizing the parties, CDC must be able to tell candidates who wants to compete to say, listen, if you got 10 individuals who want to compete in Nima or in Batso or wherever, we need to go to a primary. This is the standard of the party. This is the standard.
Yeah,
whoever wins the nomination, yes, the party support that person. If you want to go and win, if you want to go and run as an independent just because you didn't win the nomination, then I'm sorry, you cannot be a part of our party, because this is the system. These are the kind of thing we have to do. We're not doing that right now.
Raul, then you're not following the development. Yeah, you're making me whistle in the conversation, Raul.
No, what am I not following development? You just said 3 candidates. 3 candidates went. But Greg, you just admitted that 3 candidates wanted to run, and you're allowed them to run, right? Why you allowed them to run?
Raul, I said, if you're in a coalition, listen to me. You gotta listen a little bit, Raul.
No, go ahead.
Raul, in a coalition, you got 3 parties in the coalition: CDC, NPP, and LPP. the way you handle things, CDC will not determine the candidates for LPDP. CDC will not determine the legislative candidate for NPP. These are constituent political institutions in a coalition. It's not a merger. Now, NPP will go and have a primary, well, is stronger, they will have a primary. CDC will have a primary, or LPDP will have a primary. So you say, okay, LPDP is strong in the 5 counties, so go and hide the primaries there. Are there primaries? Yes. CDC is strong in 6 counties, go and hide your primaries. NPP, maybe 3 counties, go and hide your primaries. That's how it works. When these political parties have the primary, they bring the candidate together and the candidate register under the coalition, because it's a coalition government we're discussing. Okay? It's a coalition. That's how you do it. The CDC must not determine for the LPDP. We are talking about sitting on the table and having frank discussion. That's what we do. So the NEMA scenario, like I said, there are people who supported us in the runoff election in a broader coalition. And they wanted to all contest. The CDC cannot make a determination as a party.
Yeah, but the very coalition that elect us, the very coalition that elect a standard bearer for the general election is the same coalition that elect who represent the counties.
No, hold on.
Why not?
The CDC, let me tell you, the CDC says the election year, say your supporter or your desire. We as a party, Congress for Democratic Change, will not put out a candidate. You understand? So either you support us, the other person support us, the other person support us. So you make a determination. People say they want to run, and you coming back to the CDC to go tell somebody who can get a political party that had a coalition with us, support us in the run of a coalition. You say the CDC should tell them, say nobody can run. They say we are dictator. And the same point, say we should sit down. We can't do that. Okay, we can't do that, and we couldn't do that. We couldn't put a candidate against either. As a party, we couldn't do that.
Kehleboe Gongloe.
The other guy wanted to run. We couldn't put a candidate against the other guy. Went to CMC. He said, okay, then you will run on CMC ticket. He went to CMC. It was sedition. He resigned. He joined CMC. He ran on CMC. You tell him to perform the ultimate magic. We can't do that. For example, NDR made a determination that they wanted. It was not a decision of Unity Party. So Unity Party, the Imperial candidate, they had to support Kuga. That's the process. That's the procedure that I'm talking about. That give and take. You're talking about sitting on the table and being friends with each other. Okay? Nobody going to have a political party, the CMC or ANC. We can't do a conversation, then CDC take off. And CDC determine who MC should carry in the counties. Okay, we can't make that determination. It's not possible. At the end of the day, we all register. Those are the advantages and disadvantages of coalition government. Even in Italy, in some countries, when there's a problem with the coalition government, the entire coalition government resign, the other party take over. You know about the story of coalition government. So what I'm saying, until our democracy mature in my mind to a competitive 2 or 3 party system where the voters can make a determination, say maybe the 4 party that only they can win the presidency, though the other parties exist. Until we gradually gravitate towards that, it will be important for me. I believe in competitive democracy, competitive 2, competitive 3, competitive political institution. That will bring more development to the country. People will know that if like in Benin, for example, Mavi Kereku and the other guy, one man will win this, the other person come and win. In Ghana, for example, okay, it pushes development, in my opinion. But I lose multi-party democracy. That's why they get political party. They can't even win 200 votes or 3,000 votes. They register. The law should kill those kind of political institutions at the end of the day. When you can't reset it no more, you shouldn't feel presidential candidate at all. That's what I believe in. Okay. But at the end of the day, you and I get the same idea, but we have to reach that point. And it cannot be automatic. It will never be automatic. We got to get together and win the first round of the election. The way we do it, anywhere we do it in the scope of the law. That's what I want. Just election victory. That's what I want. And I want the political institution and the opposition to hold together. And I believe we'll hold together. I'm convinced about that. That we'll hold together.
Chi, you're muted, Tomalin.
So Tomalin,
we give your parting comments. Yeah, we are happy for above your time. So give your parting comments, then we can call it a day for you.
Yeah, it has been a very good show, to be frank with you. We were able to narrate our own stories. Whenever we are called upon and we have the opportunity, we come to Tomalin. You're a very good friend of mine. Okay, and we tried our best. I'm roaming from radio station to another radio station. Okay, I'm passing all around. But I want to say to the other people, I saw Abu say, you might ask me one question. You chose right. You get a politician on the show, then you talk, you run away. We're supposed to attack Akaro's grave. Where the calorie coming from? Where the energy coming from? Then crying baby in the comment section like one labor. The energy better than you know me one social group also. You ever went over here before? And we used to be in a group, but since we didn't win the election, all of them, many of them feel that we should be isolated. But you know what we used to do in the group, okay? So he's a young man that we took care of, and today he's stronger a little bit. In what we want to get you job, and he get invest. Okay, I don't know why he get in annoyed. Okay, I don't know if people are annoyed in opposition. They say let the man die. Let the man suffer. You want Akara go. Tomalin, I will never suffer in my life. Now only God can suffer me. No man can suffer me. But sometimes I laugh Tomalin because Tomalin, the young guys that come here don't know Akaros. Tomalin, I'm in opposition to it. I see them are doing. You know the story. I was in opposition from 2006 to 2017. I fought more than what I'm doing today. Then people say you hide. I've said opposition, I've said ruling party. So I have an experience being in government, I have an experience being in opposition, and know what it means to take power over. Just like I want to take power in the country, that old man say, if the election, the country will end. All men like Joseph Baga is threatening the whole country. He said the government will end. He said the country will end. Okay, and when we're talking the United Party for the best, they are the most intolerant group of people. They get maximum sense of entitlement. It's very high. Even people who supported them, the Kamara and Nyenwolo and other people, these guys have an extreme sense of entitlement. They feel that everything belongs to them and they should not share with the other people. They're very intolerant. If they have a way, they will shoot you on the side of Morovia. The country is heavily divided. The way Tomalin to come, we all go royal. We go to the other area in the country now. Tomalin, some people can go to Marisha again. Who used to go to Marisha? We can sit down together. Do you know in the country, men will go somewhere, they say that they will get on and leave. The country is heavily divided. No, Liberia is heavily divided. Tomalin, some people can sit down in green chair in the country here because United Party chair. So United Party people cannot sit down in blue chairs in this country. Tomalin, that's how the president has failed to reconcile the country. That's a key factor. In the first 1 year, we call all the opposition political leaders. Red to Belakasa, Amin Moda Hotel, the former chairman of United Party, Amin Moda, who was supporting Joseph Baga around. President, we are winning a for there. Joseph Baga will never do it. To any perceived CDC error while CD is ahead, they won't even want to do business with you. The guys have divided the country to the extent. Tomalin, I got friends in the government. They won't even want to sit down in the play together. Unlike on the early on the CDC, the way Jim Collins and Kamara and I used to say with people, and you understand what I'm talking about, or in the CDC, two of them, my them. This government is a taboo. Then to see Akaros listen to one of those boys that he groomed. The hatred in the country is very high. The level of hatred. Certain group of people just feel that power belongs to them. Especially the junior commandos then who early appointed and sent some of them to school. They feel that they have a wrath. They don't even respect Edwin Snow who killed us some men. They don't respect Kamara, John Mofu. Okay? They can walk from they just call and insult anybody, minister there, point at people. They just insult. After this government will live in Liberia together. You think what Akaros Greg can walk in the street in the night? Now I can live on here and walk the street, I alone, with all security. Because the way we live with people, the way we interact, people think that they have a right is the end. of like everything now at this point in time, they got to grab everything, they got to go. The country is so divided that somebody who in a social group, nobody know about so, he come and announce it, and, you know, I respect him, but he did it. You're talking about people personal life as if to say nothing again, nothing secreted in the country. Everybody now, you call somebody, you want to talk to them, you scared, they're holding a phone in their head. You say, my man, put your phone down. Somebody wearing earpod, you scared because they get recorder. They button on their shirt. You understand? I know I'm telling you right. This is a serious thing in the country. You go out to entertain yourself in job, somebody won't record you because the way the guy ran the system. Somebody he lost on the CDC. Oh, they put it on Facebook, they run with it. Somebody buy their own car for their own wealth. Put a border car for his wealth. That's different person. The man wealth. They question why the man bought the car. My get what passed away. That place that I read $20,000. Minister of State. The man buried mother and said, man, pay Basinica. Can you imagine? Joseph Boston will robbery barrel, but the papa ran less of the ego than with $250,000 roller bash on your head. Kind of shoes you're wearing. In the past, so the country, look, the country is extremely divided. Not only that the country is divided, but the level of hunger in the country is unprecedented. My brother, people who knew themselves. I'm not talking about working with CDC government, even for the Unity Party. And they used to take $100 or $50. Trust me today, they are begging for $10. You people abroad, you know the problem. You know how when you send money has no value in Liberia.
Mr. Gray, I know you're leaving. You know you're leaving, but I want you to speculate on this as you're leaving because this is important. Look into the future. I'm sorry, guys. Let me ask you this.
I got 4 more minutes here. I want to finish, Mr. Nagbe. 4 more minutes here. No problem.
Okay.
Oh,
you want me to go? Oh,
no.
I wanted to ask you, is there a strategic deficiency with the CDC on the runoff election? In 2005, you won the first round, you lost the runoff. 2023, you were favored in the first round, you lost the runoff. And I'm asking this because we're looking to 2029. These are some of the places we will look to for lesson. You know what not to do.
Mr. Nagbe?
Yes.
Frankly, I will not tell you that. I will not comment for strategic reasons.
Okay.
I beg your indulgence. I don't want the opponent to work on it. We can tell the country in yeah. I don't want to. I'm being very serious because you guys are very desperate. You can't come out and put your strategy up. So now let me tell you, you see the Unity Party people, they fear few people in the CDC. I'm telling you, real life story. AC after the talk show, somebody can call me and say, my man, slow down now. You give me a hard time. Like today, someone called me from Unity Party, almost 48 minutes on the phone. Great, my man, just giving you a hard time, giving the paper a hard time. I said, but you're scoring too much on goal. The defense leaking. You rested of the nation. You talk all kind of chocolate things, 70,000 jobs. You play this role. The opposition will capitalize on your deficiency. That's my role. That's my job. You must understand. When I interacted with Tony Blair, when I had the privilege to interact with Tony Blair when he came to Liberia and I met him at RLJ, President Weah, Beaufort Chimos, the late Muna Pen and Nyenwolo and I, we had an interaction. He encouraged all the way the government feet to die. He said, that's the role of the opposition. We have to consistently do that. Okay? In every country, even in the Great United States of America, where you are, when Donald Trump does not perform, the Democrat capitalize on it. Trump, the last moment, the men were attacking Black health situation, attacking, calling him crookish, Sleepy Joe. Okay. It was a big offensive. That's enjoying. Nobody expected American democracy to be like that. You know, and I know when attacking, I don't go beyond. That's why I always tell people, thank God, Tomalin know my mother referred to politics. None of my family politics. She been in America since 1986. That will be the Tomalin, the whole family in America. People think I became lawmaker before the family went there, or my wife went to America, or I became lawmaker. No, it's not the case. But people don't talk, or man doesn't talk, or the poster said. But the fact of the matter is that politics entails political mob balls. And I will work on Unity Party here sufficiently. I will never accept that. You can go ahead when you come down. It's not my job to go say Joseph Baga day where. Who pay me for that? Am I part of the government? It's not my job. So let them do that job. Jeremy P.I. or my school building, LU, they can't say on the podium. That debate issue, you would never sit down near you for all the talk. Nothing. They can't make it. They actually better up. The only thing they know is personality attack. Oh, Joe, yeah, they oh, Akara, they but when it comes to discussing policy issue, if you think Twa and Garguah on the show, that and debate. If Twa does not bury Garguah, never speak to me. Garguah will never face Zambia D2 in the history of this country in a debate on a platform, on an independent platform. All I taking the cash ruler to their own platform and put Samuel to the put Garguah there. Garguah was saying a local harmonization. He's saying cancer harmonization. He misspoke. Now my man like him. But the economy is bad. It will come embedded. The vast. He said there's a challenge in the bread and butter issue. But it's not much when they can get scratch cattle. Can you imagine? Oh, Ben said, Mama of God, I'm on board there. Ben, what's up? There's so much when they get scratch cattle, they can get caught. And you know, Akara Gray, he got married in Paris. And you know, Akara went on education for the other day. You know, Akara should not be talking because he had 12 years. Joseph Baga had 44 years. He was agriculture minister. He was head of LPMC. He worked with LPRC. He was vice president for 12 years. He got 40 years experience. I won't be that Joseph Baga too. I want to have 50 years that Joseph Baga in government. That crime? Money, this is not a crime. Why people want to be selected? My own brother and friend, Kun. Kun got more years in government than me. Why they want to be selected? Tomo Fala. Got more years in government, about 18 years plus in government, 20 years now. Zopeno. 20 years in government. Why are Akara's great? When Unity Party got law, I got 18 years in government. But soon Akara speak, they say, no, Akara Gray, no. As if to say, you were determined. District 8, make no mistake. That political accident will be killed. It will be killed automatically without deficiency. I can tell you that. Whether I contest in District 8 or not, CDC will win this district. That mistake will be in the district will not make that mistake in the history of this country. I can guarantee you, the combined forces of the opposition will win a first-round victory against the Unity Party massively. If they know what I know, they should be playing an exit strategy. If they know what I know, they should be playing an exit strategy. Guess what? If they steal the country money, they will account for it, including Joseph Baga. You steal the country money, you will account for it. They also recording on the Tabata where they can just jump on the other person get money, and the other person here they did that. Tomalin, I put myself on record today. No bank institution or anywhere they put a line that any government official of the CDC, especially of bona fide sedition, whether Maggie or Twe, get $500,000 in any bank account in this country around the world. I know what I'm talking. Nobody left government with office called cash. I'm telling you something serious. I'm saying this. The left government with office called cash. The lies, the deception, the tabata, the horse that they put on the sanction, the Java you bought $250,000. Nothing street there. And I couldn't. What hours? One couldn't issue eviction or so the work and do that couldn't bought a house. He bought a house. Nobody talking about the speaker building new homes and renovating your places. Mama was living right across the road in one Shanty house. She built one mansion in 2 years. That's why she moved. Right across the road to my house, right across the road in one Shanty place. Nobody discussing that. You get global party around here, they forecast the ball for $500,000 in Ryan one of the car plastic. With any profession, or misfit or drop Oh, for university, enter university go. Like he passing around saying you want debate with people. Passing around consulting to 4 different land ministry and agencies and eating money passing around. Free people contribute to one project. John Lobo.
Really? Wow.
He has no qualification. That boy riding $100,000 car passing around here.
What happened to John Lobo, General?
The NASCAR money that they took to buy the vehicle before inauguration. I want the car. Last time he parked the car in front of me, I said that the NASCAR car ran away. Plain plastic. He got a professional again, a consultant to 3 different institutions passing around taking free money. That double dipping. Yes, you don't know these guys. These people who pass around, they run their mouth with the masses. You got 3 consultants a job. What happened to the children who walk in the feces water? What happened to them? One patron generator alone. Pay 37 Patron generator money can pay 37. That they rescue the king to rescue. We got to be realistic in this country here. And they see other people in government because Akaras grew up in Raspberry Valley beyond GW Gacy. John Weah grew up in Gibraltar. You saw him playing football. But guess what? Most of them will start in the same class with Jews. They used to staff on us. Most of them. They used to, a woman. They know me. We're not talking Tabata. We're talking red story tonight. At the end of the day, what have they done in 2 years? Tomalin, show me. They reduced the price of rice. But Kobo, they saying the GST has increased. People are suffering. Take the microphone to the sidewalk. I keep saying it. The other online platform. The ball. Tell you, say, my man, go talk to the ordinary people on the street. Normally, when you listen, look at local in Satan. Do you know now the government is going to break on slavery all the way to a warring community, Charleston, all the way to Toy Street? They have no plan to pave the road. Not less than 10,000 persons will be displayed. They're not going to pave the road. You know why they're breaking the places down? And there will be dusty road there because the president, the security has advised that the president should use this rule alone, the main rule. The main rule from the executive mansion going straight. I wanted the reason to talk the Pempen gospel. If you know that President Boya going all the time, so now 30 minutes, 1 hour, all vehicles are parked. So they want to divert all the vehicles on the side just because the president of the Republic of Liberia. So they come and suffer the mass. Look at that place up Ashmore Street that they broke down. That place to Robert Street that they took it all outside. 10 years ago, the road is not paved because they wanted to get rid of Malice in Topoh. They want to depopulate Monrovia. That they objected on. They say Monrovia is troublesome spot, so people can go to rural Liberia. So they want to break this district. That district is starting with the depopulated. That the objective of national government, no compensation for the people. An alley that had never been opened since 1847, the quiet alley, no road there, nothing. The government want to build, they are creating their own alley because the area had never been marked alley in the history of this country. Never are they going to the people to say these are alleys to building on and you should not build on it. They have never done it. But under this government, when door opening Pearl Street, he paid the people. When door opening up to Sleway to the airport, he paid the people, he put the paved road there. The government compensated the people, but this government is saying they're not going to give a damn to anybody. They're going to break the people and display almost 10,000 libraries and even schools. That's what school building was broken. Now less than 100 students for school. Somebody said that probably, I agree. But can the government put in CDB King demonstration? They are free public schools here. Right here, in Tomalin, they get public schools, they're free. The government should put the kids there. They say we want to politicize it. But the party chairman went there today and carried 800,000 right. And he told the people who work with them so they can go to court with lawyers. Or the court rule and one call say the executive can intervene. But it means the chairman of the board of NPA, the chairman of Unity Party is the board of National Port Authority, who condemned the demolition. Or condemn it, they said we're supposed to condemn it. But Unity Party chairman to condemn the demolition. This is the level of disservice, the level of hypocrisy that is growing in the country. The country is so divided. That everybody just in a little corner, you're scared of your friend, you're talking to your friend, you're watching, what are you recording you? What kind of running? So divided. People kind of, you want your food, you have to put your hand on your glass. And when your friend will live in this country, we enjoy ourselves, we have been brothers, we have been friends. But we got to reconcile. The government got to make that a priority. If this will be the gain of Joseph Boyka as he get retired, that the country reconcile to a greater extent. We're not saying give us jobs. Nobody asking for jobs. If the government job in the government, I would take it. I would never take it. I'll be blunt with you. I never take a job from this government. Never ever in my life where I do that. I will be compromised. Okay. Somebody will get businesses. Some investor came to take the business. So the government knew that I can't area to take the investor. When you take it, will not do investment. You investor crime. Strangulate me. I will still survive for my paper color and my better. But so I need a registration tomorrow morning. Tomalin trust me. The woman can call my son. Get for you. My son, thank you for talking for all. Oh, that let me know. They can pass small thing for me today. I want it. Me I see the family down there with you. Now where they been. They come and they go, they go to the extent Tomalin. Look at me, yo, he was divorced. A family, look at the kind of petty challenge, lies, and gossip. He saw a car. You know, you see me in my Jeep the next day, then you say, oh. So Tomalin, how can we run the country like this? How can we run we're not talking substantial issues, substantive issues, I mean. We're not discussing policy issues. People discussing, listen to the callers, all the callers who oppose great. Listen to what it said. We're not able to articulate the gains of the Unity Party. You're not able. So you gentlemen, we appreciate it. I hope we can have this time because we narrate our own stories. Somebody jump on, they kicking off on spoon. No, I mean the quality I bring to radio stations. My interview. How can somebody kick me off? I made my decision that I will go for one radio station and the day you want me on. Invite me as a guest. As will be saying arguing all the time with my maiden or Fubi hearing. As will be arguing with Tomalin. As will be a guest. Really? I diminish my capacity. I said, I will argue with my maid. I go argue with Fubi who does not understand going on. The other man, the court time, I hate a brain smaller, but he hate bigger than a brain. Okay. The man argue about governance, he doesn't understand governance. Hey, imagine. Then somebody says, say your own. I will say my own. Yeah, then I must keep saying that. All the people there know. When you invite me, you invite me under courtesy, under respect. I have been a senior level government official in this country, very senior. It's not a joking thing. So you know, my international friends are looking at me, Tomalin. I got a lot of international followers and other people. I got a message to sell. I don't need 2 minutes. I don't need 10 minutes. Look, I on the show today. I was on 50-50 today. I was on OKFM the other day. I on Freedom FM the other day. When I go to play, nobody will invite me and my man to sit on the table to discuss anything. It's not possible. Even now, Joseph Boyka government, when they having program in Kamara, I will say that picking when I say that. Fully when I say that. I handle people, they just look for handle. From the government, they go to people, you take small money from there, you talk small, you go to answer recovery, they give you small money, that the kind of people you want me to say that way every day. No, I will not reduce myself to that extent. So nobody told me for any talk show. I decided that I will room because someone are there till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. I can't go to another show 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock. I started losing strength on the radio stations from journalists started getting there. Oh my man, you know, you used to come to our program, you don't share yourself. You know, like my leader tonight, tomorrow morning, if I have a show, I will not be able to go there. Maybe 8 o'clock in the morning and all of those things. So the day I'm invited, I will go there as a guest. Okay, I will only appear now as a guest. I kind of develop my own platform too. So I will come on the show as a guest. You should know what I say. You bring someone to debate with me, we'll debate. One labor call and say, I know good day. Who might get help and get in passport to leave the country and live in someone's basement in Poland. And yeah, that CDC made that man to leave the country because the CDC all day. That man might get help and living in one ball basement in Poland. He said the political sign. That the man can be writing on Facebook talking about they kick you out of spoon. They do that. Look at the now that man will respond to. You really expect me to respond to that on my page? Man. I'll be insulting myself. My peers and Edwin Snowden. My peers, like Edwin Snowden. Okay, Like people talking about people who get idea, they say won't be president, they conjure appear. You go sit down and be talking who the other man say, Allah, I get it, graph. I get it. What you know about government? What you know about government?
I mean, when you running for president now, tell us. I thought that was gonna tell tonight.
Like Joe, we are running for president. Okay, yeah. Well, go to the job. Tell me what we want outside there. I beg you. Nagbe, don't put me in trouble with anybody. I don't want Musa Beneto job. I don't want Joe Weah job. I don't want Alexander job. My brother Tomalin here, you know me very well. What I like and what I want to do. Let me know, my brother. I've been from you. I rare friend. Okay, when it was a camera go small people, the man and get better head going bend on me. I give what boy I'm look at Melanie. He don't say Melanie. He said they can take job. The man can smoke, the man can do it. The rapper who can smoke job, who can take job, that can take job, that open screen, I can say every day. I don't know what I but thank you, gentlemen. Good night.
And that's Cities Akaros Talaka Tomeka Great.
Yeah.
Who has a general.
Mr. Nagbe.
Have you appreciate
Thank you very much, Tomalin. Thank you very much, Baba. Thank you very much. Anytime, I beg you. It was good that I came on the show to make some of the necessary clarity. It's very important.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Guys, quickly before we leave, the Supreme Court summons Prophet Key. Now, this one I was told today about somebody.
Seriously, Chiu, we're really going to talk about that.
but this now, the Supreme Court has summoned Justin Opa Yezen, probably known as Prophet Key, to appear before its full bench on February 10th in connection with allegations of contempt of court. You know, notice issued February 4th by clerk of court Councilor Sam Mamalu. The High Court directed Yezen to report to the Chamber of Justice in Moreover at 3 p.m. to explain why he should not be held in contempt for what the court described as continuous and sustained attacks against Chief Justice Yamin Gbese, Supreme Court, and other members of the bench. According to the citations, Yezen's action allegedly subjected the nation's highest court to public ridicule and disrepute. The citation followed a series of public statements attributed to Yezen, reportedly targeted the judiciary, raising concern within legal circles about respect for the rule of law and authority of the court. Now, they say contempt proceedings before the Supreme Court can result in sanctions, including fines or imprisonment depending on the outcome of the hearing. Now, I brought it up because before I got on the show, I was told by somebody with connected to this thing. They sent me I said, they sent me I think on February 1st, he had a show and I listened to it. He read it, he didn't play with the Chief Justice and the bench. He said, in fact, the judiciary is the most corrupt branch in the whole country. But now, and I was told that they said they're not going to fine him. He's going to go to jail. He tell me to put him in jail. And they said people been ways to trying to talk it all, but this time around, the full bench are determined that this time around, they're not going to let it happen.
But I don't know. In an attempt to send him to jail, listen, he's a very disgusting person, right? He's mannerless, if you will, and he just go on and rain insult and other things. But an attempt to send him to jail will further to expose the Supreme Court to public disrepute, if you will. Why are you sending him to jail for? First and foremost, are you sending him to jail because he dissent the way he derogatorily dissent on the Supreme Court or the Chief Justice of so in terms of effective news on them? Now, they have to bear in mind that they are public officials, and the law of how people, the bar set for public officials to seek those kind of redress is very high in our country. So if they want to do that, probably they're using the contempt power of court in a way that they should not be doing. Contempt power, of course, should be used where something that is tantamount of usurping, not usurping, and impeding the functions of the Honorable Supreme Court and its honorable members, if you will. But by using invective on someone, does that impede?
If you listen to the tip,
does that impede that?
he made a lot of allegations against them. So maybe they were asking to prove the allegations, what he said.
Okay. Yeah, and no. If it's to the level of allegation against them, then it should be.
He said the chief justice guy or Ocho in Lima.
That is true.
So he said, and then when he gave a lot of, he said, may he play with them. I listened to the thing to that one. Wow.
The chief justice guy hotel in Lima, chief justice himself being involved in a lot of.
So one thing is like if Prophet Key get a lawyer, they will get all these things and carry him to the. But I'm telling you, at the end of the day,
they were news power to send him to jail. That suspect want to do that, but people may tell them behind the scene, don't do it. We did it. We expose them.
Now what people saying is Nagbe, because of his past, people will not. He won't have much. Maybe many people when they go to jail, right? He won't have that people to really even to be very objective and say, well, because the man said this, like this man want freedom. The man freedom of expression. He has freedom of expression. The man caused a sitting president. He saw a sitting president. He went. They never put him in jail. Nobody put him in jail and so. But because now they put him in jail, people may come to his defense, but somebody go determined to put him in jail, and trust me, they're gonna put him in jail.
Yeah, the bar is very high from that standard. And one thing I'm saying, if the Supreme Court now, if they can hold him or think about bringing that honorable court to public disrepute, they can hold him contempt on that he cannot prove. That would be acceptable in terms of many, if you will. But in terms of the corruption allegation of the court, no. The United States of America have on countless occasions said the judiciary is the most corrupt branch in Liberia. You see, so the Supreme Court will have to be very mindful. In an attempt to do that, number one, you will be elevating him, getting him too much of notoriety. Second, you will have exposed yourself again to other things about accountability. The U.S., most of the State Department report back-to-back stated that the most corrupt branch of government in Liberia is the judiciary. And that is not so. The Chief Justice do have property in our place. Had most of them got property when they were judges. They got property because they gave ruling in favor of people to get an area. I mean, it's open that most of the guys being allegedly very corrupt.
I agree with you. Most of the Chief Justice before he became justice, before the person we have been appointed on the court, on the bench, he had a lot of issues. Every time they had an issue involving a lot of controversial issues with cases. Okay, and then number two. There are a lot of judges in Liberia that got whom the guys that you won't believe it. The problem they got, but now how you wonder, you think how they got it?
They portray justice for money, Mr. Nagbe. But I mean, you've been around for some time. But for me, we shouldn't dignify this guy. He's not one person that I'm not fan of. I don't even watch him. But I don't think they should waste their time beyond that. They're going to gain some notoriety, and this is going to cause some problem for them.
I heard a clip of the president's legal advisor that sounded like the government is not interested in this case. I think the point he was making was that the language of the citation, I think, is couched in a way that it sounded like Republic of Liberia versus Prophet Key. And he's saying the government is not in the business of prosecuting people for speech. So I don't know. I think you have a point here. I don't really know if there's anything really here. I understand Chief Tomalin is newsworthy. I mean, Prophet Key is a public figure. But let's be honest, the Chief Justice himself is controversial. He has carried himself in a manner that invite questions. I mean, who would forget the appointment of his son, I think, in Painesville. I think he had to reverse that appointment or so. Several other missteps. We all remember his attitude in the speaker removal saga. It was, I think, his speech in Nimba that encouraged the rule of law caucus to stop caucusing with the majority, because they started caucusing with the majority in hopes of finding a solution, but he made the clarification that emboldened them, only for him to, when it became clear that he was in the running for the Chief Justice position, he somersaulted. So, Prophet Key is, he might be understanding. I'm not a fan of his delivery. I quite agree with you. I think he could, but again, maybe that's the best way he knows to deliver, his content.
I want to believe Mr. Nagbe and Pewee. I want to believe what they're doing. The people that also put that they're afraid of him, so they're going to the highly behind Supreme Court to do this one now. So, and mind you, the last time he said something and they all ran to go release him, but they know now that the Supreme Court was the highest court in the land. We can't tell them what to do. That pressure government. So when they put it, I would, if the vice president or I'm the minister or I'm the legal advisor, I can't tell them what to do. So, but I can tell you, you will say, yeah, they will put him in jail. He will spend some time in jail, and it was just, and mind you, the minute they put you in jail, the nurse will be after 1 or 2 days finished with you. Then you're in jail there.
I don't even know if he's gonna go. Look, like you rightly said initially, the people who are using him, the people who use him to do and say things. I mean, who forgot the by-election in Nima? Some of the despicable things he said, and what happened? He was on the vice president's team to endorse now Senator Koga. So there are a lot of people who use his mouth to chew their pepper, so to speak. So I don't think he's gonna see jail time. I doubt it.
I mean, what I'm hearing,
but beyond he going to jail, I think for me we have to go to the middle of the issue. The Supreme Court is a very sacred ground, and the sacredness of that institution. That's why the Constitution set them aside, Mr. Nagbe, that they are the final arbiter of every judicial system in the country. So if you are a sacred institution, you have to operate now. And our public service issue is set the bar very high for public officials. If you're going to hold him on, so I want to see. The letter is out. I heard folks talking about the letter, but the content of the letter is of holding him contempt. It's a broad contest. So we love to look at that. Are they going to rebuff him? If they just rebuff him or reprimand him in terms of the language, or are they going to ready hold him in contempt of the court? Because contempt of the Supreme Court is extra for contempt. And the contempt of the Supreme Court is a straightforward thing. You either go to jail for a stipulated period of time, which is from 90 days upward. So contempt of the Supreme Court is something not to play with. So if they're going to do that on the basis of allegation against the Chief Justice and the Honorable Supreme Court or the Associate Justices, they will have to come with that code that he violated. What warrant content of the code? It's like going to have a hearing for him.
Yeah, but why waste taxpayer money if there are allegations made by a regular citizen against any of the justices? Then the justice has the same right as any other Liberian to take that person to court. I mean, I think this is ridiculous to me.
No, Ralph, to another point. The guy point that the court, you can be held in contempt. A private citizen can be held in contempt for impeding the function of the court. That is right. There.
So in this case, I agree. So in this case, how can they prove that he impeded the function of the court?
That's why they invited him to show reasons, and that's why the letter said reason why you cannot be held in contempt. So there are statements that he made about the office of the Chief Justice, equipping that to the Chief Justice being corrupt. If the Chief Justice is corrupt, the Honorable Supreme Court is equally bad. The Honorable Supreme Court is corrupt.
Right.
So it brings something on that honorable body. So that's
I understand. I understand that. But under our Constitution, everyone has the right to freedom of speech, and I will follow that up by saying there are also consequences to free speech as well, especially if it defames the character of anyone, not just the Chief Justice, right? But to even call him in contempt because of the statement, right? I think it's a waste of time. To be honest with you, it's a total waste of time. You know, what is he going to say? Oh yeah, the man has businesses in this place or in that place. Even if it's a complete. So what if it shows that he can prove that the justices are corrupt or the Chief Justice is corrupt? Then what happens?
They send him to jail.
He was saying though the thing is that.
That option, I don't find him to go pay money to the government, and I wouldn't believe that's what they're going to do. Because if they were to jail him, it will bring out a public outcry. So the court will have to be very strategic. So what I'm reading, what's going to happen tomorrow, on the 8th rather, on the 10th, They're going to find him. Probably going to find him, and he go
put him in jail.
Yeah, but he did it. That's not they were saying he was jail.
But and again, the Supreme Court must be very careful what they're doing. This is a precedent that they're setting. I'm not sure if I've ever heard this before. This is the first time I've heard this in the context of Liberia. For the justices to be summoning people to contempt, right? To explain why they shouldn't be held in contempt because of a statement made. There have been multiple statements about how our government is corrupt. People have made general statements and even more forceful statements about how corrupt the government is. There is no secret that the government is corrupt, and the judiciary is part of the government. The judiciary is part of the government. So when lawmakers stand in the house in the house and insult the president, why they are not held in contempt? When lawmakers make allegations that no one asked them to prove, why they're not held in contempt? I mean, this is absurd to me. If you ask me, people should be allowed to speak freely. And again, if the justices feel like that they've been defamed, Sylvester, take the bench to court. Why is it a separate law that says you cannot accuse the justices of being corrupt?
I can tell you the truth, though.
It's nonsense.
So it's just.
It's right. My history have told me that the Supreme Court in Liberia, the Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, right? They don't take things for the fact that they never said he won before just in chamber. They say the full bench. And I can tell you, mark this day, today is February 5th. Prophet Key will go for the full bench, they will send him to jail on that day. They will send him to jail. I can see how
they won't send him to jail.
If they're not going to send a Joseph Vessel, so why waste taxpayer money and waste our time? You're making you're making him more popular then.
I agree with that. They try to make him popular. And it's sort of this: the fact that he received a letter from the honorable clerk of the Supreme Court, that gave him some notoriety here. But what I suspect, that's my suspicion. Totally, I'm not ruling out your side also, but I agree. The men say that one option they have. The option they have, because if the Supreme Court will, the honorable clerk of the Supreme Court will come and prove reason why you should not be held in contempt, meaning there are things that are some grave situation that they believe that may have happened that brought the honorable court to public disrepute. So they want to remedy that. But that, he cannot justify most of the things he's been saying, and knows he got most of those things, he's clueless about them. He just go and talk like a loose machine gun. And sometimes probably don't understand.
The man is unhinged. He's very
unhinged, very erratic, and another thing. Sometimes I believe if something, but the court will give some justification as to why they did it. But one of the reasons I don't think we want to put too much of public sentiments to it or international things. But again, it is based on corruption as too many said. I didn't listen to some of the things he said.
I don't listen to Prophet Key. I don't listen to him.
I didn't listen to some of the things he said.
I got put a video in the chat room. I
will listen to it.
I don't listen to him.
If it is based on accusation or allegation of corruption or malfeasance on the part of the Chief Justice, there have been a lot of allegations against the Honorable Chief Justice on corruptions, malfeasance, misfeasance, and the rest of that. And quite recently, the Honorable Chief Justice again involved himself into a reckless level of nepotistic attitude on the part of the Chief Justice.
They will call you for contempt too.
That was wrong.
No,
right?
they
will call you for contempt.
I can tell you this.
Yeah.
For the fact they said they go before the full bench. They want somebody to look. Somebody with the Supreme Court judge. For the fact they said the full bench. They say just in chambers. They say the full bench. Say you go for the full bench and move from there, and you go there and they say they won't give you warning. No.
Tomalin,
they will find him. Maybe 500, 1,000.
Tomalin, then this is indicative. This is indicative that these guys are just less busy. Of all of the serious issues in our country, I mean, the people are talking about. The people are crying about.
Raul, let me put it into you quickly, Raul. I agree. You want the honorable member on the honorable Supreme Court. Let me put it also to you. You just saying that because we are panelists, we are pundits. Let me put it back to you. On the Supreme Court, then the guy wants another people. When you ready, so I'm ready. I will get up. I will curse you.
Yeah.
Curse your excuse me for that. Curse your man. Curse your wife. One day you're not saying, look at you're not saying that deal mesmo.
Okay, Sylvester, I understand that, right?
That. So
yeah,
it's a personal feeling for them.
Yeah, but exactly. But that's my point. My point is, there's nothing
It
wrong with
exposing them to public guilt.
Exactly, because but it's one thing to say, you know what? Let me teach a man small lesson. So when he open his mouth to talk next time, he will think before he speak, right? But my thing is, there are other ways to deal. Listen, if I'm on the bench at that level, there are other ways to pull my weight to teach this man some lesson. What I'm saying
How do you do it?
I would do it in ways that will be independent of the Supreme Court and not.
How do you do that?
I'm not going to summon. Listen,
you're suing.
I will not only would I sue him. Imagine any of the justices, right, being represented by one of the biggest lawyers in the country or whatever, come out and says we have issued a lawsuit to whatever branch suing Prophet Key for the statement he made defaming the character of the justice. That alone will make news.
Right, that would be difficult. The code of conduct has stand up for that.
So the man, but they are
code
setting
of
a
conduct
precedent.
says if you are public official,
Everyone
you
who come now,
so
Sylvester, everyone who come now and insult any of the justices in Nagbe must be summoned in front of the entire bench. Imagine that kind of precedent you're setting.
No,
we don't
but
have time for that kind of thing.
Right,
Especially if you know the men are going to go to jail. You're not going to send the men to jail.
No, we're not ruling out. That wouldn't see first why the lawmaker, what he said. And he said things like border on producing evidence, then they will use that against him.
But that could be a violation of Prophet King's rights. He has freedom of speech. It could be a violation of his rights.
We don't watch the show, right? But somebody sent me that video. So video I put in the room, listen to the video you get after the show, and maybe tomorrow you say, okay, you based on what you listen, you say, but the man from what I listened to today on our tape, and then based on my Supreme Court source, they plan to put in jail. And mind you, there are people in the government who behind it to when they go to jail. Trust me, don't let them fool you, because they're afraid that they won't face the man to say, oh, you don't want behind to go to jail, right? Yeah, you know what you tell them.
No.
So they're gonna tell you say
this doesn't make sense to me, man.
When you say the fourth bank wants you, then I don't play with it.
They want a regime prophet to go to jail.
Thank you, man. Regime prophet.
Yeah. So everyone now moving forward, everyone, and I hope they understand what's happening here. Everyone who insults the justices, everyone who accuses them, must now go and be held in contempt in front of the full bench. When we have other pressing issues, listen, they're having discussions about this whole land issue. People have different views about this land issue. I have not heard the opinion about this or the Supreme Court. We should be having these constitutional legal issues. These are long-standing legal issues when it comes to land theft. What constitutes land theft? How many years? There should be a limit. These are the kind of conversations we should be having. They should be issuing their legal opinion on these matters. Then they warn about Prophet Key. When Prophet Key insulted Joe, let me ask you a question. Sylvester, is the justices, are they more powerful or more important than the first family in Liberia? The justices, are they more powerful, are they more important than the first family in Liberia?
No, the most powerful family in Liberia is the first family.
So if anyone can just come and insult the most powerful family in Liberia and not get held in contempt, then who are the justices?
But there's nothing in the law that gives contempt for it. So, no, there's something in the law about. There's something in the law you can go. They can take. They can prosecute you for if you malign the character of the president.
Well, if you make a statement that borderline on security matters, they can call you in for questions.
Yes.
But you can't. If someone said, Joe, we got a long mouth. His mouth too long. His eye too big. And eye too big. So how would you respond to that?
There's no contempt of that.
Exactly.
But the Constitution was a little bit. So yes, the Constitution gave two branches. The Honorable House of Representatives, the Legislature, and now the Supreme Court. They have their own contempt powers. The legislature got contempt power, the judiciary got contempt power. But the reason why they didn't get contempt power to the executive, because the executive control all of the people, the police, the military, the paramilitary forces, and all those things. So they didn't want to give them extra contempt power. So, the framers of the Constitution did it in the way and manner they try to balance and structure.
No, but the contempt power is good. It's the way in which it's being used.
The way they use it, because the contempt power is meant to, if you expose that institution.
There you go.
Yeah.
he brought the highest court of the land, properly distribute.
How?
How,
Tomalin?
Georgie, I'm trying to listen to the man, but they called the man called you tonight.
Exactly. How?
I beg you.
So now I'm making that man very power.
But let me guess it.
So should we call the justices in contempt? So what should we do? What should we do? So what should be done? What should be done to any of the justices if anyone who make an allegation of corruption can prove, right, that they were involved in corruption? What should be done to them? How should we call them in contempt? This is a waste of time, man.
No, but the people that highest court in the land.
Remember that you might get a book and cost?
Can I go on the phone?
No, you can never stop being collective. I mean,
what?
See the hard number people can cause. I think the first number person you have seen causing like that.
I haven't been told. Oh, did I say that? You're gonna be.
I John Robert concerned about judicial I should say what supremacy, like maybe they're trying to overuse their power to silence critics.
They are.
Be careful. This is how society get destroyed.
Yes.
Behavior, the conduct of Prophet Key. If care is not taken, it's gradually being normalized. You can see that so many female show hosts now are causing women causing parents, making the regulatory statement about all the Liberians without proof is being gradually normalized because of this board. So if we don't take care, we must soon reach our country to say Liberia is a cousin nation. They have no care, they have no respect for their leaders. They can say anything they want to say to their leaders. I don't think this is the kind of characterization we want Liberia to have.
So, Kehleboe, what do you think we should do? How do you think we can go about it?
No, people, I think it's a tricky thing here, because if you use too much heavy hand, I think, there could be interpreted like this is an attempt of muscle free press.
Freedom of expression, yeah.
Yes, but then we have to be careful also that it was okay because we respect the Senate or the rights under the Constitution. We will let certain things fly. It becomes normalized that it goes out of control. So it's a tricky thing, But I will actually go for imposing heavy fine on him. And I believe that's what the Supreme Court might likely do. Fine him.
Yeah, that's my belief also. I believe he's going to be fined around 1,000, 1,500 there about.
They won't put him in jail. That's
until they put a fine on him.
Yeah.
Then he can't pay it because he doesn't have the capacity to pay the fine. Then he goes to jail. In that case, the politicians that are behind him will know them because they will come now with investment him to pay the money.
No, but someone behind. No, they will put him in jail. Maybe
but the Supreme Court got. Let me come to that for you come in. Supreme Court also got, and that's what we had to say. Kehleboe, the Supreme Court got a limitation of the fine. You can't put unreasonable fine on him.
Yeah. So the best.
There's a limitation to the fine.
They'll say go jail for 90 days or 6 months.
The man not owe nobody. He didn't steal money from government, so you got to limit him to the fine. I suspect.
That's true.
So
yes. But you can just come and put any amount on you just a limitation.
Reasonable.
It's in my head. It's in my head.
It has to be reasonable.
Well, listen to the guy he played with the chief justice, he did it in bad way.
But Tomalin, you think about that. If we live in a country where anybody can get and talk about an official of the state.
Let me put this to you. Maybe his way of going about it is a bit reckless. But let me put this to you. Do you also believe and share the opinion from many that the Chief Justice is being involved into corruption and is very corrupt?
Yes, no,
you see, listen.
No. Kehleboe is a very honest man. He was speaking, man.
Pewee, there's no evidence of that. Maybe people don't know. Let me tell you now, Pewee. People may not know. Let me tell you now, Council Benson was a lawyer. He was a lawyer long time in legal practice, taking private cases before he became even a judge.
Do you believe that? Do you believe? Look at the hotel the man got with it. That's not a smart brother. Do you believe that?
Okay, look, Pewee. You know how much your man made when you were lawyer for the UN tribunal in Sierra Leone?
I see.
No, he was a UN.
So now I'm getting all the land all over the place. You know the man got a lot of land, people that land dealers and all that thing are getting land. You will just get land that way all over the place. They get justice for land, black people to get their land. Do you know there have been cases of issue of land?
Councillor Baise was one of the lawyers at United Nations Tribunal.
Leave that United Tribunal. Councillor Supu and the rest of the Pope did all those things also. A lot of our councillors went there. Let's leave that aside. Leave that aside. What I'm talking about, there have been a lot of accusations lingering over this honorable judge. Before, when he was a judge, he was very corrupt, allegedly corrupt. And when he took over as Chief Justice, he exhibited similar things to us to prove that he is indeed what people are being saying about him.
No, but Pewee, I know one fact that he made more than $100,000 for the United Nations Tribunal when he was a lawyer.
Listen, let them not go there. I understand for some tribal reason you want to support him backing, and some regional reason you want to support him backing. I like politics. I understand you want to go there. My question to you, Kehleboe, is there have been a lot of accusations against this Chief Justice that he's involved into a lot of malfeasance. He's been involved into a lot of malfeasance. He's been involved into too much of corrupt activities, and he was dispensing justice in exchange. He was dispensing justice in exchange of other personal favor. That had been alleged against him before, and he didn't. We heard this, and we started investigating. But when he came as Chief Justice, he appointed his son. I think that was on the corrupt act on his part also. And it was because of people like that before that the U.S. government been saying time to time and back to back that the judiciary is rotten. It's very corrupt, and people get justice. They dispense justice in favor of other public land, money changing hands, and all those things. So
I'll be surprised before they have a decision leave office.
It's not now.
The first time of Chief Justice will face U.S. sanction. Let me frank.
So by doing this, if you have proper key in contempt, and for some reason, listen, in this country, Kehleboe, you live in this country for some time now. You in the system here very well. You understand they don't play with the First Amendment right here in this country.
Exactly.
Prophet Key is also exercising that portion of which is Article 15 of our Constitution. Right? But our Constitution said, our Constitution a little bit more saying you should come be there with the consequence therefore. But yet the First Amendment is some unlimited freedom. And you know that.
Donald Trump has won cases against media institutions.
No. Those institutions ain't one problem. Let them not go there. Those institutions, they want to fix things. They want their business to go on.
CBS.
They didn't want to challenge. They just wanted to fix it. If they could challenge, they could win. So back to the first, and that's why the First Amendment is powerful. If the First Amendment is powerful, back in Liberia, Article 15 of the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia talk about freedom of expression.
You myself were not a lawyer. These media
I don't have to be a lawyer. I'm an intellectual.
Oh, but CBS and ABC News, they got top corporate lawyers. The fact that they could go and compromise with President Trump, it means their own uncles, it means,
quick,
before
we leave quickly, right? Two things on my mind. The first thing, the issue about first, I have a problem with this. What happened this morning? The president went to the barracks, and then you don't see any kind of civilized country where the president take personal, cash and give the military people. And even you notice in America here, whenever the president is addressing the military here, they don't even clap. So they don't even clap. They're very attentive. They don't even show sign that even if they support what he's doing, they don't show it because it's against. You don't do that. But today, President put 5,000, and then the argument about him saying that God can create land. For me, that's my concern. That's my position, right? The property of land that belongs to the military, they didn't take it. Just that a choice of words. I think I probably people have I got with that when he wish he expressed it today to say going and creating a new land. But my thing was I have a problem when he personally giving money to the military opening in that open forum. I come here. I have a problem with that because the military what they did today too, the leadership. You don't show that you're serving the people, the country, not you're not serving the president. No, you commander in chief. I agree, but at the same time too, you gotta show that you are neutral. You are there for the country, not to say you're there for the president alone. So I think it was wrong to even be clapping or even showing like all the kind of things we're doing. I have a problem with that. And my thing is that for the land issue, the president, the military issue, whether the land should be given back to them, the power should give back to them. And the issue about people with land, who have been on private land, and like somebody said today, most of the land issue today in that country today, they're not on BB shot. Come on, people. Let me give you something. My own self. 2 years ago, I went like, bro, the man said, I'm about to go I'm gonna go get my D, right? We got to the place, the surveyor, what I want, the man who can go there and get you the stuff. First of all, the D, the original D, 2% that the owner of the land, 2% citizen on the D. He said, I said, I can't do it. Why must I can pay you with your brothers and sit down on the D? Only one there. I'm gonna pay money to you. I can't do it. He got value, he can go. Can't care. I'm gonna give money there. Then they tell about why you let it put a sign, the D's on sign. So they come up with are selling people land. They come up people, Mr. Nagbe, Pewee, Robert. They're not a B shot and like come on people selling people land. They in a habit of doing that stuff, taking land and selling it. What's the corruption there? People that are selling people land, and then the 2-3%. Okay, selling land. They don't want to do that. Come on, people do nothing. And the last thing I have is the issue about the criticism coming on the former president on the city of Hope. My point is this: it's a government fee that the people money that they were used that wasn't that government money was used. They empower. Let them go to the bank and provide your evidence. Say let the government money, but you can't be doing what you do right now, trying to pressure the woman and undermine her effort and so forth. I condemn it. It's wrong. It's wrong. And whether they get 10% to that place, that not people play to be criticized and say, oh, they're paying too big for certain people. What's that? That's my own thing. I got my mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nagbe. We're going to wrap it on Mr. Nagbe. Can you come in quickly? And then
yeah. Thank you, guys. Great show, and thanks to Carlos Gray. He came and I think he's very candid with his expressions. I think he spoke well. We'll see. We're all in the opposition community. But I think he's reflecting on some of the mistakes they made. I like that. He's usually very arrogant, but I think today he was pretty level-headed. I hope we get him back again, so that we can all begin to figure out, the mistakes that were made as an opposition now, so that we can all tighten things up. But I'll say this about the comment made by Tomalin. The president, this is what surprises some of us. He's one of the oldest politicians around. He's supposed to be a wise old man. But sometimes, and he takes long, he doesn't speak often. And so you would think someone like him would take time to reflect before he speaks. But most of the time, it takes him long to speak. And then when he does speak, he misses the mark entirely. I was listening to the comments that he made today about the barracks thing, and I was saying, how can the president say this? God doesn't make what additional land. What does that mean? People are hurting. People are crying in the streets. That's what you're going to say? You're supposed to be consoling people, that's the position he took today. I just shook my head. I was disappointed.
But Lenny from your friend.
Yeah.
Anyway, great show, guys. Everyone, hopefully,
man, beautiful English.
Yeah. I mean, when I heard that, just to re-echo what Mr. Nagbe said, I thought about Donald Trump. And it's sad. It's not in a good way. It's very sad because JMB is not Donald Trump 2.0. But like Mr. Nagbe says, sometimes I don't understand. Maybe it's old age, because I heard the older you get, sometimes you just don't give a darn no more. But it would be different if he wasn't president of Liberia. right? Because again, when you are in the position he's in, you will think that wisdom kicks in. And when people are, and I want to be very clear, Liberia is a country of laws. Anything, any action that is supported by law, I support. Having said that, I think after law it has been implemented and all, we still are human beings. And we have to be empathetic towards each other. Squatters or however you want to term them. If they've been in a place so long, that land doesn't belong to them, and those who truly own the land can come and prove beyond all doubt, show the proper documentation that these folks have been in our land for a very long time, and the court tells them to leave, it's fine. But again, it's that they always say it's not what you say, it's how you say what you say. The president, hasn't shown any empathy towards these people. There should be some empathy there, especially when you're in a country, Sylvester, where you have no jobs. There's 70,000 jobs to talk about. It's not affecting the masses. I don't know who are affected by these jobs. I don't know who work these jobs. But those folks who are who are asked to move with no place to go whatsoever, they are hurting. And so we can support the law and also be empathetic to say, listen, man, how would I feel if that was my mother or that was my sister? Even though she did something wrong, even though he did something wrong, but right at this moment, how can we be of a help? The president making comment like God is not creating land. Do you know how many wasteful lands are all over the place, taken over by forests, bushes all over the place? Look at the RIA highway. You know how many government lands are all over the country? It's the same mindset that got us congested in Monrovia. Do you think everybody have to be in Monrovia? Do you not think if we were serious, we can actually relocate the capital? Do you not think we can do that? Do you not think if we were serious, we can actually transform West Point into a modern tourist attraction? Do you not think we can do that? We can do anything we want to do, but we don't have the political will. We're not patriots. We're concerned about ourselves. And you know what? I don't give a darn where 10 is having party. Let 10 party. It's Tomalin, Sylvester. Maybe this is the last time 10 will ever party. Let him party. I don't care what Jojo doing. Let them do what they do. What I care about are the issues. What are those issues affecting Liberians? The very people who elect these people. What kind of party are they having? And if they wish to have any party, who is best fit come 2029 to ensure that it's not just the fortunate few of us and those that are corrupt who work in government that are enjoying Liberia or what this world has to offer. But at least all of us can enjoy some of that. They can make the decision for themselves. But these comments the president are making, Sylvester, it will haunt him. Because if these political institutions were smart and they already had a good communication, that's an A right there. You put that on video, you commit already. This is what the man is telling you. He said God can create land. Well, we don't expect God to create land, but we will stand on your behalf. We'll find land for you one way or the other. As a government, we're not doing that. But the Supreme Court must be very careful on the precedent that they're setting. You inviting Prophet Key to go and explain what he meant. Be very, very careful. I don't listen to Prophet Key. I think Prophet Key is unhinged. I think he's a big fool. I think Prophet Key is a fool. Prophet Key should not be allowed in any intellectual space when it comes to the issues in our country. I don't listen to him. But for you to summon him and hold him in contempt because he said the man is sick and the wife should look after him, this is nonsense.
For me, before we can go, if I would say what the president said today, on a serious note, and it's quite unfortunate that President Joseph Yuma Boaka would say God is not going to come and create new land. There's going to be no new creation, all those things. What the president's foremost, how he started, it was great to say, oh yeah, the land for the military should take their land.
Yes.
And he also went on to say if it is true, because one of the journalists asked him, Mr. President, why if the military is encroaching on other people's land? He said, no, we're going to look into that. If that's the case, the military should not trample on the right of any Liberian citizen. That way he started doing very wonderful footing there until he won, and at the time he messed it up. But again, leaders will sometimes speak the way, and probably their handlers or media relation people will come and try to fix it up for them.
But the man been speaking of that was Sylvester. You see the when the man asked security, get my hat, man.
Yeah.
On the man.
You know, and all those things, doing those things and trying that way. But I thought it was quite unfortunate for a president that is struggling, that just said that 70,000 jobs were created, and those jobs, and we can see, and the people are hungry in the country, and you come in saying those things and all of things. But lastly, the Cloud We Are Foundation issue, I think it's getting some steam and too many, and a lot of things unfolding behind the scene. President Salif visited the foundation a few days ago. And today, Senator Kamara also did that. The reason these things are happening is that these are high-profile government officials or former government officials trying to come and associate with this woman that they believe.
Don't forget that we get the TMC girl one car. You gotta say that too.
Oh
yeah.
Oh, you're there?
Yes, TMC girl.
Oh, one of the white pickup truck.
Yeah, one of those.
You red market the part I can enjoy.
One of those Chinese pickup.
So Veda said one of those Chinese pickup.
Yeah, the Chinese. Yeah.
My man, car.
One of those Chinese.
No, but that's a Toyota though.
So no, it's not a Toyota. It's only a Chinese brand. It's not a Toyota.
Oh, okay. You might be right. I don't know which.
We gotta qualify Papua Chinese brand there.
Oh, but this Chinese pickup is good, and I can say this to you. No. This Chinese pickup, we're trying to procure even 3 for the new progressive movement that should be coming in the country by June. 3 of those Chinese pickups. Oh yeah, we're getting 3 of them. 3 of them.
Where your parking car? You got office space?
How you be saying that? We got what parking our vehicle and we got what parking. Yeah, so but on a serious note, on that note, they will have to do it, and Clark will do things.
No, but I think we need a show on that, Sylvester. We need a show, spend 30 minutes and discuss this. I wrote a piece on it today.
Yeah,
this is not good.
We'll talk about it tomorrow. Trust me, tomorrow we'll talk about it. Send tomorrow Friday, we'll talk about it tomorrow. The club we have thing. We'll look forward to evening. We can have the first lady to come and talk to us, former first lady to talk to us about her foundation. What some of the things, what inspire her to do these things. We'll try to reach out. We know she may not come.
Is it right as last postman is my the club foundation.
Good night, guys. I'll see you tomorrow, man.
So Garguah said y'all didn't ask. I was waiting for y'all to ask the man for proof. So you said my brother got 3 consultants.
Lot of support coming in, but I think.
Y'all didn't ask Garguah's grade for proof when he said my brother got 3 consultants in.
But
he ain't no proof.
I heard about
got 3 consultants in.
That's why he said on the show. I was just keeping quiet.
No, when I went to the country, I tried calling John Lobo to see him and other things. But my point is, John Lobo just all over the place.
No, but the man was driving old car. The man was driving one of those security cars. They didn't say that one because I was there in Liberia. So the guy in the car now they said that, but you said the man got 3 consultants, and that's not true. I don't know. So what
I know about George Lobo,
and you keep saying the men are qualified. Something I want to talk about. I will stay out of the 1 year.
George Lobo is consulting at large in the government.
So where is he working?
Nowhere. He talked for everybody and baby listen.
Listen.
He would have broken.
Tomalin, there's something I can say is off the record because that's.
The man come on the show.
But I can invite the man.
No, George Lobo is consulting a lot. The man's a story for the government.
But the man have refused.
So he's doing a job to promote his government. That's all.
Listen, there are plenty of assistant minister jobs all over the place. You know, I'm not even gonna say that I won't say it. At the end of the day, I can
when a George Lobo won't be get outside be chopping for all what you want to do.
No, but if what the men want to do is not available, then the men work for the president.
But Ryan, I don't know you'll be a cow, man. I know you're a cow. What you want to do? What is it you want to do?
Oh, it's references on that one.
What you want to do?
So what the men want to do
right now?
They
won't be FPRC money there.
No, the man will be able to say, but not no assistant minister position where you don't have the guy making $2,000, $2,500. What a man
You know, on a serious note, right? That politics with
but you can't say the man got 3 consultancy job. That's not true. I didn't want to talk that off.
No, but I can't just propaganda. That was propaganda.
And then you expect a man to drive. You expect a man to go like Mr. Nagbe and drive on a car.
Well, I don't mean that.
Eh? And the other minister, then what kind of car they driving?
Why a rule?
So now he
works directly with the president. For right now, he works with the president.
Oh, he working the presidency?
Yeah, he works for the president.
Right?
As what?
The president sent him. The president gave him tax. He works for the president. He doesn't have a official position right now.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a. When I invite him,
Tony, I come in 1 minute. That's an important point, Raul.
So
the president work with the president, work for the president. No, I come in, Raul. Raul, you said the man work for the president. What portfolio is he carrying off of the president?
George Lobo will have to answer that question. What I do know is that right now he has not been appointed at any official position in government. He haven't.
So why is it that he's doing for the president?
Well, I don't know in detail what he's doing for the president, but I do know that he works for the president. The president gives him tax. He works for the president.
So I come in. So is he? I think the tax is what to family affairs to manage his family affairs.
For instance, the other day, not the other day, but a few months ago, he was part of the crew that went on the Ministry of Education tour around the country when the minister went to the counties to figure out what was going on. He accompanied from the executive level.
So why is he a technical assistant to the president?
No, I that detail will have to come from him.
From you, right? From UP, I know people in the UP government have given me, but I'm not gonna. I don't feel like that dead again, right? Because I'm not gonna destroy a young man. They say, look, he gets 3 consultancy with 3 education. I think education, NASCOP, and another place.
No, he doesn't have a consultant with education. That's a myth. That's a myth. That's like a story.
Why you want to? Why you want to?
He went there as a representative of the president.
In what capacity?
Well, you will have to come and explain that, Sylvester. You will have to come and explain it.
Let's not that time he help us. I mean, we have
no, but I want you to come. He's not afraid to come.
Man. For me, I can always promote him. Defend him, right? I'm promoting defend him, right?
Yeah, I mean, I want him to come. He's not afraid to come. But I just don't want this whole noise about that. But he also said that the car the man driving is one of the cars from what's the company name?
Brand new plastic.
Yeah, but you see, that's not even true. You see, that's why I didn't want to talk, Mr. Number. But you see, you can't come here and come make.
Bravo, don't hurt your hair, but I can't say agent
that's not true.
You know he's just.
No. He was back on his head.
I was just trying to.
Yeah.
You are playing propaganda there, right?
Yeah.
The man been having that car almost a year now.
But I tell you,
is it based in Arizona or he in Liberia?
No, the man relocated to Liberia 4 times.
Is it? I met George when I was in Liberia.
Yeah, in Liberia 4 times.
In Liberia 4 times.
Yeah, Sylvester, the man lived in Liberia 4 times. He left since they won the election. In fact, when the first round, George Lobo has been in Liberia since the first round. When he was there, after they won the election, he came back for a week. He went back with his wife, and then he came back. They went back for the inauguration. He's been there ever since.
So his
wife is in Liberia currently with him?
No, his wife and his kids are still in the States.
Okay, he moved back for it. Okay.
Yeah.
People are asking because you all know that George was one of the most strongest supporters.
Absolutely.
He made compelling case for them on a lot of platforms, right? And now, and many people thought he would have been appointed by the president officially, but since the government over, I had no appointment where he was appointed.
Yeah, but it's not about job. Listen, it's not just about job though.
Yeah, but so
it's the kind of job.
No, what kind of job again? Because other people are talking about. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, we expected him to have gotten a appointed job from the president, right? It didn't happen. But like one of the advantages when you sit on the kind of platform, right? People get information. But then I told her I can into that game where they gave me the 3 consultants, the people getting consultancy from education, Foreign Affairs, and NASCOP. They give me yes.
That's BS.
No, not Foreign Affairs. One of the public corporations. I think LPR and so on. One of them. They give me. But I told them, say, look, I don't have my place there. But if you want to come on the show,
we'll invite him on the show. John Lobo not afraid to come on the show. We'll invite him.
You can show that.
But you know, Mr. Nagbe, the very people try to laugh at this man, play fun, and I don't agree with Lobo and his government on anything. I think they are performing worse. I'll tell him off and on the record. They're performing worse than CDC. Everything we criticize on the John Lobo show. You were there on the drive when they used to attack me. He and Dwalu. When they used to attack me about the economy, Joe, we are flying private jet. Joseph Boga is doing worse. But at the end of the day, everyone had issues with the fact that George Lobo's name was not one of the first on the list when these jobs are going out. We had conversation, and I even made a post. I went on the radio. I was at Julia John. I said, I said, if you guys think that you guys going to disenfranchise a young man who, even when some of these guys were quiet, he was talking about Unity Party, very, very steady. And if you think that he's going to just leave his family, go to Liberia and just sit on Liberia doing nothing, how is he paying his bills? He's not doing 3 consultancy work. He worked for the president. It's not just about job. It's about the kind of job the man wants. And eventually, the man
what
will
job?
be official.
What job is he? What I come around?
The man he's into finance. He's into finance. That's his background.
Okay. That's too many 1 minute. So he into finance because it will help us help him also. And I can remember, I have fearlessly defended him before. You can remember somebody attacking. I came in his defense, other thing. Now that he into finance, other thing, there were other powerful jobs now at a higher level, but into finance. So what are some of the jobs he told you that he already craving for?
So I'll give you one. I respect my brother.
The Controller General of the Republic?
But no, not Controller General. But for instance, right, one of the positions out there, they're still trying to sort this stuff out in court. It's, for instance, it's one of the tenure position. They're still trying to sort it out in court. There's a couple of them that's still being sorted out in court.
I'll be clear.
No, I can't be clear because I gotta respect my brother. I can't tell him business.
He want me commissioner for what something? LTA?
Very clear. All right, Robert.
But Mr. Nagbe, I can't come here and tell the man.
Okay, so in other quarters, the very United Party folks, one of them, even I will always show you just like he said, but the reason is that I said George Dopoh is seeking for opposition. That's what they're saying. And these guys are radical, right? But Jordan knows, I told him this before I say the United Party people, they say he's seeking for a position that his qualification does not fit into. That's another part of the debate also.
Yeah.
So is that, and that's what they're saying. I'm not the one saying that, but I've said it as I said, no, the man is qualified. I know him to be a very competent, qualified person. Now, and the job you don't want to call now is it the LTA or you want to be, because those positions we have to come, if people that are contesting for those jobs with you, they are all in the master's ring and other things. So why is it that he's not getting it? Because he's very close to the president.
Yeah, so he's following the wisdom of the president.
I think we should invite you on the show.
Exactly.
He's very close to the president. He fought very hard for the president and other things. Why is he not getting an appointed job?
But Sylvester, let me just put for the record, he still enjoys the trust of the president.
There you go.
Yeah, is he enjoying the trust of the president? Because listen, two things, that thing happening here. Sometimes all the joy you go for, the people say, my son, say the post say you can't get anything, come sit down, family, let be around. That may be some of the things unfolding.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Good night, we are in no time. If I'm close to, let's agree that tomorrow, Benson Garfine or James Scully is president of Liberia. Kamara is president of Liberia. Raul, I can come to you and tell you, say, Raul, I will give you 5 jobs. I said, I will get all these 5. I will get one of them. I will tell you that. Because I know the role I play and other things. With my qualification, I will tell you, Raul, do 5. I will get it. Why should people like John Wall be struggling? People be eating equal. The case on that equal LTA, they appointed Karen Massacre in there. Or not equal when they appointed Patrick Hunter in there. Are these people more qualified than John Wall? Maybe I don't know.
Well, no, but you see, but to your point, Sylvester, this is politics at play.
Why one of the jobs?
Politics is at play.
Freeport. Deputy manager of Freeport. John Wall qualified to do that job. Deputy manager of FPRC. John Wall qualified for that job.
So
deputy head of road fund. He qualified. Roll fund.
Yeah,
That I was told he was
politics,
all those
politics,
Why can't get a
politics,
brother some job?
politics is obviously a player. You guys know. Not
It may
everybody.
be well. It may be well as a sorry
And
though.
and Sylvester, Tomalin, you should know when these things happen and political pocket wins, you will always hear, yeah, the man were talking for us. But you know the other man, yeah, he's not as he's more fortunate than other people who've been on the ground here, who've been part of the party.
Yeah,
So these people, we gotta take care of these people first. I mean, there's a lot of things going on, and there's a lot of people who've been rewarded, not just based on competence. Every time I hear them talk about his qualification, and so he shouldn't. Jobs has always been available to us. I can tell you this much. Assistant minister job, if George Lobo only wanted to prove a point about getting job, by now he would have accepted a few of those assistant minister positions. But it's not just about that.
I would push my brother, bro.
that.
I would have pushed my brother to go take the assistant minister, minister for fiscal affairs, minister of finance. He's a financial person. Powerful job.
Yeah, but how much they're paying? How much they're paying?
Jesus. You the assistant person that manage what I'm not saying you should be corrupt though, but you yeah. But that's a prestigious job. You assess the deputy minister for that area that will put money in where we go, where we will get what in the whole country. It's not about corruption. It's not about corruptibility. It's about the prestigious nature of that job and the the cloud you're going to have. He's a financial person. So for me, the whole thing is I did not give him a job for a reason that we don't know.
No, but on a serious note, right?
That's why I just want to know.
I me be from you. Because the way I thought when George used to explain on the class, I mean on the drive and phone and thing there, I just thought I believe that he was just how I saw Kolasco to President Weah, that I saw him to be the President Boyka, right? So I told him, I said, look, if I were you, the same role that Kolasco play with the Weah time, play that role, be that special aid to the president. But then when I didn't see it, then and one thing about politics, you see, though, people got people in the system. Who's I say, oh my man, don't know the way Kolasco goes, we are get out in approximately not how the man get out to Baga. I said, oh, I'm telling you, Kolasco is going in Baga room.
No, sorry, I'm not cutting you. Sorry. Yeah, I will push to the same when the result came up. One day I will push something. I was saying something. I said, I was getting I was doing my stuff. I said I will call John Lobo to tell you sorry so he can recommend me to get Mr. Joe. Now you came right. That's how I thought John Lobo of the proximity.
George Lobo is close to the president, but again, there are some. I won't compare.
I don't think. Bro,
no, I won't compare his relationship to that of. I won't compare his relationship to that of Kolasco relationship to the president. But you know why he won't take that? You know why he won't take that kind of job? And we laugh about this off the record. Wow. We laugh about this. But you have to go back to the draft. You remember these very guys were laughing at Kolasco about being a special aid to the president. What they didn't understand.
Anybody laugh, they don't know government.
But you see, that's what they did. They did that not because they did that thinking they were denigrating my other brother Kolasco without understanding the power, the close proximity to the president and what that meant for Kolasco. And they still don't understand that. They still don't understand that even up to now. Tomalin, up to now. The connection Kolasco have, the relationship he has been able to build by being the special aid to the president. Many of these guys who work in government, the ministers, they've never had that.
I can reject a lot of deputy minister job in government. I can reject some minister proper job in government and take that job as special aid to the president.
Absolutely.
I can do that.
But the thing is too, you see, have you ever heard about the special aid to the president of Garguah as much as you heard about Kolasco?
Yeah, no,
but we don't even know him. That's what I'm saying. We don't know him.
Nobody.
We don't know him.
I saw him. I saw the guy at the town meeting, right?
But he was in DC. Yeah.
I saw the guy. And the people, by the time the president doctor called him, when the president physician called him, when he went to the physician to talk to him, went back to the president, I went and brought the chair. And then the next thing, the president they announced the president will be leaving. Like in the beginning, what I saw could bring water for the president team. And I said, oh, that's the record. That's how we are. If I had that role, I would be the happiest person. You try to run away.
Yeah, some of these.
But the point that I'm making is Kolasco made that position even more powerful than it is. Because even after Kalasco, before Kalasco, we never heard
Exactly.
about the significance of the special aid to the president. He
That's what I
always
do.
low key.
I
And
agree.
so,
Not low key.
no.
What I'm saying is,
It wasn't.
Kariatu played a role for Charles Cedar.
Yeah, but you didn't. But what I'm saying is, the Kalasco was more so out there. Everybody knew he was out there. Everyone knew he
In
was a
recent
special
time, we
aid
are
to the
talking. Yeah, he played a role. He played a role. But in other sense,
But people denigrated the role. And I always took Alaska. I said, listen, my brother, you are where you belong. And I believe that role, given his relationship with the president, that role to some extent make Alaska the permanent figure, political figure he is. You think the man when I went in this election in
I beg you, let me say something quick.
I thank God you got a job. But let's go if you following what I think what Rambo you want to 80,000 because
the man is one of the biggest social media personality on social media.
Okay, Tomalin, let me say something. Tomalin, let me say something. Robert, hey, gentlemen, how you doing tonight? There's something Robert said, but assistant minister, probably that's one of the problem guys in the country. Robert, people will tell you, assistant ministers are the most senior technocrats at any ministry. That's where they use their skills to apply in that ministry. Let me give an example before the war. You see the former Land Minister, Dr. Eugene Shana, PhD geophysicist, University of Michigan State. Before the war, he was working at Land. Do you know where he was working at? He was the director of geological survey, not assistant minister, director of geological survey. There were assistant minister with bachelor degree. Those lower level positions, they keep those entities running. The ministers, deputy ministers don't keep those places running. If a minister want a report, if a minister want an economic report, you think that they put in the office that put it together? There's the assistant ministers, the director, the chief economist. These are senior people in those ministries. For some reason, we got this notion in our country right now that assistant minister is a low-level job. When I was growing up, assistant ministers travel more than ministers to conferences. Because they if a minister traveling, minister never travel, deputy minister travel, assistant minister, and director.
But they are the technicians.
Because anything in that building.
But they are not being used. They are not being used effectively.
No, guess what? No, they are not being used because we have set up that environment that job is a wayside job. That job is not a wayside job. Those people, these are the people that keep those places going. If a minister needs something, he can't ask the deputy minister. Deputy minister go ask the assistant minister, ask the director. Assistant minister, director. These are people that know where all the bones are buried in that building.
The only ministry that really can make use of assistant ministers would be the number one ministry I know is the foreign ministry. That the assistant minister do have a lot of power. They travel a lot around. They travel and almost all because the assistant ministers that's the nerve center of the ministry. Now all the bureaus you have, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs got 8 different bureaus in terms of that. The bureaus are there, but we've got about 9 assistant ministers in that ministry. So those assistant ministers would be the one to do. And we come for because the ministry is very engaged. Every day there's each other people visiting the minister or the president. You have to do briefing notes, and those briefing notes are done by assistant ministers.
Tell you, Gina, to stop acting like you know anything about the man's school fee.
Yeah,
the man's education.
I don't care about that part, but I can tell you if we want to have that government functioning, a vibrant civil service, people who are director in the civil service before administrators were very senior. I mean, they were calling shots because trust me, assistant minister can be the technocrat, but guess what? He's a political appointment. He can be removed. Deputy minister can be removed. Directors.
During the time, right? When I say assistant minister when it comes somewhere, you say, huh? It was like that. I mean, we so like really admire these guys.
Those people were technocrats.
They were technocrats, but apart from that, I believe that high-performing employees should be compensated as per their performance. What we see in Liberia now, and I think the reason why a lot of people think the way they think about these assistant minister job is that these appointments, even at the top level, the minister proper and things, they are not made based on, not at all levels based on competence. And so for me, I go to Liberia, I'm not saying I know everything, but there's nothing wrong with working under anyone, right? But you can't be working under someone that you're more qualified than. They're not doing anything. You keeping the ministry
What is the
functioning. You keeping the
qualifications?
ministry.
So
You keeping the
the
ministry going.
definition.
I'm not even talking about
What is the definition of
education.
qualification?
My
So no, I'm no.
qualification.
So what
My
is the definition of
qualification is not
qualification?
about. My qualification is not about who has a master's degree or who has a doctorate degree, right? My qualification is about performance and results, right? So I can have a bachelor's degree. I don't have a master's degree. I don't have a master's degree, but I can tell you right now, I don't care who has a master's degree or doctorate degree. I can outperform anyone in less than a year or 2 years in transforming the tourism sector. It's based on practical experiences in my field, in my area. In Liberia, we look at just degrees and we don't look at practical results. We don't look at experiences. We don't look at all of the different things. We don't look at results. We want to look at education. It's not just about education. So
No, no,
when you have a
it's
minister
really result
proper,
based also.
The Robert. So,
exactly,
but Robert.
right. But we don't do that in
Robert.
Liberia.
Robert, you're
We
talking
don't
two
do
different
that.
things. Two different things. Assistant minister, deputy minister. These are political appointment. Number one.
But because
I
just because
come
the
in. I'm
political
coming.
appointment don't
No,
mean
no,
you can't look at results though.
No, I'm not talking about result now. I'm talking about every job they give you, you got to produce. Every job result oriented. Yeah, political appointment number one. And when you talk about compensation, dude, Liberia is in a very tricky place. We got a huge diaspora population. If you decide to go Liberia to take a job, you should forget about your expensive back here because Liberia will not compensate you to live in Liberia and maintain America. So if you're in Liberia, you're assistant minister and your gross salary is $3,500.
You can't
For the
survive.
Liberia, for the Liberia context, you can survive. But if you live in both in Liberia and America, that's peanuts. Am I lying to you?
No,
No, it's
Siafa,
true.
Am I lying? Am I lying?
No, you're right about that. And
I come with Robert. In a country that people live on $1 a day, so I'm making $3,500 a month. He says it's peanuts.
So Siafa,
And that's the reality.
What is peanut? Listen now. What? And I get what you're saying. What is peanut to me may be seen as a dream salary to others. So I get that, right? I get that. But just because we're living in a country where people are making $1 a day doesn't mean that you should recruit people, right? Right? People of value, especially in positions where you can see return on investment. For instance, tourism. I think that should be a compensated.
Okay, what is a government job? What is a government job?
What's a government job?
Government job? Government job is public service. You should expect to make less. You should expect to make less in government than what you're making in the private
you
sector.
Should. But you said you should.
But
you said you should.
That's a fact.
But you said you should. Is that the reality right now?
No, that's a fact.
But no. What I'm saying is you should. No.
Robert,
it's a fact. Wait. You said
this
you
country
should.
you live in. Guess
what I'm
what?
saying
This country you live in. A congressman, you know what congressman make a year in this country you live in?
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah,
I'm not disagreeing with you.
So
what I'm saying is
it shouldn't be peanuts.
What I'm saying to you is
that's the skill in the country. That's the skill in the country.
To you is the congressmen and women you're talking about. Most of them they are not career politicians. They're doctors. They're lawyers. They're engineers.
And some are career politicians.
We're not. They have professions. They have multiple sources of income. And this is the reason why I've always said I don't want to go to Liberia to accept a salary that I know cannot maintain my livelihood. So I want to go back home, open companies, so that when I do agree to work in government, I have multiple sources of income. But however, the reality is the lawmakers you're talking about, comparing with the lawmakers here, they completed 5 and 6. Many of them are not careers. They're not career professionals. They have no career. Everything they ever known was politics. They are making almost $10,000 on a monthly basis. But you were telling a professional in the diaspora, right? In order to go back home and make an impact, you must just sell your home here, forget your family here, or move them to Liberia, and go and take $3,000. That's not a normal reality.
No. Guess what? It's a choice.
It doesn't make sense.
It's an individual choice. If you decide to go work in government, that's the kind of compensation you should be expecting.
It depends where you work in government. It depends where you work in government. But I would agree with you if you decide to work in government.
The reason why we're all messed up is that we think government is a source for big money. Government job or public service.
Not that we think it's what has been established.
No.
You keep saying sure we think. It's not. That's not a reality.
And that's why Lady Premier, I said that's why we caught up in this predicament. In the Republic of Liberia, $5,000 a month. That's a lot of money. It's
Mhm.
it's small money if you got to maintain life in Liberia and America. And guess what? To maintain life in Liberia and America, that's not a Liberian government problem. That's your personal problem. Liberian government can pay this amount. So
Mhm.
that is given. So if you decide to take a job, look, when you work for government, that public service, you don't expect to get rich unless you steal. When you die, you know the government will give you, they will give you a gazette, they will read over a casket and put a flag over you. Case closed. Allegedly, case closed. Case closed. And so until we can reverse that mindset,
Right now,
people.
they give you resettlement package. For example, the present education minister, I think she was giving 40,000 to resettle to go to Liberia to go there. So there are most people, but they need to do it for all the ministers there.
Tomalin, that's the problem in the country. You're a poor country, and your country, you can't be developing compensation package just like corporations. You're not, no. Yeah. You can't be look, if I appoint you minister, why should I give you relocation package? Where part of the budget is it coming from? Why should I give you relocation package? You want a job? That's the job. You come home. The most we can give you is when you come, you get duty free, and when you come in home, you get one duty free return, right? From the Freeport Work Continue, right? Yeah, but you giving people relocation package, job, government job. I don't know of any rich country that will be doing that, but we do those kind of things. And that's the reason why people look at assistant minister are like bottom feeder. Assistant minister, look, Dr. Baron Tar served as director assistant minister. Emmanuel Gardner, who used to be the budget bureau, those people were just technical analysts. David Fahad, they all served as director, assistant minister, director minister before they became minister.
The posts are abusing
So now you see our contemporaries, they just, I got two masters, why am I be deputy, why am I be assistant minister? Then what can you do? What, you want to be in a political job? Or you want to be in a technical job? We in the country, every month we say we get job report. You think no job report, who don't put it together? These are CC economists. You know what I mean? Statisticians.
I know for a fact that a lot of assistant ministers and the assistant ministers they got, and the areas that assistant ministers only have the kind of a role to play in a few other ministries where the ministers will not give them the capacity. But the assistant ministers, basically the technicians behind those ministries, if you will. So the assistant ministers and some of the senior civil servants that are there, like the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the DEX officers, also some of them been there for a protracted period of time, the DEX officers in other areas, because the assistant ministers, deputy ministers, proper will come and go. But for institutional knowledge, we have the DEX officer and we have the senior DEX officer. So those, for instance, the Bureau of Afro-Asian Affairs in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we have the DEX officer for Africa. Then we have senior DEX officer for Africa. We have DEX officer for Asia. So when there's a problem, the DEX officer for Asia would work on whatsoever briefing and other thing, bring it along with the assistant minister. They will work, they develop something. If the president or one of those ambassadors are coming in the country to present the letter of credence to the president, you review and do all of the talking points and present them. So it is the assistant minister that's preparing the president for that ambassadorial ceremony. If the ambassador is presenting credentials to the president needed to know something about that country. So the assistant minister and his team go to do the research, put the briefing note, the talking point together, and that's why the president going to know. So if you see the president is traveling the country, and the president is doing this, the assistant minister is the one that doing all the briefing thing. Oh, okay, thank you, Mr. President. The Liberia and this country had a relationship. Thank you. When we were in need of you the last time you did this, and thank you. So you have to do sufficient research and put the briefing note together. The president knows nothing about our country, but it is you. There's the technicians that is going to inform the minister, and the minister will move us there with a folder and present to the president, Mr. President, this everything. And that's a daily basis. So that's one of the reasons every day foreign ministers, assistant ministers are engaged and very busy because today this ambassador is coming to 2, 3, 4. The UNDP coming, the World Bank coming, the this coming, the Nigerian ambassador coming, the Ghanaian ambassador coming, or they come to present credentials to the going to the president. Everybody move to the press to the maybe a day before or the morning of the program. The minister will now you prepare the minister take his photo, move to the executive marshal, or Mr. President, give it to the president know what's going to do. That should be the case all over in every ministry, if you will.
And,
So
and then it will
minister
be
should be
fortunate
granted
few.
that way. If it say that way, then you will see real product coming out.
Lands and Mines, I come in Robert before the war. Minister of Lands and Mines, you have multiple masters, PhDs. They were not minister. Some of them they were not even director, but they have specialized skills.
But see, the former Protein was a director there before.
But guess what? Before he became a director, before the war, he was just a regular geologist there.
Yeah.
Geologist. I mean, you had Dr. Seleke Kromah there before with a PhD. Before he became minister when the coup came, they were low level. You had the late Mr. Watersea. You had even the former president Seleke brother. He wrote. I mean, so that's how you had to entertain it. They were functioning at all levels.
Even the current minister of mines, was a former director there.
Yes,
listen,
they were for all levels. But nowadays, everybody say, oh, the job, they do big for the job. So they have
the reason why
civil service.
I don't think people are saying that they're too big for the job. I think that's not fair to say, CF. That's not fair to say, because the issue that people are making and is that we need to balance government expenditure. You can't have dimwits. You can't have unqualified people at the top of ministries getting paid the big bucks, and then you have true technicians, technocrats, at the bottom making little or nothing, but they run the ministry. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. I think education is good. I value education, but the reason why people are purposely obtaining all of these degrees with not a single experience in the diaspora or wherever they find themselves, because they understand that even without the requisite experiences, when they go back home, all they need to show is are their degrees. Why I said that we have a law that says, oh, a doctor must be the ministry, you have to be a doctor to become Ministry of Health, for instance. Why? Why a doctor have to be Ministry of Health?
Ministry of Health.
There's no law, but they've always appointed a doctor as Ministry of Health, for instance. So what I'm saying here is very simple.
Okay.
What I'm saying is very simple.
Let me correct you.
No, wait, let me feel correct me.
Well,
we
have Martha Bella, Minister of Health. She was not a medical doctor. She was not a medical doctor.
How long ago that was?
No, but I'm just telling you that
I'm talking about in recent time. You're talking about how many years ago? I'm talking about in recent time. This is the system, the systemic issue. This is the systemic issue that we have created even after the war. We haven't fixed that issue. We put a lot of emphasis on people who have big degrees. They're underperforming. They have no record of results. This is the same thing that's happening in Liberia with Cummings. This is the reason why we don't know who to pick. We don't know qualified, competent people, because we confuse competence for degrees. I'm big on results, and I'm big on education as well. But I tell you this, I would take a guy who has an associate degree, right? Who has been in a position for 8 years and can show transformative results, policy created transformation that he or she has done in a particular field over a guy who has a doctorate degree in that field but can show me the damn thing. This is how other progressive countries.
Okay, Robert, let me tell you something. So, Robert, let me tell you
this. Nobody who is competent and qualified going to go for a job that paying them less for someone who is incompetent because they have degree and they're tapping the position.
Robert, minister, deputy minister, to some extent, assistant minister, then that political appointment. If you're technical in the ministry, you got no control over it. So if you're going to get pressure on it, then don't work in government.
All the appointment in Liberia, are political appointment. All the appointment are political appointment.
No, that's why I say the country right now. But let me tell you something. So minister, deputy minister, are political appointment. It's like the will and pleasure of the president. The president can put anybody that is comfortable with at any day. You know what I mean? They got what the former president of Ghana, Kufuor. When Kufuor was president, his brother was defense minister, his brother was medical doctor. He was defense minister. So that political appointment, but guess what? Those people in that Ministry of Defense, the technocrat, the military staff, they walk away, they continue to do their job. And that minister is a
They don't
policy
have no
man.
choice.
Yeah, but so that's what I'm saying. So when you become a technocrat, I learned that thing during the war when I went to the Gambia. The Gambia got a British parliamentary system. All the ministers are MPs. So you get elected MP, then the ruling party appointed the ministers. So when I asked the guy, I said, but the guy said, look, the guy said at every ministry, they got a senior technocrat. They call them the parliamentary secretary. The parliamentary secretary is the one that run that ministry. That minister who is an MP, he's like a figurehead in the place. And that's how these people continue to look up to date. Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, these people, to some extent, these people got a vibrant civil service workforce. But our own, we decided to decapitate the whole thing. We got president appointing director. You have a civil service workforce, but in order to move up, you pass certain tests.
Yeah.
And so the notion that, and guess what? When Madam Sadi became president, the UN through what SES Talk 10, they brought technocrats to the country. People were making $3,000, $5,000 as technocrat for a certain number of time to build that capacity. But then we come to the Palawa thing, the AU Palawa thing. I get master, I may get bachelor, you can be my boss. Really?
For me, it's not really about. Listen, I can be
But
anyone's boss.
Tomalin, and that's the major argument.
I can be anyone's boss. I can
That's
be
the major
anyone's
argument.
boss. I can be anyone's boss whose performance have earned my respect. For me, it's not about who is boss and who is not boss. I can be anyone's boss whose performance and results have earned my respect. I don't care whether or not my education is higher than them. I can be anyone's boss. It's not about who is who or what. No. But what I'm saying is, in our country, we do not respect. We have no respect for technocrats. We have no respect for technicians. We have no respect for people who are result oriented. We prove that every single day. So yes, people coming from the diaspora, they have choices to make. They have choices to make. Just how the Liberian people have choices to make when it comes to who they elect, the people that are coming from diaspora have choices to make. If a man who is making $10,000 a year, one of my friends that he left, went to Liberia, he's from Philadelphia. He made a comment recently. He said he left his comfort of making $10,000 to go and work for $3,000 in Liberia. May God bless his heart. May God bless his heart. And this is a brother. This is a brother who is highly qualified. I know this. But I, Robert Garguah, would not leave unless I have gone back home. And this is what we should be encouraging. Let diaspora Liberians go back home and open companies, train Liberians, hire Liberians. I want to make my own money. I want to have multiple sources of income so that when I do go back and decide to take a $3,000 job, I can go back knowing what I'm done. But not everybody do that. But if a Liberian, let me real quick. If a Liberian left here though without creating multiple sources of income, and he's appointed to an institution or entity that's going to make the government money, let's get tourism for instance. You think the people who running Ghana tourism that are bringing in $4 billion or $2 billion, you think they're getting paid $3,000? No, they are being compensated for the results. We need to invest in people who know how to make money for the country so that we can reinvest and build the country. We're not doing that. We're investing in politicians who are greedy. They're empty squad. They know nothing about anything, but we're investing in them. But the man who knows everything, the technocrat must go and sacrifice for his country. I will not make that kind of sacrifice. I will not do that.
I'm not telling you to sacrifice. I get that. All that in a personal decision. I'm just saying
no,
that.
I'm talking about generally. That was always do.
Yeah. I mean, I'm telling you something. If I want to sacrifice, we all got to be sacrificing.
Exactly.
We all got to be sacrificing.
But one man can't be sacrificing while everybody else enjoying themselves.
Most of them are leaving and go back in abroad. Let me be honest with you. They know very well that they ain't depend on the money they're making abroad. They'll create their way of getting money. There's a problem there, honestly.
Then you're stealing.
But what are they gonna do? How are they gonna do?
Hey, honestly, I want to steal.
What are they gonna do? Yeah, so that message is a personal choice. Personal decision, because
I don't want to steal. Yeah, but you think people just sat at home here, CFA, 35-year-old man, even 40-year-old man. The people that their home is your investment. The people are willing to sell their home and walk away with $250K, go back home, that's a retire, reinvest. So if a guy went back home to work in a government, we don't even respect professional. Everyone who goes and work in one government, there's a strong possibility when the next government comes, you may be out of there. We don't have institutions where I don't care government or no government, people remains. I mean, at least the military, yeah, right. But even at the top level,
And that's
you
why,
come, you know, we want to respect that. So
that's
just
why.
because you're going back home doesn't mean you want to sell your house. People are still paying their rent yet. They're still paying mortgages yet. They still have responsibility yet. And they're going back home to make sacrifices. But the sacrifices must make sense. You can't be making $3,000 and then the other fool sitting somewhere who don't know nothing, producing nothing, making $10,000. I mean, come on, man.
No, I mean, you know, hey, I get tell nobody. I get tell nobody. The day Savadis is living in Liberia, he's not working for government. Savadis will be self-employed. I got enough skill set. You know, by the way, myself I will be a consultant too, but
There you
I will be
go.
on a
But you'll be
I will
making
be on
money
a
now.
but
You'll be
I'll be on
making
a
money.
different level. I'll be on a different level, and that will be a different level. But yeah, I mean, what I was saying, Robert, we got when the government came to power, when they were giving position, or I used to hear some of the people talking, man, I get two master. I can only work at this level. I'm like, bro, you looking for a job, or you trying to work to be productive? You're looking for a job, or you're trying to work to be productive? You know, and the reason why the civil service workforce has a problem, I blame all the people that appoint ministers. When they appoint people ministers, they'll fill the office with a whole bunch of people and forget about the people that's going to be technocrat down there.
But that tells you how much money they're making. It tells you how much money they're making.
So they got a whole bunch of people in the office. They got a whole bunch of people in the office.
Listen,
And
we
then
need to
they just
invest
get,
in result-oriented
yeah.
people who have proved track record of giving results. We're lacking results right now. So if you find a man who has a track record of giving result, invest in that man. Hire that man. That's what the Ghanaians are doing.
I
We're not
want to
doing
ask you
that.
something. I saw some video about my neighborhood, the 72nd community. What happened in my neighborhood, gentlemen?
All right, guys, but good night, man. I gotta go.
Yeah, good night. The military come and take over the place. And military come reclaim their property.
But my parents' house, right across the road from the barracks.
Oh, they're not your parent house no more. They obtain that. They obtain that deed.
No. The barrier is already taken.
I'm talking about SKD Boulevard. I'm talking about the Somalia Drive. The barrier is on the side, on the road on the other side, where we used to stay. But Opa Beda House 82. So you ain't got to worry about that.
You see, Sylvester, please give me 1 minute. You see, this is the narrative that so often hurt Liberia. You see what this gentleman just said? By parity of Robert's reasoning, only diaspora Liberians are competent or expert. You see, I didn't say none of that. You see the low thinking? I did not say any of that. There are expert Liberians everywhere, not just in the diaspora. I don't walk around with that mindset. There are lots of people who have left the US, have gone back home. They have become the problem. You know why they've become the problem? Because they have no track record of results in the US. But they're easily hired in Liberia based on connection. It's not because of competence. It's not because they're expert or technocrats. This is the argument I'm making. Not everyone who comes from like America is a technocrat. No. Do you know where they work? Do you know where they work? Have you seen that resume? Have you seen that track record? Have you seen that education level? No, don't lie on me. I did not say that. I did not say that.
I can give you an example.
I did not say that. There are competent people right in Liberia right there. I didn't say that.
If you had a vibrant civil service workforce and a vibrant assistant minister of labor for what workforce development, how they call it, then you would have had a water and sewer managing director go in the studio with some piece of paper to justify job report.
No, you read about that. Yeah,
exactly.
That is the assistant minister for statistics.
Yeah, he will
because
there to do it.
Yeah,
because
he won't be advising the minister to come online and make an insensitive comment
then
like,
have assistant minister for.
Just because we're not providing bread and butter, that means we're not addressing the bread and butter issue. I mean, you know.
Yeah, the man go there, you manage director of water and sewer, and then you go in studio the day after the presidential edition address to go defend economic numbers. Are you from Ministry of Finance Development Planning or Ministry of Labor or Ministry of Commerce? I mean, come on, man.
And that's the reason why they did very poorly in defending the president's statement, right? They should have had a very top-notch team. From those guys that knew that they had to crush the numbers, go through but it was even those people they were not willing to go because they didn't have the information. So, but going and so he further explained, and that's why he very poorly performed that day and the rest of that.
It's not in your space. It's not in your space. You might have read out water and sewer. You might have read out water and sewer. What you gonna do in the studio? Go defend economic numbers.
Yeah, because he felt they were all doing the same thing. Man. Oh, good luck, man, guys.
Okay, guys.
Tomalin.
Yeah.
What's up, bro? We got a wrap, man.
Yeah, gotta compare notes.
I said you had the manja on the show tonight. I didn't watch it. I watch it later.
Firing. In politics, you expect for me to come and make for instance, he did Abu. He made best with Abu. I was gonna talk crap. I gotta say you. Whether that's true or not, the agenda will say to you to that the goal of politicians to make you look your opponent look.
Okay.
And why they did it.
I mean, as per the population, you just say something ain't gotta be true. So people go defend it.
He said, I said, no, brand new car. They probably still in the car. Why not try another idea? And they make gold. I make it. You be smart. Yeah. You think I'm paying simple? Huh? Yeah, but they put it a little bad. They put it a little simple. I gotta go ahead. But he said, oh, the man talking true. Like, he's like, Trump. Trump be talking here. Trump he said, I'm the best president ever. I have done the best for. He said, you told the podium on at the national prayer, at the prayer breakfast. He said, I'm the only person that have done the best for religious boy in the country.
Yeah, nobody.
Yeah, he said, you say, he's not the best person. I've done everything. He the best. He have done the best for everybody.
I know. I mean, yeah. So I come here, listen to it. I know the man was throwing fire. So why he say he left Spoon.
Tubman High Alumni Association president.
I'm sure. Oh yeah, it may say he left. He won't be guest. As about that. Of course, for your profile, your former. I mean, people that do this thing in developed country, they get paid for it. If you will be a former lawmaker to go on a platform and be talking, you pay for it. When you didn't want to put that on CNN, MSBC, Fox.
But ain't see the man game plan. The thing that happening in the district, the man taking advantage of it.
Yeah, the man going around
the demolition, all the different things. Yeah.
But you still on one place, you there. Come on now. How will your message go? That's why I tell my my ANC friend, I say, you tell your global chair, let he be making his rounds instead of just going to be your panelist now. Then how will you spread the message? Yeah, you could be going around. You don't dare and station yourself on one place. No, be going around making and spreading a message. But you still want to play? People say, okay, you regular there. And my man, look, you're telling people that they leave my. I want to go, man. I want
that who?
Oh, you say I want to go that route, and I probably can't people. You understand? I probably can't, but you understand? That's it. Going on looking at that man. Running at you. Hey. The man said, I got a bad person. He's gonna do it. That man.
Jamal Jala said, come here, I'm sure you need double doctorate in PhD all over.
You see?
I listened to Cummings interview the other okay, Evan, one of the best answer he gave. He said, so Julia said, you work at Coca-Cola, people say you don't do nothing there, it was just a template. And he told him, he said, look, I mean, I'm going to paraphrase, I can't quote him for better now. He said, there's a template there, but the template, you got to change the template as things, we're a global company. I think changing the war, you adjust to it to stay competitive. I mean, how about people say somebody, you just a template? Probably, in the Liberian context, we still operating on laws 40, 50 years ago, so that thing, nothing can change in the world. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, behind. Whenever I say we behind the country that behind us, that's true.
That who behind us?
They say the country that behind, the country Liberia is behind the country that behind. That's true.
That who behind Guinea-Bissau? Guinea-Bissau behind us?
I know what we outside because I think nobody behind. I think we behind. Nobody behind us.
No, man, they got some other people bad up, man.
Yeah, man, because the thing we're doing that country, but it's not a joke.
My man, but look at this thing here. Well, look at the thing. The country got 2 different driver licenses.
I reached out to the Minister of Transport, but he said, I mean, you see that problem I got. There's a man who we sat in class together. We're in college together. He's my friend. That's my man. I give opportunity to come make some clarity, but he said, "Oh, another time." But then when the post are taking it and carrying different way, and you say, "What? Can't clarify it."
But you know what a puzzle mean? You got a private company that say they got contracts, so they issue a driver license in our country, and they're competing with the government statutory entity. you know what I mean, Tomalin? Can you see that in a country?
Right.
You got a private individual say, I get contract to issue driver license, and then he tell us.
I said, like, bro, have a brand new president 2029. I finished. I told you, people laughing. Brand. I said the word brand new president 2029.
You see my best friend?
Wow, hey man, I love it, man.
I'm a bad. Look at.
Hey man. Hey.
He can move from behind me.
Wow, I love it, man. Look at him. Wow. Oh, my dog, Rocky around. Yeah.
You can move on behind me.
Wow,
you know,
I love it.
You know, I work from home, so my man said I'll be here all day.
Okay. Yeah. I love it. I love dog. Dog and cat.
No, I need to care my boys. The 2 older boys that in the cat business.
I like cat business.
I mean, you'll be surprised. Our younger son moved to Florida, so I flew to Michigan, and he and myself drove down to Florida to Tampa, and then he went to work that Friday, and the cat and myself were in the apartment all day. You know, I didn't see the cat the whole day.
Wow. Oh, cat very discreet. Oh yeah, that's I want. I mean, you never see a cat using the bathroom or you don't see it. Cat will sit right by you and when they be having it right by you and using it, they having their own time.
I mean, I didn't see the cat. The cat was in the car. We drove from Michigan to Tampa, Florida. That cat was in the car. The bugger won't make noise. I know the man would just jump up. Let's go.
Give me some. Can you give me some?
Let's go back. Come on. All right, guy. I gotta go, man. All right, bro. I'll get on the show tomorrow. Who we got for the lineup tomorrow?
I know Monday coming on Monday. But tomorrow, you guys will have some good private, how they call it, joyful time. You get any kind of musician or any kind of artist. Yeah,
where is song?
But Britain, man, what the guy who they sent to Minnesota? What the guy? Where ain't he? Tom, where ain't he?
Oh, the ice guy is this?
Ice guy, people.
He joked us, man. It says 700 people. It says 700 people.
That's how pulling out.
My man, that's 700 out of 3,000. They still got about 2,000 plus people here.
No, I mean the fact, man. I like your style. I mean, first of all, what are going near the for? What are going near them for? I mean, I think
no, but bro, guess what? Guess what? Nobody going near them, but they're harassing people. They're harassing people.
I seen it.
And guess what? And if you, dude, this state.
Somebody said, "Oh, one guy came running." The guy said, "That's what happened." He said, "My man, I go home." He said, "I very right over there." I said, "But he said, man, the jip, I don't care. Let me go home." I said, "Right, yeah." My daughter, I said, "Me get for the too because."
No, because like what happened today? They were in a suburban city, Eden Prairie, and they in their apartment. They entered their apartment building, walking around the hallway. I mean, come on, man. And look, let me do something. People in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, St. Paul, these people, they know their civic duty. That's why I mean, if you look at national election voting record, Minnesota always get one of the highest voter turnout even compared to the national average. They
No,
will,
but what they're doing, I can tell you, I think if they continue in this trend, what happening, the Myean will have one of the largest turnout will be the Myean come out, because people will come out to express their discontent for what happened.
You know, so and so the people look, they tell you, say let me tell you, they say ICE is immigration enforcement. Now what about people say ICE is immigration enforcement? ICE is not law enforcement. Police are law enforcement.
But it shouldn't be. It should be. I mean, at the border, but they're all around looking for people to just.
So let me ask you something. That Somalian guy in the parking lot, why they didn't arrest him?
The man spoke out. The man was speaking up.
No, well, why they arrest him? There were another Somalian.
Arresting the truck.
The truck driver. Why they didn't arrest the truck driver? Because guess what? They know they don't have the right to just see somebody in America. They don't have the right to just stop you and say, "Hey, show me your papers."
What are they doing?
And that's why in the country they don't have a national ID card. National ID card not required in the country. Your ID card issued by your state.
Yeah, but what they're doing now, right? Because your concern should be, let's say if somebody you working on law enforcement, local law enforcement, if somebody commit a crime by a person, the identity of the person is one of the person now U.S. citizen, then you can ask for you can work with the people and say, okay, where identity? You're not U.S. citizen. Then you can start going to people. You see people starting people with a car. Show me what's that?
I mean, the worst of all was that 5-year-old boy. That 5-year-old child coming.
But mind you, that picture will be shown during the election time. People will be keep playing it. Oh yeah. And then most of the guys are saying, man, that JD Vance there, Christian Noem, all of them, Bundy, we playing the comments, playing the stuff. It's all come. Another Republican say you're not running again. One of the strong men saying running again.
The one of the things that get the Democrat hard time in Florida, mainly in Miami-Dade. I think that was 99 or 2000. There was a kid called Elian Gonzalez.
The one with Gina Reno,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, they were coming from Cuba, and his father died on sea, and he came into Miami, and the Cuban community took him there, and Bill Clinton and the dispatch SWAT team broke into that house that night. They see the people with a gun. They took that kid from that Cuban family, and they sent him back to Cuba.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I remember that case.
And that thing put a big dent for the Democrats in Miami-Dade. Because when that kid was there, they took that kid to Disney World, all that thing. And then, I mean, they were fighting court and Kamara. They that kid to I kid a man.
I know he was. Yeah, he was.
I think what 2099 or 2000 when it happened.
I just come to the States.
I mean, you take a 5-year-old kid coming from school, and then you got ICE officer holding your hand, putting in a car like a common criminal. I mean, like a common criminal. Come on, man.
Some people, Josephine, the kid on the band said they pull. Oh yeah, man.
Yeah. And look, it's so bad now in the Minneapolis public school. Most of the children are going to school.
Yeah.
They scared of being arrested. So they
home. I was saying, so the children how to go to school. The children afraid. The children.
So they get them devices that way they homeschooling. Just like COVID, they almost like they living under that code. They living that COVID time.
Listen, the appointment case when they have immigration appointment, they're scared to go there. They can't pick them up.
Man, and then you carry the boy apart. The boy apart enter the country. They're from Ecuador. They enter the country through the border. They register themselves. They file for asylum. So they have a pending asylum case. The law when you got pending asylum case, they don't deport you until after the case.
Yeah, you got case.
Then the people record that they got case. Then you still can't grab them, man. Come on, man. So what kind of enforcement you doing there?
Yeah, man, it's sad though. Sad. I mean, the one I heard me too. They went to the poor restaurant. They ate. The poor served them. And after they left, they came back and arrested people. What's that?
My man, we got a place called Lake Street. Most of the Hispanic store there, they closed down. You can't even go there. You can't go there to go buy authentic Hispanic food.
I think I saw some. They no, they pull them who working. You go if you don't do the border, go, but you all behind the people's schools, the people immigration offices where they go for their cases and you behind there to find out what it. I mean, come on, man. I was clear from them, man.
And I don't know how but you know something about my man. When my man know he wrong, he'll double down on it.
Oh yeah.
But he don't, but bad.
Yeah, but you see right now he want to see it, man. Steve Miller said now. I make my numbers go down. I make my numbers go down. Yeah. And man say whenever the guy made me laugh. The guy said the guy from ABC asked him. He said, where you from? From ABC? He asked him the Epstein kid.
She from CNN. She from CNN, Caitlin Collins.
Yeah, he said, you nasty. You nasty.
You never smile. You never smile.
You're not smile. Low high. That's get smart at that. Epstein fan. Then they told him, oh, Clinton and Webb going, they were doing a deposition. He said, I feel sorry for them, but what they do, now? It's like what the people saying. If you allow Clinton and Webb to appear before the House, then no Trump will go there too. Other people will go there. If you don't play a game like this.
Where Trump is the president, so you can. So what they can do, they can have a deposition. He will be at the White House and they'll get into question. They just got a question on an oath. They did it with Bill Clinton doing the Monica Lewinsky thing. Yeah. He president, so you can't summon him because he president, but you can put him on an oath or deposition. Yeah. But that whole thing, let me tell you something. That whole thing there, I
got a powerful. What? You got knees, my man. I'm from the man. Oh, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, man, all the Prince Andrew. Oh, Prince Andrew, I need that. All these guys.
Prince Andrew.
Man, the guy was powerful. Man had the rich and the rich and the famous, man. What? Everything was powerful. You're a powerful man. The man was powerful. Man, everybody want to be around Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, on a private island.
Yeah, the power of good time area. What, man? Yeah, post spending all that money. Nah, that won't pass me by. What? Man, did it.
Yeah, so that whole thing, that whole thing. And Super Bowl this weekend, man. We got
my Patriots. I'm going for Patriots. Going for New England. New England. That's my Patriots. Patriots stand up. Patriot Nation stand up.
I'm going for Seattle. I'm going for Seattle Seahawks. Seattle Seahawks got
Patriots.
One of their assistant coaches from Seattle Seahawks. His mom is a Liberian. He's living in Houston, Texas. Yep.
Wow. Yeah, but still, I'm going to support them. My Patriots. What?
Where I mean, from Bro Island, so that your people don't understand that.
Patriots. They surprised me. The Patriots, man. I thought it was. Yeah, man. I'm so happy. I'm so proud of them. Yeah, Patriots. Go Patriots. Go Patriots, man.
Oh yeah, see, Gonga no, but Trump, you know what Trump are going to do? Because the people in Springfield, Ohio, you know what you're trying to say? They're eating the cats, they're eating the dog. You're talking about the Haitian people. Okay, the TPS were going to expire.
And then one of Trump got to ask the woman, the Christian, no, she said she wasn't going to renew it though.
Oh no, but the judge, a federal judge blocked the whole thing.
Wow, see, I was saving the country too. The judiciary in the country, but
my man, the first thing, bro, the chief justice will be attending program with the president. What are you attending program with the president for?
They're wrong. What is it wrong?
Are you working for the president?
Like I had a discussion. I remember doing a Kofa case. The VP attended one groundbreaking ceremony with the former chief justice. I told him, I said, no, what's wrong? He said, no. I said, was it wrong? It looking good.
The chief justice only attend state events, state of the nation event, but
you know what? The program watch it. If you notice, when a person is giving state of the nation address here in America, they don't even clap. They don't even show no sign of
They just sit there.
Even the joint chief of staff chairman, they don't clap. But I saw that, bro. I saw today the chief of staff there I mean, all excited. What's that? They put clapping. Where have you so? You also do that in there?
Because you serve the Constitution and the Commander in Chief.
No, man, Trump.
Anybody can be the Commander in Chief.
He said, "Oh, you want clap?" He said, "I mean, you want clap?" He said, "I see, they want clap." What's that? They put us all clap.
But Trump, when Trump summoned all the commanding generals.
Yeah. They put on clapping.
He started. He stopped for an hour. They put just sitting there. Everybody just sitting there with a hand folded like that.
Yeah, man. He said, "Why they put on clapping? They want clap." He does
see that in North Korea. That's why he went. Oh, fat boy. I call you fat boy. Yum.
They got it. They Chinese. You go to Chinese man power shop. They call hair job. When you say call hair, they call hair job. That one man, how you say? Only they may call hair like Kenjo. We here got a haircut. And the China boy. They put a call hair. In family, if you call it fast, call hair.
Man, I got my own hair anyway.
You got your own hair?
I shave my hair every morning. I shave my hair every morning, bro.
Yes, I will, man. Tomorrow I go to the barber shop. I go do my shape up.
I used to do that thing, but I got patience for you.
Yeah, when I go to the barber shop, I don't fall asleep in the chair. When the men are feeling with you, man, they bring a hot towel, put on your face, all the things. I say, correct. Put all that thing on your face. I said, but they want better, man.
What you doing there? All right, man. Let me get ready tomorrow, Friday.
Okay, bro.
Yep. Okay, then.
Disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you. That's why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Baka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Baka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Baka, if all of them were taking the President Baka and behaving the President Baka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them. I'm not.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Come on, Liberia.
inform that you violate or suspend any student leader because of their action. It will be the day the entire broadcast administration will call down. We will massively violate the student in this country and will shut down the broadcast administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the broadcast administration begins with this. If they think they will temper on any student leader in this country or at the university of Liberia and walk away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and lottery in the Western world, while we are subjected to actual poverty and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say you're alive?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bola can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put a hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Boakai presents him as a poor man from Lofa and asserts that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Boakai is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in the war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Jamaku, the young man, vice president, young man that vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaku, the major went to I forget that Jamaku. The majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun can reach yourself. Kun man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outfits, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If child failure is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small, then road, big road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around here, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals. So they can't make it.
Your league, Costa. God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boyka. Boyka still living. Joe, no, you leave my brother. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boyka president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boyka, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, yearly Costa, you come. And Costa on a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the president, Boyka, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talks about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today, we all wear the jersey of Liberia. And the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elected 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elected 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.